And I hope that you'll forget
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
Swing, swing, swing. Ay, ay. 내 눈에 비친 너는 stylish. Baby, look me in my eye. 너도 날 원한 것 같아. 하나씩 맞아가는 말. 네 눈 속에서 수영할래. 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어. 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart. 떠올리 시작이 겁나. 너와 난 다를까워. 근데 참을 수가 없어. 네 웃음에 난 친걸. 하나씩 맞춰볼까. 뻔한 자기 소개 쉬우고 내 이름은 Tell me baby whatever you like. 다른 부자가 아니지만 너 웃게 해줘 hero. 스케줄이 떠밀어. 대미 속에 너와 가고 싶은 걸 휘둘러. 이런 감성 카페는 넌 어떨까. 혹은 너가 싫어할까봐 난 조급한 real mind. 생각을 해 에이. 어김없이 나쁜 생각이 오기 전에 call me 에이. 나쁜 짓 안 해 이제 고개를 끄덕여줘 baby. 너는 stylish Baby look me in my eye. 너도 날 원한 것 같아. 하나씩 맞아가는 말. 네 눈 속에서 수영할래. 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어. 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart. 떠나보자고 이번 주 weekend. 너와 있으면 내 하루는 비대. 친구들이 말해 너 요즘 왜 이래 바보같이 웃으면서 다니는데 단순해 너랑 내 한테 빠져버린 나인 걸 어쩔 수 없으니 너를 위해 바치게 네가 가진 모든 거 내 시간 새 선물까지 빛인 너는 stylish Baby look me in my eye 너도 날 원한 것 같아 하나씩 맞아가는 말 네 눈 속에서 strong 할래 깊은 눈에 빠진 채 너의 매력에 빠졌어 헤어날 수가 없는 걸 My heart
She got sass, she got fast cars, she got everything you wish that you could have. Kisses on your fingertips, close your eyes and you could lick it. But that place is your imagination. He don't call me pretty, he know better than that. Take a flight to minus
Open-minded for the better. Had my share of change. Come now, cause I won't wait too long. Didn't you know my right don't make you wrong? No. Tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Yeah. Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Knowing true love don't take too long. I'ma go make these songs, knowing our love ain't gone. Baby girl, why you wanna be strong for? Real ones don't need on, cause I'ma be out here once more. You play me, I'm moving on. Tell me, what are you waiting on? Better come now, cause I won't wait too long. Didn't you know my right don't make you wrong? No. So tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Yeah. Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? Darling, baby, what are you waiting on? Tell me, baby, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Oh, is it love or is it lust for real? Are you someone I can trust for real? Oh, please tell me. I didn't come to play around but build, so girl, you tell me, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on? Oh.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everybody to day one of Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. But before we get into the thick of things, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me will be the one, the only, Fasya Bunny. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling nervous, but at the same time super excited to see all the teams battle it out right here for the Open Finals, because we got 16 teams trying their best to be inside that challenge group stage. Only 4 slots for them to fill in, Mo.
Yeah, so there will be 16 matches total. We have 16 invited teams together with 16 qualified teams. And of course, if you are unfamiliar with the Snapdragon Pro Series, we will be having a Swiss system. So all matches today that you see will be best of 3. So whoever wins the best of 3 series, they do get 1 point. And afterwards, the 1 point team will be playing with that 1 point team. But before that, we have the calendar for you. What's going to happen is the Open Finals from 4th of November all the way to the 10th of November.
Yes, sir. Started out right here. This is the open finals. That's why it is what you guys seeing right now. We'll be living straight away the whole entire week for you guys to check out all the 32 teams to compete for the top 4 slots. Now, those who manage to go into the top 4, they will fight off in January 2025, which is on the challenge season. They'll meet off with the invited teams as well. Started out from the 6th of January until 12th of January, and the challenge finals will be held at the February of 2025. Started out on 10th of February. So there's gonna be 3 months of this SPS tournament to be held. December will be hold off for a while, and will continue on January 2025. Now, this is the format of SPS ESL. Started out from the open qualifiers that we did not able to actually witness the power of those teams who was able to be qualified to the open finals. But this is where we see those who are invited from the ranking on themselves and those who actually managed from the open qualifiers mode.
Yeah, so these are based off of last season's rankings. What you're watching now is the second half that it's being broadcasted right now. It will be the open finals where only 4 teams will be advancing to the challenge season. And in the challenge season itself, they will be facing off against the 12 invited teams that await them. And total, there will only be 6 teams to make it through. So in total challenge finals, there will be 6 plus 6. 6 from the challenge season and 6 invited teams, which are the champions of their respective regular seasons in their own region, to face off in the round robin. Then we have the playoff, and finally we will crown the winner at the end of February 2025. And as we said, right now we're watching this open finals. We have a lot of different regions lined up for you guys today, and the regions that we will be seeing, of course, where I'm from, Singapore, and of course the other side of Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the other regions as well. But today, the first game, you see it up on top of us. Rift Esports versus Team SV. I'm so excited for this, Bunny. How about you?
I am. I'm definitely looking forward to see what they're gonna actually put out for their first game. I mean, we don't have much of the statistics. Why? Because like we talked about, Rift is definitely from the invited from their last ranking, and then moving on to Team SV itself, they are those who qualified from the open qualifier. But on the other note, let's take a look again into in depth more on the teams that is already inside our open finals itself. Started out from the Malaysian region, we got the team of GMXA, we got JP9ers, we got Team MV, OD, Team Vamos, VPX, as well as Yacht.
Yeah, and congratulations to Team Vamos for actually representing Malaysia in M6. So they will be one of the teams that will be a top contender. But of course, Monster Vicious, JP9er all played in that playoffs as well, and they are looking spectacular. I feel scared for the other regions because Malaysia, it's the latest playoffs to happen. They are all warm right now. They've been playing day to day. Yeah, and they are really ready to go right now.
Agree, definitely. And going into the next region, I mean, talking about they also had their MPL as well, and the amount of intensity on their games are phenomenal. We got Aurora, we got Team Fnatic, Onyx, we got GPA, GPC, Lazy Esports, RRQ Kaito, as well as Smart Omega to be watched out here for the open finals as well.
Yeah, Team Aurora, the team that actually eliminated the top team, the champion of M5, Falcons AP Bren. They did get taken out by Team Aurora, so really a very strong contender. And of course, today we will be covering Smart Omega actually and our Game 3. But from the side of Indonesia, we do have Alter Ego, their secondary team Alter Ego X as well. Evo's Holy team, if I'm not wrong, PLES will be covered by us today as well. And Team Rebellion, RRQ Hoshi, and TLID Team Liquid Indonesia, and of course their Academy team from Indonesia as well.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to see the Playtile Legends because they are one of the matches that will be able to witness their fight off here for the Swiss bracket. So that's going to be interesting here from the participating teams from the Indonesia teams.
Yeah, Pertho Legends esports, I believe they've been known as community heroes so far. They haven't actually had a regular season run, but they look like they're about to break through. And of course, the main region that we'll be covering today will be Cambodia with their very interesting playstyles, CFU, Duck Rice, Esports, IQ Phoenix, and of course we got PRO, TSV, also known as Team SV, and of course Team Valhalla as well. And Valhalla, I believe they will be playing against their fellow Cambodian region, CFU, today. So it's gonna be top seed versus community heroes. So we get to see whether top seed gets taken down in that similar meta fashion.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we're covering 5 of the teams of Cambodia itself, so this is going to be interesting to see what's going to be like for all of the teams. Now, next up from the other region is going to be Myanmar as well as Singapore. We got Team AI Esports, Team Mythic, as well as Evil and Reef Esport. Any thoughts about the Singapore? I mean, you are representing Singapore right now, so any thoughts about it?
This is straight up targeted at me because I am from Myanmar and I am from Singapore as well.
Okay.
So yeah, Mythic Seal and AI Esports. AI Esports, of course, they looked so strong but did not perform as well in the playoff season, could not make it to the grand finals. And Mythic Seal is that super team that was put together to fight against Falcon Esports of Myanmar. But Falcon Esports took away that reverse sweep, getting that representation for M6. Now, Mythic Seal, they have a lot to prove. They are an extremely strong team. Meanwhile, Singapore, Evil, and Rift. Very strong teams, but Rift, I believe they have changed their roster. So we will have 2 different members of Rift Esports. I believe FMM will be on the gold lane and Lucian Cutie on the roam, not Pancake anymore. But now we have the Swiss brackets. This Swiss system is explained best by just winning games, right? Best of 3. If you win 1 game, you are placed in that 1-0 green region. But if you lose the series today, you are in that 0 region, where we will proceed with day 2. That round 2, if you lose 2 matches. Anytime you lose 2 matches, you get eliminated. And right now, it's looking as if you have to win that first series no matter what. You don't want that to be that 0-1. Because if you lose 1 game, you are assured that you will be playing 5 series. So you need 4 series of 4-0 wins to proceed on to the next qualification group. And now, as we have it, as we go on with the day and the tournament, we will see teams get thinning out once they reach that 2-loss stage, and eventually we will have that 4-1 tiebreaker where they have to play that 5 series, 5 series of best of 3 and eventually qualify. And if you take a look at the bottom right, yeah, we have 4 qualified teams coming out from this open finals.
Yes, sir. So pretty much the short version of what we've already explained. I know it's definitely a lot to take in. Probably most of the viewers are having a little bit of struggle. I myself also had a lot. I don't know about you, Mo, but I had a lot of study when it comes to the tournament brackets itself, whereby I wanted to understand how much of the fight they had to put up with. Pretty much the simplest way to put it out for those of you guys who are watching SPS, you just gotta win 4 matches. If you win 4 matches, you're already good to go to be the qualified teams into the challenge group stage itself. But if you didn't make it, you gotta go through 1 after 1 rounds, and you gotta meet with those who also didn't actually manage to win the rounds themselves as well. And even though you didn't manage to actually put out a really good fight on the first round, at least you will be able to redeem yourself on the second match. Just make sure you don't lose 2 times, because if you lose 2 times, that will guarantee you an ultimate elimination straight away here for the open finals.
And yeah, I mean, we do have the teams to watch as well that will be appearing on my right. And these are the teams to watch so far, right? We have identified what they are capable of. Fnatic, Onyx, PH, a household name. And meanwhile, Team Aurora taking out the champions of M5. Meanwhile, Team Vamos, really proved themselves just yesterday at the MPL MY playoffs as well. Even though they did not get the victory over Team SRG, they were the second seed and they were fighting the MSC champions.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is again fresh off from the MPL wise. We've already seen what these teams can actually do and what the achievement and even all the power that they have already put out inside the MLBB scenes. And talking more about how the fact that they're right here inside our open finals is going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to actually do to those who are going out from the open qualifier itself. Right?
You know, yesterday there were people saying in MPL MY's live chat, right? They were talking about the Demon Kite and Chibi rematch. Like, when will they meet? So they might potentially meet in these group stages here, even before M6. So we might find out what their face-off entails if Aurora is ever matched up against Team Vamos. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Yeah,
Agree, definitely.
Yeah, so the games for today, as we said, first game, the one that you see on top, Rift Esports versus Team SV. Second game, we have Duck Rice Esports versus Pertho Legends Esports. And of course, game 3, Smart Omega or Omega Esports versus IQ Phoenix. And we have CFU Gaming versus Team Valhalla, KH represent.
Yes, sir. I think pretty much for the Cambodian wise, they can definitely be really excited for all the 3 matches. And from the Philippine sides, as well as from the Singapore sides, and as well as Indonesia, they'll definitely be watching out from the side of Reef Esports versus Team SV, Pertho Legends, and as well as Smart Omega Esports.
And what's really interesting to me right now is today, Rift Esports versus Team SV. It's gonna be a clash of very different meta. Like, from what I understand from the other casters, what they've been telling me about the different meta differences, Singapore tends to go for a more macro-based playstyle where they play for the map, small advantages in terms of having that net worth lead. Meanwhile, Team SV, they are known for that KH playstyle. Really brawl, very heavy. But now, Rift Esports, we have the lineup. Bear will be on the EXP lane. Kev Swan coming in as the jungler. Melon on that mid lane. Lucian Coyote on that roamer. And FMM used to be Team X Team Bleed, now on that gold lane as well. So we won't see the likes of Pancake. Canonial will not be playing today. And Chu will be replaced by FMM. And Rift Esports, this lineup, it looks very scary on paper, but they have not played together as 5 in a regular tournament.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, you got 2 of the new members into the Rift Esports, so it's gonna be an interesting fight off, especially to see how the chemistry will build out for this team of Rift Esports. Now, going into their opponent is gonna be Team SV. I think pretty much I feel like Team SV, we've already seen them fighting off from their open qualifiers. It shows how they're potentially be able to actually put out a really good fight here with the team of Rift Esports itself. Now, moving on to the lanes of it. So we got Rebellion here for the EXP, Aizen as a jungler, Denzo as a mid laner, Wukong as the roamer, as well as Sad Boy as the gold lane.
Yeah, and Team SV known for having Rebellion on that EXP lane. He specializes in all those high mobility EXP laners, and they have a very big brawl playstyle, right? KH region is known as the region that normalized the fighter mid lane meta. They brought out the Paquitos, they brought out the Martises, Terizlas, they threw them on the mid lane, and they somehow found that it worked. So it might be even shown today where Singapore has brought that kind of slow meta in. Like, they brought that fighter mid lane, we see NIP Flash, they did take out that Martis mid lane as well, but KH region, that's where it all started.
This is going to be interesting. I think that pretty much it shows how different playstyle will definitely be put out here from the open finals itself, and how it's going to be like. Will it be a slow-paced game for both of the teams, or will the one who will be more giving aggression that will be put out here for the game itself between Rift Esports as well as Team SV?
Yeah, so I got a very interesting question for you, Fasha Bunny. So, what who do you think will win today? Who do you think is gonna win? Is it gonna be a 2-1? Is it gonna be a 2-0?
I mean, for me, in my prediction wise, where I put out to the production, I literally put out Rift Esport. I think because I'm more of a fan of my neighbor itself, Singapore. Not to say, I mean, come on, we gotta support each other, right? I mean, not to,
Yeah.
to bring down on KH or anything, but pretty much, I think it's gonna be 2-0, probably. But I like the fact that you put 2-1. There's a possibility of giving a chance that Team SV might be able to steal one match point from Reese Sport. Any reason for that, actually?
Yeah, I feel that Rift Esports as a team, they only have 3 members which are ex-Rift Esports. Like, I mean, they are still Rift Esports. They have just recently changed their roster. They are facing with new players coming in as well. And meanwhile, for Team SV, they bring a different meta into the table as well. So Rift Esports might struggle to deal with that high-pressure meta coming out from Team SV, which is very prominent in the Malaysia and KH region as well. They go for these team fights. They are not really focused on the macros. They will come at you as 5-man death balls. And Team SV, they are known for doing that. I've watched their MPL Cambodia, and I mean, everyone is running S5. So Rift Esports might struggle to get their macro gameplay going.
Oh, I like that thought. Okay, there's a possibility that could be the reason why Rift Esports will have the difficulty. But I feel that maybe with the added members, or even with the transfers coming in, that could actually give them a little bit of beneficial. I mean, learning from a different region or even from a different team, that could actually boost up a little more momentum for the teams. But then again, that could also backfire. I don't want to jinx it yet, because the fact is, I know there's a certain amount of time that you get a different experience or even learn new gameplay from a new member. It will boost up your team. But at the same time, when you don't click as quickly as possible, it could actually falter your teams as well. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, and I believe there's a very good point that you put out, like a new team member that is coming in, right? Kev Swan, I believe, used to be from TSV. So, yeah, in Rift Esports, there is a member, the jungler, I think Kev Swan, right? I think he was wearing a TSV jersey, if I'm not wrong, in that picture. Yeah, so Rift Esports, they might have some information, some inkling of how TSV are going to play. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward in this series. But of course, we want to see how they adapt to the newer meta that has been introduced so far. Because in MPL SG, it was one of the first regions that played the regular season into the playoffs. So our Zusin and our Suyo meta came at a very later timing compared to the rest. So now TSV, they are used to that, using that Suyo. They are used to using that Zusin. Their meta was pretty much solidified already at that point. Whether Rift Esports, they can keep up with that meta is going to be very important.
Agree, definitely. That's also another thought to be put out as well. I mean, the fact that we have to think about the drafting wise of each and different teams coming out here for the open finals itself, because the fact is, you talked about the metas, right? Suyo, are they going to actually bring it out, or are they going to actually take it out away? Because the fact is, there's a chance, a possibility that we've seen a lot of the teams that would not want to actually have that bear of the risk of having Suyo or Jushin into the lineup itself. They will probably ban it out first. So this is going to be interesting to be put out here for both of the teams from Rift Esport as well as Team SV.
Yeah, definitely both teams, they have a lot of thinking to do. Especially, I'm interested in this kind of drafting, right? It's always a 4D chess move between the coaches where you want to take out their meta heroes as much as possible, whether they have studied Team SV, because both teams, they are well-known teams. They have played their MPL regular season. In terms of Rift Esports, of course, making it to the playoffs. Team SV might not have made it to the playoffs, but we are going to see whether KH region, they can prove themselves as a strong meta-defining team, because every region, they have their different play styles. And Team SV, they are known for picking their Terizlas, they're known for picking their Lapu Lapus. The EXP lane is completely different from the rest of what APAC is doing. We see in Malaysia, we have the Phobias, the Khalid being very much priority. Now the Suyo appearing as well, but now we will see it live on our screens below here. So right now, already Rift Esports already taking out the Hayabusa and Team SV taking out Zusin.
So that's what I was talking about. Definitely, you actually figure out that Jushin as well as Suyo is one of the metas, and we talked about how are they going to actually put it out as a option for the lanes itself. But turns out they're taking out Jushin. I think Hayabusa is pretty much one of the popular bands inside any other tournaments. They really don't want Hayabusa when it comes to the mobility wise, when it comes to the rage wise. You definitely don't want that capability to be put out in either side of the teams itself. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, and what the Zusin band really wants me to highlight is that Zusin has been used as a counter towards Suyo multiple times. Like usually, if you give the team Zusin and Suyo, it's 99% of the time it's an guaranteed win if you give away the Zusin and the Suyo, of course. But now taking out the Zusin and Team SV, they are on that red side, I believe. Oh no, this is Rift Esports below. Not too sure whether the UI is correct, but yeah, Zusin and Suyo will be taken out as a whole together. Now Hayabusa and Alpha, I feel that it might be a read on how Kev Swan likes to play, because if Team SV, they know their own teammate, it would be good for them, right?
Agree, definitely. I mean, maybe the possibility they've already known Cav Swan when it comes to becoming a jungler. You try to take out as much of jungler's option to be put out here for Team SV. I mean, again, both of this side of Rift Esports, they're pretty much prioritizing on any kind of heroes that actually use all the ranges, all the mobilities to them to be put out. And these are the two top heroes to be put out. And now we got Chip also been put out as the ban.
Yeah, I believe Chip has a 100% win rate in all the MPLs combined so far. Yeah, so Chip is really a strong ban that you had to take out. This hero is just a bit too strong at this point, where teams, as long as you can communicate that shortcut, is going to be just a very pivotal tool to join that team fight. And we see that similar fashion from the Luoyi, but it's just that the shortcut provides a two-way street. You can join the fight and you can exit the fight as well. So that chip mobility, extremely strong to deal with. You have to take it out. But we have a lot of high priority picks in the pool. Like if you think about it, right? There is still that Phoveus. There is still that Khalid. Angela, yes, finally being taken out. Yes, but that still puts Ling in the table. Nolan is still in the pool as well. So in terms of these picks, they have a lot to choose from. The goal laner, you can think about the Harif, the Lunox, the really strong goal laners that are possible to be picked up. And we do see that Team SV, I mean the blue side, would be the first pick, right? How do they open here? Do they go for that Ruby opener that they know for? Or do they prioritize their EXP later?
Ah, that's true. That's definitely true. And then pretty much we definitely see the patterns wise, they pretty much definitely prioritize more on EXP as well as mid lane, because they don't want to make sure that, we got Gatot Kacha as the first pick.
Yeah, the Gato Kacha really very strong right now because of the fact that you can have the Avatar of the Guardian. It's a pseudo mobility tool where you can join the team fight, as well as that battle spell being that revitalization, right? So you can join in, you can heal up your teammates, get the team fight going. You want that sustained team fight. Then Rift Esports, if they are going to answer to this, usually what we see out of these teams to answer towards the Gato Kacha is having a similar control, where whether you pick up that Vexana, whether you pick up that carry to burst the Gato Kacha down. Rift Esports, they will have to think about dealing with this sustained team fights. And they do go for the Hylos and the Eve. Okay, it's a very strong zone control. So Rift Esports, you can see that they are going for a very strong zone control. I really like Melon's usage of the RWM on the Eve, because he has very good discipline to when it is being used. And it's very important, right? When the Avatar of the Guardian is used, then you use the real world manipulation. If it comes out too early, that Avatar of the Guardian is just going to destroy you.
Oh, this is very tricky. I like the fact that Rift Esports is like, wow, okay. Just when I was like saying that they responded really well with the Gato Kacha, but now Team SU say like, no, we'll bring up Chao as well as Oh wow, this is amazing. I think the fact that Team SV, they're already prioritizing Garukacha as the one to actually mobilize things. They'll give a lot of the health support wise. Now we got Cho to actually secure controlling wise, crowd control wise, and as well as this is interesting from the side of Team SV, definitely.
Yeah, Cho really good at very much of having that pick-off potential, that high mobility as well. That control immunity helps, especially in that real-world manipulation. But the more interesting pick is also that Valentina.
Yeah.
That Valentina already has a buffet, right? He can steal that real-world manipulation. He can steal the glorious pathway as well. And Rift Esports, they will be prioritizing the jungle pick. The Nolan must be picked up right now because from what Team SV they have been doing, their batting patterns, they took away 2 junglers already. They cannot really take away another jungler. We're not too sure what Kev Swan is capable of, whether his hero pool is wide, but having that Nolan in their pockets right now, I mean, with the bans, they can take out more junglers, right? We can see them try to take out potentially the what's it called, the Ling? Yeah, and potentially more of, like, let's just say Hayabusa is out, Alpha is out, Suyo is out. There's so many meta junglers that are out. So Team SV, they will be on that secondary pool, like no longer the tier 1 picks, but they will be on the tier 2 picks. Nolan, of course, still in that tier 1.
Agree, definitely. So, at least with Nolan and the side of Reef Esport, this is gonna be okay. Production just decided to say like, oh, finally the faces of casters are not being covered up by the drafting. But anyway, looking on the side of the banning now, I think that pretty much Team SV has already got it down, and they know for a fact that Rift Esport having a little bit of struggle on the option sides of the junglers itself. So I like the fact that Rift Esport has finally responded well with putting out Nolan as their option here.
Yeah, and TSV, they might be looking to take out the premium Romos from Rift Esports. If there is a lot of Rome to think about, they need to worry about still having that Ruby in that pool. But instead, both teams are opting to just cancel out the gold laners. I mean, Beatrix, of course, very strong, but FMM, not exactly really a Beatrix user in the recent season, of course. But before that, of course, his Beatrix was very strong, but FMM, he's been a roam for the longest time. Finally, on that gold laner, might not have that similar meta shift in him. Meanwhile, Rift Esports, if they want to take out more gold laners, there's still the Harif in the pool. There's still the Moskov in the pool as well. The Claude, of course, being taken out. The carry would be one of the premium picks as well. It deals with both Hylos and Gato Kacha very strongly in terms of having that singular target damage shred. That light wheel is always extremely potent, but the Irithel coming out from Rift Esports, Irithel not really too much in the meta until recently, right? MPLMY, they did bring it out multiple times, and it has shown to be a very potent tool.
Oh, okay. Irithel, I think because the fact that they've already seen how Irithel has been put out as the gameplay, as the strategy-wise, so they don't want to actually have that here for the open finals, is actually a good thought. And they ban out 1-1 as well from the side of Team SV.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because Team SV, if they pick the 1-1 themselves, it's really very strong, right? They might have been thinking that FMM might want to play the 1-1, which is good, but is not really synergistic with their lineup. The Cho 1-1 is really strong, but Rift Esports, they've yet to pick up a gold laner. You can still think of the Harif because Bear having that glorious pathway together with the Zayman's Force, that's just a lot of zones of control that you need to think about, where every moment where you're stepping on that field, you're gonna get slowed down, especially if you have the glorious pathway, the real world manipulation on top of that with the Zayman's Force, but they do opt for the Nathan instead.
I mean, again, a questionable choices inside the band itself. I mean, you give a great note there when it comes to how then if they able to actually grab that from themselves, that's going to be a great team up from the side of Rift Esport, unless there's a possibility Team SV picking up themselves the Harith in the hands.
Yeah, and this is, I think, might have been a small little blunder, maybe because Harith having that Zayman's Force, it's also very good on Team SV, right? If you think about it, Valentina, you can steal away the real manipulation. You can steal away the glorious pathway as well. So it's going to be extremely scary. And the Link still in that pool, not being banned out. Yeah, they're going to pick it up for themselves. So Team SV, they look like they got a pretty good draft. Rift Esports left with a roamer. I mean, at this point, do you still go for that Ruby to counter out that Cho? Or do you go for something tankier on that frontliners? Because Rift Esports, the only thing that you have on the front line is that Hylos, right? Once the Hylos gets chunked down, your backline is not going to be safe at all. And trust me, Ling will be on that backline with the Tempest of Blades.
Agree, definitely. So right now, pretty much the back line from the side of Reef Esport can be seen a little bit weak on the side of them, and there's a possibility they need to cover them up, and they picked up the one and only right here. And finally, we got the full drafting for both sides of Team SV as well as Rift Esports.
Yeah, it will be a roaming Hylos. Roaming Hylos, really good, but in terms of having that early game invasion meta, would not be as strong as a Cho, right? Cho has much more mobility, having that concussive blast as well. I mean, it's going to be extremely strong from Cho. And Hylos, you don't really get that much more of lane priority when you compare it to what a Cho has. But of course, you have a Eve. So yeah, maybe you're working with what's right. But I really gotta favor Team SV's draft here. What do you think?
I gotta pretty much favor more on Rift Esports wise because it's a little bit challenging on them. That could be a little bit interesting. But then again, when it comes to security, I do agree that Team SV has it got it down. The question is, with the idea that has already been portrayed for Team SV, will it be the same inside the game right here? And this is gonna be our first match of the day, guys. Team SV versus Rift Esports.
Yeah, both teams. Okay. I mean, we are in technical pause at the moment, so we can continue to talk about who thinks is who we think is gonna win, right? So definitely in terms of having that late game insurance, that Nathan is gonna be a very strong late game tool as well. And of course, you have that AOE damage to shred through with the entropy and the reverse clone, but it has to be around the 12 to 15 minute mark where you get your power spike going. Nathan. Before that, you're not going to have a similar advantage compared to the Harif, where you can lay down that Zamon's Force for that just team fight control. So it's going to be very important on how TSV do this. They are a very early to mid-game lineup, where if they don't win their lanes, they are pretty much doomed.
That's true. I do agree on that note though. And the fact that Reef Esport, they gotta be really careful on the early games itself, and they know for a fact that once they actually be able to buff out, they'll be able to actually stand out most of the early game fights, and they'll be able to actually because we've talked about it, and I think you've already put out on the platter itself saying that Team SB, they prioritize when it comes to team fights. So this is Reef Esport have to be careful when it comes to Team SB, shutting them down instantly earlier games and giving them a lot of the potential when it comes to the goals as well as them buffing themselves up. So Reef Esport, if they can actually mobilize or controlling on that early games, that will be able to help Reef Esport to shut down all the attempts that Team STV can actually do against them throughout the game.
Yeah, and in terms of just timings alone, I feel that the high-lows death counter would be very important, right? How much times will the high-lows die early game? That's going to be very important when translating into that mid game, because high-lows, you know that the sustainability just translates very well, scalability into that mid game, into that late game. So Lucian Cutie's death counter, very important. If he does not die too many times before that 8-minute mark, before the first Lord spawns, he might have the sustainability to pull through.
Agree, definitely. So far right now, we are seeing a little bit of scrimmage. They are trying to push in. We got Team SV a little bit more confident trying to push into Lucian QT, but then at the same time, they are doing a little bit good space range between each other. So that's a really good potential. Sad Boy right here giving a lot of damage already to FMM, and FMM had to pull away, knowing for a fact it's too risky with Aizen already giving a lot of the potential side of going to back it up. So FMM pulls away from the fight. Rebellion and Bear just hiding off in the bushes right now, just waiting out for the time being.
Yeah, and what I'm really curious about is going to be that goal lane matchup where, of course, Sad Boy is going to destroy FMM. Nathan does not have a good early game at all. But once you can buy time to the level 4, once you have the entropy up, it's going to be a much more even team fight. Once you go in, and whether the roamer, the Cho, he gets the way of the dragon in time before this first turtle fight. That would be going the way of Rift Esports, actually. Team SV, they are not prioritizing the turtle at all. And this is one of the vulnerabilities of a link, right? If you do not have the buffs available, you generally do not prioritize the turtle at all. You want that purple buff, you want that orange buff before you go into the team fight at all. But look at the mid lane here.
Oh, no, we got seeing here, Kong was almost able to actually stung a little bit of Lucian T, but Lucian T was able to pull through. Gotta actually back out Melon for a while, not allowing Denzo as well as Wukong coming in, trying to tap again to fight it off with Melon, but at the same time, it's just a little bit of the jitters coming in between the two teams. Not much of a bad fight to a point that they're gonna actually put out any potential of first blood in the scene. But Danzo almost close to now trying to go in, pull through to Melon, but at the same time, we do see Kong has already been stunned by Lucian QT, going in for the push for Danzo, but this is 3v2 situation. Is it gonna be enough? Nope, but TSV still holding off their guidelines right here between the fights from the team with esports.
And what I'm really worried about right now is the fact that it's still 0-0 at 3 minutes in. Because TSV, they went for that link pick. Yes, they have that late game assurance. There might be a slight skirmish, but it does not matter right now because Team SV, they are also having that late game assurance, right? But Rift Esports, they have the hardest scalability. When you go into that team fight, that Infernal Pursuit is going to be scary. But Melon, in a bit of trouble.
No, coming in, airborne come through. Millen will be the first to be first blood by Aizen himself. Now pushing through to the side of Aizen. Aizen will be traded off by Lucian QT. Moving on to Wukong. Wukong unfortunately getting a lot of shots coming through, but at the same time pulling through away from those fights. Managed to actually get a hold of the situation with Lucian QT. We've shut down, but FFM comes through with Rebellion as well. Now Sadboy will be the next victim, pushing through, but as Denzo coming in to back things up, they will not be able to take off Sadboy in that proceed.
Yeah, in the end, it's even Stevens for both teams, right?
Yeah.
Both teams neck and neck of net worth as well, 2-2. But of course, Rift Esports, they do secure that map advantage. And the fact that Kev Swan, he had more HP, he's able to get out alive, it would mean that he gets this turtle right here, and Kong might just be too late to go in. They have to cut their losses right now. TSV, they need to look for an opportunity, an avenue coming in from Kong on the Cho. And Cho, I mean, it's just very telegraphed towards Rift Esports that Cho would be the main initiator. All they have to do is avoid that way of the dragon, and they are safe. But Rebellion...
Oh, Bear coming in with the 4 obvious shots come through, but Rebellion will be able to pull through away from the fight itself before he was tagged out by Lucian GT. On the other note, coming in for a fight with Denzo. He had a lot of damage coming through, but here's out. Skirmish comes through, shots coming through, takes down. Wukong will be able to take off first of all, but Kev Swan comes in, takes him down, and Melon will be the next victim as well. Now, Lucian QT unfortunately was tagged off by Rebellion itself to cover things up. The backup comes through, and now Team Rift Esport will be able to get at least 1-1, but at the same time, Team SV having a little bit of struggle, at least with the help of Rebellion comes through. The scrimmage has already been done.
Yeah, and with the macro play going on at the top lane, Sadboy did manage to get that outer tier turret for himself. And this is going to be a slight worry factor when they reach their power timing, where Aizen is slightly ahead of Kev Swan right now in terms of kills, but not in terms of levels. So in terms of farm, he is there to actually join the team fights already with that Tempest of Blades. And once the Harif joins in, Rift Esports, they're going to have a bad time. Glorious Pathway already being used.
Oh, everyone comes through right here as they push in straight to Bear first of all. Aizen slays it off. Now coming in to the side of Kev Swan. Kev Swan having a lot of damage. He pulls through away. And as Team SV saw the opportunity but ended up having Team Riv coming in for Denzo. But Denzo pulls through and it is still a 1 win to the side of Team SV.
Yeah, and very good call by Team SV. just identifying that entropy timing coming in from Rift Esports on FMM. Once the entropy comes through, they disengaged, did not take that team fight because they could not go for any more objectives. But now this third turtle will be up. Rift Esports with 2 turtles so far, but still having that net worth lost. But they want to keep that net worth advantage going because they have the later game team lineup. So it's going to be extremely scary, especially when Rift Esports managed to get this third turtle. But Team SV.
Oh, coming in for skirmish again as they pull through. Oh, farming all this side right here. Bear coming into the side of Denzo. Almost been able to shut it out, but unfortunately Denzo with Aizen coming up for the backup. Bear pulls through with Rebellion, try to do a lot of damage, and Team Rift had to pull away from the fight again.
Yeah, Team Rift, I mean, at this point, they are not at their power timings at all. TSV, they have the Zamon's Force. They will have Denzo with the IMW able to steal that glorious pathway. He's done it multiple times, and they have to be worried about that. Rift Esports, they're still trying to force the turtle. They do get it, though, but look at the back lines.
The backlights comes through right here, going in for Aizen, but doesn't manage to go to Bear. Still holding on for the side, but doesn't manage to pull through. With the side of Rebellion able to pull through and manage to actually shut them down. The attempts was a falter from the side of Team SV. I mean, at least they got the turtle, but then again, they still didn't manage to pull through with the gunfight. And at least the fact that they didn't actually manage to steal away from that fight, I mean, at least the falter from the side, they did manage to actually take down Denzo in the process.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they're slowly racking up their advantages, right? They got the turtle, they got the kill, and it's not looking good for TSV. Their item timings are going to be up at this point. Lucian Cutie, we were talking about his death counter. He only died once as a roaming Hylos. And at this point, he's going to become an unkillable pony with that glorious pathway. And you do not want to put that damage onto him, especially with the revitalization. So it's going to be on Aizen to find that key target. If he can take out Nathan, that would be key. But of course, FMM, his positioning, and him having that Purify is going to make it a lot harder. Melon, I don't like him dying twice, but then again, his RWM timing is very important. Rift Esports, they have the stronger team fight. Meanwhile, TSV, they will have to capitalize on the mistakes of Rift Esports to find the singular pickoffs on the Cho, possibly on the Ling as well. So Cho, I mean, I haven't seen a Way of the Dragon getting a kick on to Kev Swan or FMM, so might be getting harder as we head on into this mid stages of the game.
Agree, definitely. And as we progressing, it seems that despite the fact that Team SV was supposed to have a really good guarded wise when it comes to the backline, or even as the one who has the most potential, but here Wukong coming in to fight with Lucian QT as they try to pull him away, but unfortunately with the backup coming in from Kev Swan, still Wukong gets a lot of damage coming in. And this is where the fine line where Team Rift Esport, they have win a lot of those micro fights to a point that Team SV having a little bit of struggle to actually point out or even to actually catch off guards anyone from the team Respawn as well to maintain to at least have that potential of those fights.
Oh, the Athena shield coming out from Fovey is a very nice itemization coming out from Bear just to deal with Denzo and Sad Boy. And usually we don't see the Athena shield on the Phobias that often, so we can see Bear just being even more untamed, right? He can just jump in because all he has to worry about is that higher damage. But it would be just scary in that late game where Aizen has the damage to burst him down. So Bear, he needs to get his third item for that true power strike. But now the Lord would be danced around.
Oh, Lucian QT almost close enough to take down Denzo, but Wukong comes through for the backup. But at the same time, they're having a lot of struggle. Now, Aizen managed to actually go in for Lucian QT first of all. He takes it down first of all, and coming in with Denzo, back things up. But at the same time, FFM takes on double kill with that through-on fight. And now, Team SV, even with the one win, Rift Esports managed to come through, and the Lord will be in the hands of Rift Esports.
Yeah, Lord going their way, team fight going their way, 3-1, 3k gold advantage, right? And you can see how much damage Bear is able to deal because currently that damage point is only coming from Sad Boy and it's nullified by that Athena shield that he built. So now he can go in just not to be scared of Denzo at all, and he's going down.
he is going down. And he takes down as well. But Wukong managed to pull through. Did manage to bring back a little bit too ambitious coming in from Bear. But it's okay. He did what he needs to do to shut down Danzo first of all. But this is going to be an opening for the side of Team Respawn as Lord marching through into that lane.
Yeah, and cycling through that Zaman's Force would be very important for Rift Esports. They don't want to fight when the Zaman's Force is up. But now Aizen might be a little bit of trouble. Lucian Cutie does find a little stun on him. But Aizen, he does manage to get away. But with the Lord marching down on that top lane, can they sync up the lane priorities? Only bottom and top so far, so they might not be able to take an inhibitor turret, especially since they're not in position.
Lucian QT trying to spot out Danzo. Coming in for Rebellion first of all, as Melon, FMM, it's gonna be Lucian QT to be taken off by Sadboy himself first of all. But as the time goes by, hear it out. They're gonna go in for Melon as well as FMM. Wukong spotted out Wukong first of all, but Rebellion comes through, taking down FMM first of all. And as we see, the progress comes through with Rebellion, having a lot of damage taken down by Caps 1 as well. Now Sadboy looking for a way out to pull through with Bear pushing in, but unfortunately, the fight has already ended as Team SV at least managed to actually protect themselves and having a lot of win from their sides.
Yeah, still net worth advantage on the Rift Esports. They might have lost 2, but they give up Rebellion's life in the process. And that's what I was worried about, right? Lucian Cutie becoming unkillable, wasting so much of the resources. And it just felt like that was a very disjointed fight coming in from Rift Esports. But if the team members were in position, Team SV, they potentially should have been shut down. It's just that Lucian Cutie was ahead of everyone else in that timing. And it just felt to me like, yeah, Team SV, they have lost their power spike so far, and they need to rely on Aizen getting that 6 items. Once he's able to jump that back lines, once he's able to jump Melon or FMM, that would be the key timing for them. And right now, it just doesn't look too good for Team SV.
So far, we are seeing a lot of the fights been instigated coming in from the side of Rift Esports. Even so, it was a little bit a slow pace coming in, but here on out, Lucian QT goes in for Rebellion. Shots coming through with at the side of Caps 1, comes through with a kill, and now they're pushing in. But we do see that Harris come in with Wukong, having a lot of damage. Wukong will be the next victim. Now Danzo pulls through. Sadboy also had to pull away from those fight, not allowing any more of the damage coming in from Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, and that was a very well-placed team fight by Rift Esports because that timing is essentially 6 seconds, right, before that Lord spawns. And this is where a professional team like really shines in terms of experience. Rift Esports showing that the team fight timings are still on point despite that little disjointed team fight that we had before. Now that we have all 5 members going in with that glorious pathway, they become unkillable, unstoppable, and just super fast to deal with. Team SV, they could not answer at all. And it's going to be extremely scary for the next few minutes, especially if they have nobody that's able to jump the back line. I mean, Melon, he's going to get a free RWM, and Lucian Cutie, he's just not dying at this point. And now FMM has shot up in terms of damage just because of the pure peel potential that Lucian Cutie brings to the game, where he is taking away so much aggro from Team SV, and this might be the final push coming in from Rift Esports as they are looking to cut them by the throats here. Rift Esports are going in.
We got the second lot coming in. Lucian QT as the one to pull through. We got FMM also backing things up. Rebellion having a little bit of slowdown damage coming through. FMM will be in. And we do have a little bit of micro fights as well on the other side, as we do see that Cas1 having a lot of damage, but FMM will be the one to take down Danzo. Now pushing in with Sadboy as well as Rebellion, trying to shut down those lot, but at the same time here, Bear, Melon as well as Lucian QT shuts down Wukong first of all, and now pushing in with Sadboy. Sadboy giving a lot of damage, but he did manage to take down Melon before FMM shuts him down, and now leaving only Aizen as well as Rebellion. Rebel will be the next one, and Aizen doesn't know what to do anymore. As damage comes in, he will be the one to survive and try to hold on to tower, but this is a done deal for Team Rift Esports as they are holding on to the lifeline as they are the one to win this round.
Yeah, 6,000 gold advantage. Rift Esports did an extremely good job of pressing that advantage, right? That last team fight, you saw what FMM was doing in that back line. His positioning, his spacing was very key, but what I really liked about him was his entropy discipline. He did not use his ultimate despite the fact that he had it, right? He could have potentially bursted them down, but he was waiting for more members of Team SV to spawn in. Once they go for the team fight, he set up the entropy and then he just bursted them down, and that was the winning move from FMM. Wow, Rift Esports, very micro intensive as well.
Agree, definitely. I think a great job coming in from Reef Esport, even despite the fact that Cavs1 having a lot of damage and he was almost close enough to be shut down. He managed to pull through, and Reef Esport focusing on one goal itself. They had their mindset already. They say like doesn't matter, even though Cavs1 was having a lot of potential to be taken down, they still maintain a really good composure, shutting down most of the players of Team SB. And at the end of it all, the Lord managed to pull through a lot of already damage into the tower to a point that there was nothing to be done for Team SV. A great job coming in from Rift Esports.
Yeah, and they knew their power timings really well because, of course, in terms of having that Harif, in terms of having that Ling, it just brings a different ball game, right? They had that late game assurance in terms of Aizen. Yes, but in that early game, I felt that Cho had to be the one to start everything, and they shouldn't have been scared to jump on Lucian Cutie in the first 5 minutes of the game, because at first 5 minutes of the game, what is a Hylos to you is just a very oversized creep that can probably stun, because you don't have that glorious pathway. All you have is that revitalization, and you have a lot of damage coming through. And if you look at the itemization coming out from Bear, his Thunderbelt into Athena shield, that is just plain dirty, right? It's just to play against Sad Boy, it's just to play against Denzo. He does not care about Aizen because he knows that Aizen will not aim him. And Aizen, yeah, true to form, he was trying to take out Melon, he's trying to take out FMM, but if he knew that Bear had that Athena shield, then Bear probably would have died multiple times, but he only died twice.
Oh, that's true though. And the fact that we are seeing they were trying to actually shut down Lucian QT a little bit too late, and to a point that even so when Lucian QT was the one to pull through to instigate doing the crowd control, that was when Team SV, they couldn't actually do a lot of the potential of defending wise for their side, and putting out a lot of the sunlights where Wukong could not even be able to actually even capture one of the players coming in from the side of Team Rift Esport. That was a struggle for Team SV itself here for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of having that advantage, Rift Esports, they just never let go the moment they had that third turtle. Once the third turtle fight was taken, he just converted it all the way, and just really well done coming in from the side of Rift Esports and using Bear as that initiation tool, right? We expected Lucian Cutie with that glorious pathway to go in first, but no, Bear was that initiation tool, and the fact that they can just pull that 1-2, I like that. Lucian Cutie is playing very well with FMM right now. They were on that bottom lane having that separated team fights in terms of having that macro decisions in that late game. Rift Esports, they still got it despite being a different team.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, again, this is where the fine line saying that despite they are coming out as a new lineup, as a new roster, somehow those experience-wise coming from Lucian QT himself, as well as FMM, is pulling through for Team Rift Esports. From the side of Team SV, I think they pretty much thought a really good idea. We've even talked about this when it comes to drafting wise. They had a really good idea probably on the start of the game itself, where they had the crowd control on their side. They had at least Valentina as well as the side of Harith. I mean, we know for a fact that they could actually pick up a different hero to back things up, but then again with Harith they might be able to change things. But unfortunately with Team Rift Esport is just in a better position, as well as in a better way of going in for those teams fight. That's where Team SV falters for this first round.
Yeah, and really, I just felt that TSV, they did not capitalize on their draft. Because yes, they had that power timing, where Zayman's force was available. They actually went in, they took the team fight. Yes, but they should have pushed the issue because they had that mobility. They had the Avatar of the Guardian coming in from Rebellion. They had Denzo with the glorious pathway, similar to what Rift did in later game. They can actually do it in that early to mid game, but it felt like Aizen was not together with the team. Of course, he was on the link, but he's just a late game assurance. If he had fought with his team just a bit earlier, he had enabled Wukong a bit earlier as well, that would have been great for TSV's momentum going into that later stages of the game, and Rift Esports would have been kept on a leash.
But we got here the MVP of the round itself. It's gonna be TFFM. I mean, I know that you guys are probably confused with the graphic wise. Don't worry, it's still FMM from Team Reef Esport himself. Just a little bit minor technical issues there. But with the KDA of 9-1-4 as well as 81% of kill participation, I mean, he was able to actually hold down his own lane all by himself, and he managed to pull through and giving a lot of the team fight for the team of Rift Esports.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they did a very good job of holding that advantage. In terms of knowing their win conditions, they're very strong as well. And in terms of using that Nathan Hylos combo, I just really didn't like that Hylos didn't die, right? Hylos is so scary if he does not die, and that's what makes him strong in the first place. And to counter that Hylos, what we usually see teams doing, if the Hylos is on the EXP lane, usually you play something like a lane dominator, like a CC, like a Yuzong, where the Hylos is kept out of the lane, where you put a glue we see in the recent meta as well. But now that it's going into the newer meta, Hylos in that roamer, he has been controlled by Cho. Yes, he has indeed been controlled by Cho, but only in the early stages of the game. That's where you need to capitalize on the Hylos' weakness. In that early 8 minutes of the game, before the first Lord spawns, you gotta kill the Hylos as much as possible so that his farm is not there, revitalization cannot be used, and in terms of your own farm, you're up there because you're killing that Hylos so many times.
Agree, definitely. So again, why when it comes to the defense-wise of Team Rift Esport, or not just defense-wise, when it comes to the team fight itself, they've already got it down, and to a point that I like the note that you talked about how Team SV was a little bit too afraid to actually go in first of all, because they should have the potential started off first. But then, even so, we did saw they try to pick one after another. They even try to go in for a fight with Lucian QT. I like the fact that Melon was always there to back things up, and no matter how they try to actually pull away Lucian QT, they still couldn't manage to do so. And that could be one of the key points, the reason why Reef Esport managed to pull through. And even so, even from the first success of the title itself, managed to have an idea or even a prediction of wise of how Reef Esport was just in a better formation.
Yeah, and TSV, I mean, yeah, you see from the first few team fights, Lucian QT already taking out Aizen. This was not a very good look because they secured their first turtle off of this, right? TSV, they did manage to get even Stevens 2 for 2, but the fact that Kev Swan is alive, and now their power timings, yes, is through. Aizen is fighting as well, and this is what they should have been doing. They should have kept on pushing that advantage, kept on pushing that pace, especially at this 5 to 6 minute mark where the Zamin's force is up. But look at this, they're too afraid to fight the next few team fights. And with the 5-man not available and the entropy being there from FMM, they're just going to fall one by one because Denzo was that main target coming through. This segmented team fight, very beautiful coming in from Rift Esports, taking fights on both ends, even though Aizen was trying to get the backline away, he just couldn't do it because at that point you just don't have enough damage because your team isn't there. And now the entropy usage by FMM comes out to clear the rest of the team. He had that ultimate the whole time but used it when Aizen joined the team fight because he held it just for Aizen.
And the fact that we keep on seeing Wukong was a little bit late off trying to pick up one after at least one of the tide of the Team Reef Esport, and that's a struggle coming in for Team SV because the fact is, if you have one to not be able to actually go in for the goal itself to shut down Reef Esport, that is where Team SV could not do anything, and Team Reef Esport found the potential, shut them down for good, not allowing anyone to come in from the bad line itself itself, and to a point that no matter what they do, Team SV just fails in the contempt of trying to fight off for those micro fights itself with Team Reef Esports.
Yeah, and I really want to see Team SV succeed, right? Because they need to bring up the tempo. Like you can see that their team fight, they're meant for this tempo. They are meant to just push the advantage, keep it going, just choke away the enemy resources, take away the enemy's jungle, and they were doing a great job in the early game where Harif was taking out the towers, joining in team fights with the Diamond's Force. Aizen was present in all the team fights. But once it got to the mid stages, they began to show a bit too much respect, where Denzel was getting shut down and Denzel had to retreat. But the rest of the team did not collapse. They just were trying to usher Denzel away, trying to save him as much as possible. But that's not the premium KH style that I'm so used to seeing, right? Because KH is known for, if you're gonna take away my team member, I'm gonna take away yours. I'm gonna jump into the team fight, I'm gonna force a team fight and keep it going. And that's what their lineup was all about. That's what I wanted to see from Team KH TSV.
Agree, definitely. Because again, there was a lot of potential for screams. There was a lot of the point that way they were the one who instigate. Even Team Respawn was saying like, come on up, let's have a fight. But then there was a point of time where they tried to actually pull away, and when they saw that response from the side of Team Respawn, they ended up doing the same thing as well. So this is something we are seeing, that can they actually do the same case here for our second match? Because again, if Team Reef Esport pull through again with a success, they will be the first team to get a 2-0 to move in for round number 2. But Team SV, they gotta do something. They gotta go back to the drawing boards of what they've seen. Coming up for the banning, back again with Hayabusa out of the picture. We do see from the side of Riv Esport as well, Jushin, Soyu, the typical, as well as Alpha coming out as well. So this is a typical banning off, as well as Chip taken out from the process from both teams.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of premium picks in the pool, right? And you can still go for the Nolan. You can still go for a lot of the premium junglers. If you think about the roamers as well, the Matilda is still there. But Alpha Suyo, it has been taken out. But so far, you can work with a premium fighter as well. If you want to go for a fighter jungler, you can bring out the Roger as well. So for TSV, they have a lot of choices available. And they choose to open up with the Hylos. Very strong pick indeed. But let's see how Rift Esports just replies to that. Because Hylos, yes, you can shut him down easily, but you have to figure out where he's going first. Like if he's the EXP laner, usually we see teams play the Glue, usually we see teams play the CC. If he is on that roamer, you see usually more disrupt, where a Kaja comes out, where that singular target, Jawhead potentially, and the Cho as well. So these three might be coming out from Rift Esports, but of course they can go for the flex pick still.
I like the fact that they stole Hylos straight away from Reef Esports. The fact that they know how they don't want to actually allow it. But on the side of Reef Esports, they ended up stealing Gatot Kaca from Team SV, and they also bring back Eves in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve looks like Melon is really comfortable on Eve so far, but it's not the only hero that he plays, right? So yeah, there's a lot more tricks up their sleeve. They're potentially not trying to show too many things in this current current best of 3 series. But yes, Eve, Gato Kacha, very strong combo. But how does Team SV respond to this team fight? Whether they can shred through the defenses of the Gato Kacha, where we saw Rift Esports, they did bring out the Nathan. The gold laner would be very important here for Team SV.
Agree, and they got Harith again on the side of Team SB. There's as well as Fovius been stolen away from Reef Esport. I think that Team SV has got it going down, saying that they're not going to allow any of the potential been put out by Reef Esport after their success, and they're going to actually use it against Team Reef Esports.
Yeah, with the Khalid ban out, that Fovius pick is something that I should have seen coming, right? Because the two premium EXP laners, the Fovius and the Khalid, you pick either one, but now that one is gone, you pick up the other, and Team SV, they just picked up one for themselves. And TSV, they have a very strong opening draft, but Rift Esports, they can potentially try and stop the Harif as much as possible. If they want, they can still pick up the Lunox for Riv Esports to destroy that Harif, make sure that he does not have a team fight going. But they go for the Matilda instead. Matilda, very strong at repositioning the Eve. The Gato Kacha can potentially be saved as well with the Avatar of the Guardian going in. So yeah, very just strong overall pick, but not showing their game plan yet.
Okay, interesting coming in from Reef Esports. Now we're looking for to see. Oh, okay, Angela will be banned off for the next one from the side of Reef Esports. I think the possibility of the mobility-wise to be put out to Team SV is very tricky. So I like the fact that they take out Angela because you already have Harvard as well as Forbius, a lot of the potential of giving more support for themselves. They don't want Team SV to have much potential of defense mechanism or even to have a choke on the side of Reef Esports itself.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Angela would have been a very strong pick, especially with the shields from the Harif coming through. So yeah, really strong pick. But the TSV, I mean, on the other hand, they do take out the Bane, which is kind of niche pick, I feel. It is very strong. It is very strong. Rift Esports are known for doing that, known for picking the Bane, but not on Kev Swan. They're known for picking the Bane on Canonio, and he's not playing today, so I might have done the homework on the wrong player today, TSV.
Okay, interesting. I mean, again, this is a questionable choices made from Team SV. There's a possibility the coach knows the players coming out from Rift Esports, but then Ling being banned as well. This is going to be a bit tough from the side of Team SV, but we do see Nathan being banned. So Rift Esports, they have a lot of things to be going out right here for their own team.
Yeah, I mean, potentially if you want to kill two birds with one stone, you can pick up the Moskov as your gold laner. Of course, they go for that Nolan as well. Yeah, you can pick up the Moskov to just deal with the Harif. It's still a very even 1v1 situation without the help of the Roamer, and you can join the team fight whenever with the Spear of Destruction. So Rift Esports, they still have a lot of choices in terms of the gold laners. But meanwhile, for Team SV, they have yet to pick up their mage, right? To deal with the Eve, I mean, usually we see the Zhu Xin being used, but Zhu Xin is being banned out, so you will not have that available. The Aurora is really strong choice as well. We see teams pick up that Vexana as well, so potentially they can go for that Vexana or the Aurora if they choose to do so.
Agree, definitely. I mean, if you have someone to crowd controls, and we are seeing Vexana being picked up, as well as Fanny. Okay, all right. I like the fact that they already, again, Team SV-wise, when it comes to drafting, I have to admit, this is, you've already talked about even from the first drafting itself, they love to cover every single ground. It just, when it comes to persecution, this is a question if they be able to pull through. I mean, you already have Aizen with Ling previously, but they didn't manage to pull through now. Can Fanny be able to change things around for Team SV?
The good thing about Rift Esports, right? I mean, about Team SV, right? Is that Rift Esports does not have any form of lockdown right now. That Fanny pick completely threw them off guard. They have nothing to catch the Fanny. So it's a very strong pick coming out from TSV. In terms of draft itself, very solid. And they do go for the Lunox. Lunox is a very strong pick for survivability and trying to fight the Harif, right? You win, you instantly win the Harif in terms of a 1v1 matchup. You have the power of Order Brilliance to avoid the Fanny, but it's not the end-all solution for Rift Esports. I mean, Fanny itself, it's a very hard hero to catch, and they don't have any lockdown. So it's potentially a free game for TSV if they play their cards right.
Agree, definitely. If they are a different team that been put out, because again, remembering back on the first draft itself, it was perfect, but they were a little bit too scared to pull through. Maybe this time around, if they have a really good drafting already, if they can pull through with a really good persecution, there's a possibility it's going to go into 1-1. I'm actually, in my favor right now, I'm already seeing side on Team SV. Previously, it was rigged because it was a little bit unorthodox, but there was a lot of potential to be put out because they were a little bit more aggressive side and they were able to pull through. Even when the team fights comes in, they were they were really good in timing off whether or not they want to actually pull out from the fight first of all, or they want to actually go in. So coming in right here is going to be game number 2 for the team of SV versus Reef Esports.
Yeah, will they tie things up, or will Rift Esports run away with the 2-0? And that map advantage.
Let's see. Somehow we do see that Melon as well as Lucian QT trying to find a way. I mean, the fact that we have Vexana as well as Hylos on the mid, I do think that I'm in the favor of their teams because you have a lot of the crowd control on the side. So this is something that Team SV, they gotta actually really potentially do a great wonder for their persecutions. Now going in a fight already, we do see on the mid lane a lot of damage, but Denzo a little bit too jittery to a point that almost been taken out, and with Rebellion managed to come in for the backup, at least Team SV is safe for a while.
And Fanny already going in with the execution. Malin finds himself extremely low here. Pertho might be able to catch Aizen here.
Oh, coming in, but nope, it doesn't. And Wukong on the other note, try to actually shut them down, probably slow things for Team SV, as well as it seems that Team Reef Esport managed to actually pull through. I mean, despite the fact that there was an engagement, there was a point that Aizen was trying to come in, still it was not enough to go in for that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where the snowball effect of the Fanny is very important, right? If you manage to get a kill, like right now, he does manage to go through, but not able to find a kill, but does find the finish.
Oh, finally he comes in, takes down Lucian Cutie first. That's the first blood for Fanny. And that's not going to be a good opening coming in from Team Rift. But as they try to actually pull the turtle, Wukong back things off, giving a lot of damage to Bear. Bear pulling away from the fight itself. As Melon coming in, they're trying to actually make sure at least this turtle will be open up for themselves.
Yeah, Rift Esports, I mean, with that Nolan, you expect some form of early game advantage, right? You want to get the early game advantage, that snowball going with that Nolan as much as possible. But we have not seen Kev Swan fight in that early game as much as he can because he knows that there's no lockdown for Fanny, so there's no damage being dealt to him. So Rift Esports, they will have a lot to deal with. Their RWM has to be used at that perfect timing to catch that split second where Fanny is available to be caught.
Contest coming in from the side of Total. Aizen will be the first one to take down, but at the same time, pushing it to the side of Melon, but they don't really go in for the fight just yet. They know for a fact they already got their win. That's a really good composition on the side of Team SV, to a point that no matter how much they try to actually contest that Turtle, it's still on the side of Team SV.
Oh, Kev Swan trying to find the fracture on the sad boy. Not able to do so, but in that back line, Kong.
Wukong comes in for the backup, but at the same time, he's having a lot of damage going in. But it seems that Team Respawn saying that they're not going to be too tricky or even greedy to go in for a fight just yet. But here, Aizen pulling into the side of Melon. He goes in, shuts down Melon instantly. Lucian Cutie could not do anything. Now, Kev Swan, find a way, try to actually bait, but he's a little bit too late as Aiden already done a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that Fanny pick really proving to pay dividends for Team SV right now. Rift Esports, they're struggling to find an answer. I mean, what do? Throw a circling eagle in, throw anything in. There's no lockdown for the Fanny. He's still gonna be able to get that cable away, and there is really nothing present for the side of Rift Esports. They have to capitalize on the other members, right? You have to take out Rebellion, you have to take out Sad Boy, but all they have to do is play safe. And TSB, they're doing a great job of trying to funnel the farm onto Aizen as much as possible. Meanwhile, not giving their own lives in vain. It's still a 2-0 scoreline. As long as TSB, they try to keep it as even as possible, they will eventually win in that mid to late game stages.
And the fact that they are very aggressive now, this is where we see Team SV finally pulling through. 3-1 coming in right now, and Lucian Cutie trying to actually mobilize. It's going to be the fight 2v1. Sad Boy managed to pull through away without any casualty. That was a really good move coming in from Sad Boy. But here, Wukong comes in. He goes in for a push, but it's not going to do anything as they stun in straight bear, and they managed to actually pull away with no sort of fights pulled through. But here on out, Team SV, it seems that they want to actually contest for the next turtle as Team Rift. It's going to be Lucian QT who goes in for a fight as we go Wukong. But Rebellion managed to steal away. Denzel takes on Cap Swan, and now they're going to push it. Sad Boy coming in for Bear as well as Lucian QT, but Lucian QT managed to go in for a fight. But as we progress, Denzel takes on Melon, and FFM managed to trade it off with Aizen, also managed to steal away the tower as well. But Denzel getting another double kill, and with another taken down by Lunox, now is going to be a maniac for Denzel as Team SB looking better than ever.
7-1, Team SV with the first maniac of SPS, right? You don't expect that from a Vexana because in this stage of the game, the Vexana should have been chased down by Kev Swan. But
Yeah.
TSV, they did an extremely good job of target prioritization. Once the jungler is out, then Denzo, he can come in with that Nether Blast free of charge. But Aizen in a bit of trouble, but still, once again, they have an extreme lack of lockdown for Riv Esports. They cannot go for this lockdown plays. They cannot go for the pickoffs. All they can rely on is that 5-on-5 fights. And Kev Swan, he cannot be the first one in. It's going to be Bear or Lucian Cutie. They have to initiate. I don't really like the play from Riv Esports where they're sending Kev Swan in now.
Okay, this is it. We do see Team Reef Esport will try to steal away the buff first of all, but it's gonna give them at least some of the shots for a while. But still, it's not enough to pull through as team fights wise, it still looks very strong on the side of Team SV. Now, they know for a fact that they've already lost some of their towers, so this is a really potential from the side of Team SV to pull through for the next turtle. It's gonna be the third turtle coming up next, and Team Rift Esport is looking very, very weak.
Yeah, Riv Esports, in terms of that farm, not too far behind, right? 3K, 7 minutes, but still, they lack the lockdown to deal with the Fanny, but they require the farm to do so. So Riv Esports, if they can get a 5-on-5 team fight going where Kev Swan is not dying, FMM is not dying, they might be able to pull through. Their circling eagle has to find that perfect mark onto Denzo. If he's taken out of the fight, the Avatar Guardian lands, Riv Esports, they have that perfect dream team fight going. You have to take out that Vexana, you have to take out that Harry.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. Bear pushing on Wukong first of all. It's not gonna be the real target that they needed to pull through. Sad Boy as well as Denzo looking for a way. It seems that Denzo already put out a target to the side of Melon. It seems that Melon had to pull away, and Team SV doing a really good strategy-wise on the side of target. It seems that they do some damage right here, and Team SV going in for the pull right now as Wukong comes in. They books in for the side of Rebellion, but Rebellion already putting out a start for the side of Melon. Melon having a lot of damage right here. He's going out right here, but Melon managed to actually survive it out, and as he pull it away from the fight, Team SV did manage to pull in to the side of that turtle, but now pushing into the side of Melon, just close enough to shut down, but Rebellion a little bit too overextension to a point. He was taken out, but still it's a win for Team SV with the currency-wise in their hands.
Yeah, Rebellion was doing the dirty work, right? Trying to keep the team away while Team SV was taking that turtle in that front ground. And the back lines, Rift Esports, they were unable to lock him down. And it's just so scary to watch because it's only a Phoveus, right? It's only the Phoveus in the back line. He's able to chase away 3 members. He was 1v3 at the point. And Fanny is jumping.
No, shuts down straight away to Kev's one, and that was a really beautiful, perfect shot coming in. And now Sad Boy looking for a way to the side of FMM as well as Lucian QT. They know they need to actually pull in, clears out all the minions straight away from the mid, and now pushing on to the 4 remaining players as Rebellion will be the one to open out straight away, coming off for the side of Melon. Melon having a lot of damage. He pulls away as fast as possible before becoming another casualty in the hands of Team SV. Too close to tell, but yet it was a really good composure coming in from Team SV.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Esports, they struggling to find an answer right now. They try to throw in everything with the rule of manipulation. They still could not get an advantage going. That was their 5-on-5 team fight, right? And they have no form of viability for pickoff. Lucian Cutie, I mean, that circling eagle needs to find a crazy mark. But Denzo's not going to show himself there. He's trying right now. He's trying as the god of Kacha, and we see a team fight.
Finally comes in for the fight. FFM having a lot of damage, but doesn't manage to pull through. Now Bear will be the one to having a lot of damage. He pulls away from those fights, and as we see, Exit comes in. Wukong takes on Melon with the help, and as if to pull in, Bear had to back things off. Aizen making a lot of damage, giving a good help to the side of Team SV to a point that Team Reef Esport could not respond back.
And this is what I was looking forward to see out of the KH region, right? That brawl mentality. Like, if you're going to go in for that team fight, yeah, I'm jumping your back lines. And Aizen tried to do that multiple times on the link, but it shows that now his Fanny is performing to the highest degree. Already a 5k gold advantage going in from Team SV. This is a bit too far gone now. They will secure this Lord for free. And Rift Esports, they have no late game assurance, right? Only Nolan, who might be able to get that 6th item and burst things down, but that Lunox is not going to be enough. Glorious Pathway already being used here, trying to force them away from this purple buff here. TSV, they secure so much of the map for themselves. And Aizen, he has a Rose Gold Meteor already.
I mean, they cover up everything. They got 3 turtles. They already got the Lord in their hands as well. Marching in already to the bottom lane. And now, gonna go in for the scrimmage for the mid lane. And he's going in for a fight. Danzo will be the first to be taken out by Melon. Finally pulls in. And there's gonna be an opening. FMN takes down Wukong as well. And shuts down Rebellion in an instant. But here, Aizen coming in for the pull. But doesn't manage to pull anyone from Team Rift Esport. A little bit late, but finally, Rift Esport find their answers.
And that was just perfect timing coming up for Rift Esports. They identified that Team SV, they were pushing at the worst possible timing, where Fanny was at the top lane and they had no lane priority. All they had to do was cut the creeps out. But there we have extended team fight. Aizen might be coming in from the back, but Sapboy gets taken out.
So about takes it out. Now Bear trying to push into Aizen. Doesn't manage to get a lock. I mean, Aizen a little bit slippery here. Trying to find a way to actually fight off with those who are still surviving. The Wukong comes back alive and he's trying to find an opening. If they can actually find an opening, that could be the case here for Team SV. They know for a fact that Lord has already been shut down. Great respawn-wise from Brief Esport, but still, this is still a game for Team SV to win.
Yeah, that was a mistake coming out from Team SV to try and push that secondary tier turret. They underestimated the power of the real world manipulation, the ultimate coming in from Melon. Eve still has that control, right? He still has that small zone of control, and if you all walk into it, you're gonna die. So Team SV, I mean, I know you like to fight, but don't fight in that enemy turret.
Okay, let's see. So far right now, the first Lord was taken out already. They still have the second Lord and team looking away to actually go in for the scrimmage on the top lane. Spotted out, first of all, Aizen, pulling out straight away, but he's going to be a little bit slippery. And Wukong finds an opening, goes straight away for a fight, shuts down Lucian a little bit too slow, but he's going to be the first one to take down. Takes on FMM as well. Now looking for Bear. Now it seems that Cave Swan managed to pull through, but Bear will be the next victim by Denzo himself. And now leaving only 2 players for Team Rift Esports.
And that's the problem with Rift Esports lineup, where your damage dealers need to be all the way in front, right? FMM, he has a very short range where he's able to deal damage. And Team SV, they capitalize on that because you're going to jump into Zamon's Force. You're going to jump into that Eternal Guard where you're going to get controlled. Even if you have that Power Order Brilliance, it's only for a split second. It's not going to be enough to save you from the team fight with that flicker even. So TSV, they capitalize on that really well. Now, with the Enhanced Lord spawning on the map, they will be able to secure this for themselves. And Rift Esports, they will either have to fight or hold.
Let's see. Seems that Bear and Lucian QT goes into front side. They're not going to allow them to steal that Lord, first of all. Rebellions looking to find a way. As we do know for a fact that Aizen is just on the back line, waiting for the right time, getting the info that he needs, first of all. And Rebellion goes in for 1v1 with Bear, first of all. Melon comes in. It's going to be Aizen who spot them out from a distance, looking for a way to shut down Team Rift Esports. They got to be careful here. Now comes in for a fight with Kaz1, first of all. Kaz1 having a lot of damage, but at the same time, they pull in. Aizen having a lot of damage. Great support comes in, and it seems to be Sad shuts down Bear, first of all. Even though they managed to shut down Aizen's attempt for the backline, it is going to be Sadboy who goes in for the front.
Yeah, so many resources being used for just Aizen alone. Then Bear, he had to fight the front line so that the rest of the team SV could not collapse onto Rift Esports. But now they might have a slight timing window here if they choose to go and fight. But they cannot see the team that the map vision that we see. Of course, they see just the fog of war, and Melon would be choosing to just provide some vision here, and they just lost that timing window that they had.
Let's see, going in for the Lord, Wukong Gonna actually bring into the side of Melon as well as Cas1. It's gonna be an opening. Slot has already been slain, and as FMM shuts down Wukong, coming in, Aizen will be trying to push into the side of Bear. Bear having a lot of damage already. He's going to be the first one to be attacked by Denzo as they go in for the progression. Unfortunately, they pull away from the team fight, but FMM as well as Yukizi not gonna actually pull through because they wanna actually continue on, but Team, as we say, it's done deal already. They don't need to do any much more further. Just gonna wait for the lot to march in, as they only need that for them to pull into the baseline of Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they will have to do the same thing again, where they have that lane priority going well for them, and Aizen needs to clear out that lane. And then they can potentially take the team fight. But now the enhanced ward is up, and Aizen is going in.
Aizen going in for a fight with Luchiguti. Does have a lot of damage. It's not going to be enough though. He's not going to go in. Spotted out Luchiguti. Oh, but Luchiguti managed to pull through. The Lord was already being taken out a little bit too slow for the fight. Instead, they could have actually utilized it, but in the end, Team Rift Esport, a great defense-wise, and now they have a reset that they need for their team.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they do a very good job of clearing that Lord, knowing that TSV, they do not go for that macro, right? They do not go for that 3-lane priority when they go in. And that's the first mistake that TSV made, where Rift Esports, they won the team fight. Because the rest of the lanes, they were not shoving in the same time. And this is what KH Meta struggles a bit with, like that lane priority, where the rest of the lanes, they do not need to worry about it. So Rift Esports, they can cast their eyes on just that singular lane alone. And this is what separates one of the top few teams from maybe just a good team. Like the best team from the good teams always get separated by this level of macro. And Rift Esports, they've been using it to their advantage. So far, even though it's 14-7, they've been keeping the net worth equal. But teamfight's still not gonna go their way because their lineup isn't just it. I don't think it's it, man.
Agree, definitely. I mean, 14-7. I mean, the great fights already been put out by Team SV itself. But here on out, they're gonna actually try to steal away the buff from the side of Team Rift Esport. Again, this is just pretty much a cover for Team SV, controlling each and every single angle of the map itself for themselves. Team Rift Esport, I know they have been doing well, but they're pushing out to the Aizen. Aizen getting a lot of damage. He pulls away from fight, but at the same time, Bear having a lot of damage, and they managed to back things up. By the same here, Lucian Cutie trying to pull into the side of Wukong, doesn't manage to pull through, and in the end, that scrimmage ended off before Team Rift Esport could do anything.
Oh, and Rift Esports, they've been trying to catch Aizen, right? That taunt coming through from Bear, being used as the only control tool, not being able to catch Aizen, that's just bad news because he still has that immortality up. And not getting rid of that immortality, this Lord fight is all for SV here. As Rift Esports, they will have to deal with the pressure that Aizen brings.
Kevzwan already been spotted out. 1v1. Aizen comes through. Kevzwan, gotta be careful here. Pushing in, but Aizen doesn't go in for a fight just yet. Leaving Kevzwan just a little bit, but we do have a team fight right here at the Lord side. Sad Boy coming in for a side. Wukong also pulls through to Bear. Bear will be taken out first of all, as Lucian Kuti looking for a way out. No, unfortunately, couldn't manage to do so. And Aizen, it seems that Kevzwan had to actually join in. Rebellion, unfortunately, still surviving out. Gonna go in. Lucian Kuti spotted it out, and Wukong almost been taken out, but Kevzwan managed to take him down as well. And now it's gonna be one more fight to be put out as they pull into the side of Denzo. Kevzwan and Sad Boy also managed to shut down Melon. There's gonna be a trade, but Kevzwan doesn't manage to go in. He did! He shuts down Sandboy, and this is gonna be a good win from Rift Esport, and they need to get this lot immediately before Aizen comes in. But Aizen pushing into FMM. FMM having a lot of damage here. He still survived it out, but no, one more shot to go. Aizen didn't manage to survive.
Yes.
And shuts down full through from FMM and Team Rift Esport.
Oh my god, Rift Esports, they might have done it here. The rest of Team SV, they're nowhere near spawning.
No! Wow! As we see it right here, the one who secured the first round, it is gonna be Rift Esport for the first match of the day. 2-0 in their hands.
Yeah, 2-0 in their hands. They were dealing with a Fanny that was unanswered for. And Rift Esports, they show great tenacity in overcoming these obstacles, right? They wait for the mistakes from the opponent, and they are playing that very clean macro game where they identify that, yeah, there is no push coming through, because if the Lord comes through this side and the rest of the lanes, we don't have to worry about it. We can just clear the Lord one at a time, because there is no bigger gameplay coming in from TSV. All they want to do is fight. And Rift Esports, they just slowly adapt so well. The way that they are able to use Bear to use that taunt, the way that they are able to just segment the team fights. In the last team fight, you saw that there were fights on both ends of the map, and they somehow still managed to come through.
I think that was actually the mistakes comes in from Team SV. We keep on seeing a lot of the mistakes was done by Team SV because, I mean, they are well known when it comes to the macro fights, the team fight itself. That's where they will be able to rise out top as the one to contest, or even to be the one to raise off to the top. But then when we saw that Team Rift Esports spotted out Aizen all over the map, and they know the right time, and Kevswan, I like the fact that he played out with the time. He knows Aizen was already eyeing him, and he just shut it off. It doesn't matter. He will be the one to give that opening for a side of 4 of the players of Rift Esports to make it through on that Lord side. And Aizen was a little bit too slow, but as they come in, they shut down Danzo, they shut down Sadboy, and even with Aizen try to pull away the players of Rift Esports is still not enough. And Rift Esports, they surprise us off really, really hard here for the second game.
Yeah, Kev Swan, I was gonna say, right? Really, he managed to keep Aizen at the top lane.
Yeah.
All the time. He was playing with those rocks. This is how you play against a Fanny, right? If the Fanny is going to jump you and you are in that isolated area and you have that ability to jump over rocks, this is how you do it. Like, you gotta play with the obstacles as much as possible because she's hindered by the obstacles. And the fact that Kev Swan did that, he did not have enough energy to join the team fight later on. He had to join it a bit later because he had to recall back to base. And that's just amazing timing coming in from Rift Esports. I'm pretty sure they were just screaming like, yeah, this guy's no energy, fight, keep fighting. And then that's apparently what they did.
Crazy, seriously, really, really crazy. Started out on the early games as well as to the mid game itself, and even on the late game itself, it was Team SV all the way. But with one pull through coming in from Rift Esport on that Lord match fight, that was when we see all the patterns fall through for Rift Esport. I mean, talking about when it comes to the currency wise, it was more on TSV. They had the better upper hand. They had a lot of the advantage on the side. Look at this. They got 3 Pertho on their side. They got 2 of the lords for themselves. And then they even managed to clear out most of the towers. And yet, the win goes out to Rift as those micro decision making was done by them. That was the reason for Team SV in defeat here for the second match.
Yeah, and it goes to show, right, how these decision makings can really change the pace of the game. Like, if you don't have a full grasp of the win conditions, it really comes to bite you in the back. The fact that TSV, they pushed multiple times without having the rest of the lanes pushed out, that really comes to show where the macro gameplays comes through. And this is the difference of meta between the KH and the Singapore region, right? Singapore, they really like to play this kind of macro gameplay where, yeah, if your lanes are not pushed out, we can focus on one area of the map. And we see TSV, they keep trying to force the team fights again. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm just saying that Rift Esports, they've been getting your number time and time again. Maybe it's time to change up the play style where you have Aizen at least waiting in the back lines. But I gotta say, Kev Swan, he did an extremely good job of keeping Aizen occupied.
Yeah, and not only that, going into the team fight itself, look at this. FMM still the one who raised it off for those fight itself. I mean, with Luna's covering up the line, picking off one player after another, that's the reason why they had a really good run, a really good success on that Lord fight itself. And Lucian Cutie to back things off with Matilda was just perfect with 12 assists itself. And this is where we are seeing, despite Rift's drafting was a little bit questionable, there was a little bit of unorthodox, but it still pulled through here to fight with Team SV.
Yeah, and the fact that I feel that a lot of times, Rebellion didn't die because of that Winter's Crown. He did such a great job into peeling the team fight, right? You saw him 1v3 everyone on that Phoveus, but still, it wasn't enough to kill the members of Rift SG. And now we see that almost is not enough. As we see FMM, he did manage to get the MVP with those 7 kills coming through by the damage dealt.
Wow, and we got Eisen as honorable. I mean, he deserved though, because he was definitely the one who really covers up or even controlling throughout the early games to the mid games itself. There was a lot of those early picks from Team SV itself that was making a lot of the idea that we were thinking that Team SV had the a great idea for shutting down every single attempt of Rift, and Rift Esport was having a struggle as well. Even Denzo itself with the crowd control, I mean, talking about how managed to get Maniac on the first fight itself. That was just beautiful for the team of SV. But again, when it comes to the late game, Rift Esport was just a little bit better.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that Rift Esports, they made use of all the space that was given, right? TSV, I feel that, you had so much map advantage. You should be pushing and you should be choking out the map advantage. You should be taking out the turrets. You should be taking out the buffs as much as possible. Make Rift Esports scared to play on their own side of the map, especially after you get that Maniac onto Denzel. You had so much things going for you, but they were unable to convert because they just gave Rift Esports too much space. They just give them too much respect. And that was similar into game 1, where Rift Esports, they had so much respect as well. And the fact that you had the better team fight team does not matter, because Rift Esports, they're gonna take every ounce of respect and shove it back at you.
Agree, definitely. And looking on the damage that was dealt, look at Melon, 71,632. Even despite that MVP-wise is FMM, and we do see how much amazing support coming in from Lucian QT to cover FMM up, it is all by Eve itself that was used by Melon that gives so much potential for FMM to shut down every single player from Team SV themselves. And with 75% of kill participation, I think that FMM, with adding on into Rift Esport as well, and we talked about how we have 2 new members here for Rift Esport, with the experience-wise from Bleed Esport, FMM is a great addition here for Rift Esport SG.
Yeah, FMM showing why he was one of the top few goal laners that was available from the side of Singapore, right? You got Vanix, then you got FMM, and now he's back. He's back, man. And with that Lunox played, I mean, in this early game, we see already TSV, they had so much map advantage. Denzel with that triple kill into that Maniac. Meanwhile, Eisen, he's doing so much in the back lane, and the fact that Wukong does not die is just extremely scary for the side of Rift Esports. I mean, this is a fight where real world manipulation was already used, and Eisen finds the chop on to Melon. He could not survive on that backside at all. Zayman's force was used here, but they were all in that box, and this is where it went haywire.
Agree.
Eisen was not in the team fight.
Agree, definitely. Those 2 team fights where Eisen was a little bit separated, that was giving a lot of Rift Esport an opportunity. And here on out, we do see that Eisen a little bit late because he was covered up by Kev Swan, but at the same time, coming in for a fight already, we do see the full truth come in. Wukong will be the first victim to come in, and then they push into Rebellion as well, and they managed to actually shut him down instantly. Another pull into Sad Boy, as Sad Boys try to survive it out. He takes down Melon in the process, but at the same time, the win comes in from the side of Kev Swan, as well as Lucian QT, and FMM just shuts down every single player of Team SV and making a really good comeback for Team Rift Esports.
Yeah, and if you take a look at that last fight, right? You saw that Eisen, he did not have energy to fight, because that was just Kev Swan just draining all that energy on the top lane with that little skirmish that was going on, and making sure that, he does not have energy. I mean, he has immortality, but he needs to die to use it, and he will be extremely vulnerable if he has, if he's going to go in. But the rest of the team is already dead. So Eisen, he did not have that opportunity to go in as well. So Rift Esports, really well done on that.
great timing, great idea. There was a lot of the timing that it was put out by Rift Esports. The fact that they know how to actually slow things down, and they know how to actually pull out all of the resources, all the skill wise that was being put out by Team SV to a point that they could not do anything. That was when I think that this is where Rift Esports shines the most for this first match up for itself. And 2 rounds in the hands of Rift Esports. I mean, did I foresee it? Yes, I did.
Yeah, you predicted it, man.
I
You
did.
predicted it.
No, but then again, just a heads up a little bit. I was expecting Team SV to pull through because I was already preparing myself. Okay, I'm gonna say that, hey, you won first point of the caster leaderboard. But no, it seems that I am the one who's gonna win the first point for the caster prediction leaderboard because Rift Esport, again, it was really surprised. It was not expected at all because again, those early games was so much. It was not hard. It was so hard to see or witness how much of Rift Esport trying to pull away or even try to survive those fights against Team SV to a point that we were thinking that there was no way out for Rift Esport. They couldn't even pull out it because they know for a fact that Aizen was just all over the place, pulling one after another. Even with a really good guard from the backline, that was the first lot they would try to contest it out. They cover really good backline, but that was where Sad Boy comes in to shut down Lucian QT all the way for the front line itself. And
Yeah, and this is where MLBB is such in a good state of the meta right now, where you see this comeback potentials happening, where teams are able to capitalize the mistakes. It gives teams hope, right?
Yeah.
It gives everybody the hope that anything can happen. Your favorite team might be losing right now, but there is a potential with a good team fight. You can get yourself back into the game. And for Rift Esports, they proved it. With 2 good team fights, they managed to shove down the mid lane and straight away end the game onto TSV, given the stellar disadvantage that they had over Rift Esports. And that was just crazy to watch. And this is getting me so excited for the rest of the games that will be coming through for today. So you just saw Rift Esports versus Team SV, but the next series that we have lined up for you guys, I believe, will be Duck Rice Esports versus Pertho Legends as well. So it will be KH versus Indonesia, if I'm not wrong.
yes, agree, definitely. So now we've already seen what the potential of Singaporean teams fighting off with the Cambodia teams. Now, can Cambodia shut down the Indonesia team for the next match? I mean, Pertho Legends from the Open qualifiers itself, they managed to actually get 2-0, twice 2-0 from their upper brackets itself to be the one to actually qualify on their own brackets itself here to the Open Finals. Can they actually continue that momentum here into the Open Finals with the team invited, which is Duck Rice Esports?
Yeah, and I believe we have the co-current matches as well that have already concluded. Rift Esports, of course, they made it into the 1-0 pool, right? They are in the winners pool. And joining them in the winners pool would be Team Evil from Singapore as well. And I believe Rebellion Esports from ID and Fnatic Onyx PH. And if you look at the right here, the rest of the matches that will be happening today, Duck Rice Esports versus Pertho Legends, Omega Esports versus IQ Phoenix, and of course the last game of the game will be a Cambodia versus Cambodia action, CFU Gaming versus Team Valhalla.
Interesting, definitely going to be a great matches lineup. I mean, if we already saw the first match, very exciting. I mean, looking from the drafting wise, and the potential comes back from Rift Esports as well. It's going to be even more amazing once we pull into match number 2 as well as match number 3. And we know for a fact that Smart Omega Esport is one of the fans' favorite from Philippines itself. So this is going to be interesting to see what they're going to actually put out here with the team of IQ Phoenix itself.
Yeah, and I believe, with that, right, the rest of the teams that will be going through. I mean, if you look at the schedule right here, it looks like Cambodia versus everybody in our groups, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Cambodia versus Singapore first. Then it's going to be
Indonesia.
Cambodia versus Indonesia. Then Cambodia versus Philippines.
Yeah.
Then Cambodia versus Cambodia. So we're going to have a Cambodia special today. Today you will see the true test of the KH region, whether the matter stands the test of time here, whether they can survive the group stages.
Agree.
Or do they have to actually try and just change up the meta just a little bit?
Maybe, who knows? We'll find out the answers right after this because we have match number 2. Before we actually go in, we have a short break. So stay tuned, guys. We'll see you guys after this.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the second match for you guys of the Swiss Round 1 really soon between Duck Rice Esports and Pertho Legends Esports.
Yes, sir. We got the team Cambodia versus Indonesia, and this is the invited team from the Cambodia side. And we know for a fact that with potential coming in from Duck Rice Esport, they are well known with their own success achievement. Pertho Legends, on the other note, they're also quite well known as well from Indonesia side. I mean, previously they had achievements from Pertamina Patra Niaga, as well as from the Champion Discord community itself, from their own success stories to be unfold here for the open finals. So it's going to be interesting. But those who actually missed out previously, I mean, we've talked about how Reef Esport versus the team of ASV. When it comes to the fights or the drafting wise of themselves, it was more to Team ASV, to be honest. But then pushing into the to all the team fights itself, Reef Esport was the one who managed to book the first slot, or even the slot, into 1-0 here for the Swiss bracket itself on open finals. And now let's see if Team Cambodia will make a change, because so far right now we are not seeing Team Cambodia be able to shut down teams from other region. Will it be a different story here, where we are seeing Duck Rice Esport meeting off with Pertho Legends?
Yeah, so in terms of Duck Rice Esports power levels, you compare it to Team SV, right? Team SV, I would say it's the last seed from MPLKH. So it's one of the teams that got relegated. So Duck Rice Esports, they are 5th, 6th. So there is increase in power level as we go on throughout the day. And finally, we will have the last match, which is CFU. That's the top seed of Cambodia. So yeah, we're really increasing in power levels of Cambodia as we go about the day. And now that we have Pertho Legends, what I really like about Pertho Legends is they are community heroes, right? They are fresh out of nowhere. And who are these players? I mean, this is their chance right now to actually make it big, and they are very hungry. They are on the rise, and they can potentially take down Duck Rice Esports. I mean, I'm looking very forward to this. I'm not too sure what you predicted, but yeah, later when the prediction screens come up, might be a bit of a surprise for me.
Do you want me to actually not surprise you and give you a heads up? I mean,
let's just see on the graphic.
Oh, you want to
later.
say? Okay, fine, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, just to give you a hint, I mean, like, you've actually give the note already, whereby we're talking about Team Cambodia, who is fresh off on their own rankings itself, and then they have already a little bit far off better gameplay compared to Team SV. And here on out, we got community heroes, and this could be a Cinderella story. And this is where the fine line of, can the Cinderella story unveil to a point that they can have the success, or will be a Cinderella story where the underdogs still have more to learn from the experienced team? Now, going back here, this is the introduction for our match number 2. It's a best of 3 for both of this team. It's going to be Duck Rice Esport Cambodia versus Pertho Legend Esport Indonesia.
Yeah, and on the left side, we will have Duck Rice Esports with JFat on the EXP lane, Dark Side on the jungle, Chen Chen in that mid lane, Yamikaze on that roam, and Super Riddics on that goal lane. I mean, this is a very familiar team with me, because they were one of the representatives for MCCM3 under a different moniker, I believe. And Darkside, Yamikaze, Super Riddics, I've seen them play in their game styles as well, but they were on different teams with JFat and Chin Chin. But when they are put together in this so-called Duck Rice Esports roster, I believe that their playstyle has shifted a bit, right? We see JFat actually leaning towards a lot more on the Lapu Lapu, on the Terizla, and Chin Chin is one of the players that can actually play the Terizla mid as well. So that's what I'm looking forward to see out of Duck Rice Esports here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see what will it be like for Team Duck Rice Esport here. Fighting off with their opponent is going to be Pertho Legend Esport. Zokovic will be the one at the EXP, Jay-Z Man as the jungler, Sun at the mid lane, and we got Glizzy as the roamer, and Casper Winata as the gold lane. I mean, pretty much again we're talking about the community heroes, right? They already had success run achievement on their side, but this is just the minor league to be uphold into the open finals itself. And even on the open qualifiers, that they are the teams that had a journey. And compared to Duck Rise Esports, they are the invited because of their well-known success from the rankings. Compared to Pertho Legends, they had a long run, so there's a possibility the momentum coming in from the open qualifiers can be upheld here for Pertho Legends. In fact, they got 2 wins, meaning they got from the upper bracket itself, pulling in, going in straight to top 2 is already a success story for Pertho Legends. But can they actually continue that success streak moving into the open finals?
Yeah, it's gonna be the rookies versus really, experienced players. They were playing
Yeah.
against MCCM 3 as well. Then 4. Then moving on to MPLKH, they played in the regular season as well. They made it to playoffs, but did not finish really strong. They were at the 5th and 6th seed, I believe, for Duck Rise Esports. Meanwhile, Pertho Legends, they are at an all-time high, right? They won 2 community tournaments. Now they won the qualifiers. They won the right to represent Indonesia in that qualifiers. And now that they are here, they are feeling hungry, right? And they have a lot of medal to prove. They are wanting to show that they mean business. I mean, we might see them in MPL ID if they are successful here even. So this might be where Pertho Legends Esports, they go on the rise.
Agree, definitely. And coming into the gameplay style itself, like I mean, let's just talk about this, because I love how you talk about how each and different region has their own style. Like you talked about how Cambodia is much more major on the metas, whereby they go all out on team fights. Pertho Legends Indonesia, do they actually fall in line with how Malaysia is, because they are also our neighbor itself? Are they actually, when it comes to micro fights, they go in all out for team fights, or they prefer more on those pick and fight on split push itself? What do you think about this?
Indonesian playstyle really has its own flavor, where they have these units where they have different power timings in their draft, right? They like to play this mid trio where there's a mage, there's a jungler, the roamer, who is the initial, like for the early to mid game power spike, and then they have the secondary power spike coming through from the EXP laner, who's usually for that mid stages. That's where we saw the Phobias coming from. ID was the one who actually just generalized that together with PH, and they have the Khalid as well. These are very strong mid game power timings. Then we have the goal laner. They are always that late game assurance. This is how the ID draft usually goes. They go with these easy scalable teams and easy executable teams, where the mid trio is usually the first thing that is very important to them. Then we have the EXP laner. Then we have the goal laner for that insurance going in. But meanwhile, I mean, we see from the side of KH, right? They really like to go for only one late game assurance in terms of having that Fanny, in terms of having that Ling. Maybe for Duck Rise Esports, it's slightly different because they are a very team fight heavy team. So we might not even see a late game assurance at all. They might even be going completely for the mid game, and we gotta see whether that gamble actually pays off for them.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, talking about when it comes to the drafting wise, I feel like you've talked about how different the game style. Again, this is where the fine line of how Cambodia, they have that meta they uphold wise, and going into Indonesia, this is where can they actually be able to shut them down from all those play style, because Rift Esports, they proven wisely, they be able to actually take at least one of the Cambodia scene to actually go in. But here, this is the caster prediction that you talked about. I already wanted to surprise you off, but 2-1 for both side of Team Pertho Legends. I mean, I'm not really surprised at all. But again, we want to give all the high off rises of momentum coming in from Pertho Legends towards the side of Duck Rise. Even despite that Duck Rise eSport, again, the invited teams. But because of the momentum that has already been put out by Pertho Legends, I think there's a possibility this is going to be a tough fight between the two teams, but it will be more favorable on Pertho Legends if they can actually adapt very fast to Duck Rise.
Yeah, and I believe the current meta for me, it's not really leaning towards that brawl style that KH likes to play, right? We see that the meta has shifted already towards that assassin late game meta, where you have, if you have that insurance in that goal laner, where Indonesia actually likes to do, they will actually scale you harder in that 15 minutes if they can hold on to their base. Well, meanwhile, Duck Rice Esports is gonna be a big gamble if they choose to go with that similar meta where they are still going for that Lapu Lapu, where they're still going for that Terizla picks. And yeah, it's going to be really favored for ID for me, actually.
Yeah, same with me. So we're now on the same page, at least a little bit. I mean, yes, like last match itself, like we were on the same page, but more of you giving at least an advantage to the side of Team SB winning one for the take for themselves, at least still one. But here on out, I think so close. It was so close. I think there was almost a possibility that you could have actually come up top for that prediction, though. But I think this is gonna be at least a long fight of best of three between these two teams, unless they actually surprise us off just like Reef Esport did. It could be a case as well. But coming off to Cambodia side, if they come in with the Rizla, which we haven't seen yet here on our first match itself, Lapu Lapu haven't been put out as well. I mean, we keep on seeing a lot of our metas that have been banned. It's still the same Jushin, Suyo, as well as Chip, and we do see that Khalid already been put out as well. So this is the same similar metas that has already been banned already. The popular bans out. Is it possible that maybe that because they've seen so, like, maybe they've seen how Rift Esport as well as, because I know how it is when it comes to the teams, right? They learn from the previous team and then they will try to actually imitate, or they will actually try to counter it wise. So this is, what are your thoughts? What do you think? What are you going to be predicting on this side?
I mean, currently at this meta, it's always the power trio, right? You talk about the Jushin, the Suyo, the Chip. The Chip has to be banned. So there's already three potential bans being taken out of the pool. And one of the key factors that we saw in the previous meta was that high-lows, the rise of high-lows with that Thunder Belt. It brings so much scalability with that revitalization battle spell as well. So that's one more potential ban being taken out. So this leaves so many more heroes in the pool to be able to be played. And with currently only 3 bans each for each team, there's a lot of shifting metas that can go towards each team. And different regions, they have different ways to respond to a pick, right? In Singapore, like for example, if you pick a Hylos, we might pick a CC, but in PH, we see that you pick a Hylos, they pick a Glue. So there's different ways to respond, and whether they respond in their own region's metas or whether they respond towards the other region's metas, that's where the coach's decision would come in, and it's going to be very key, right? That scissors, paper, stone, rock, paper, scissors coming out from all the region's metas. It's really very interesting to see as we reach this international stage.
Agree, definitely. I mean, that's already the 3 main ban that we've seen so far. Even Hayabusa also already been prominent to be banned out as well. And that's going to be another thing that we want to talk about. Jungler. Right now, Jungler has already been one of the main ban, been taken out from the option wise for both side of the teams itself. So coming off right now, we do see that at least things that can be put out, even though with Lean being taken out, they can be able to actually shut down with, at least with Nolan, as well as we do see that previously from the side of Team SV itself, Fanny coming out, and that was a really good decision making. And only if they be able to actually persecute properly with those team fight that was needed in time, they could have actually pulled through as a win for themselves. So I still feel like Fanny has been one of the popular jungler for their side, because when it comes to going in for, as well as mobility wise, Fanny is one of the picks that even though people might forget, but it's still very dangerous to be as an option in any other team.
Yeah, a good Fanny player is always scary. You have to watch her back. You have to watch for a potential backdoor. There's a lot of macro plays that can happen with Fanny. But the good thing is, like, Fanny has been in the meta for so long that teams are used to dealing with Fanny, right? When you compare a Fanny with the novelty of a Suyo, because Suyo is so new when you talk about time in MLBB, Fanny has been around for a while. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Suyo just came out possibly 2 months ago. Yeah,
Yes.
2 months ago. It came out in September 21st. So there's not a lot of answers that we see for Suyo so far. Like, we saw the first answer already, like where we see teams using a lot of Zusin. That's why we see a resurgence of that Zusin in that previous meta. So we saw Zusin being used against Suyo. But now that, yeah, once Suyo and Zusin get taken out, do we see the old meta coming out once again? The Fannies, the Lings, and they are easy to deal with, right? I want to see more of the old meta coming out. If, let's say, you have a Fanny, you have a Ling, yeah, why don't you pick up something like a Kaja? Why don't you pick up something like a Kufra? Why don't you pick up something like a Cho or a Jawhead, where you have so much singular targeted control? But we will see for ourselves right here as we head on into the drafting phase.
Okay, Eves and Phoveus will be banned out by Dark Rise Esports, as Fanny been taken out by Pertho Legends. Looking like they are seeing like this is the popular meta has been put out already. Even with Fanny, I think there's a possibility, again, this is what we talked about, teams from the upcoming matches already foresee the previous match, and they know for a fact that they don't want to have the same effects coming in for their own team itself. So I think Pertho Legend says that no, we're not gonna allow Fanny to shut them down as well in the process.
Yeah, and I mean, with this, right, Zusin, Suyo, Chip still on that pool,
Yep.
right? That power trio is going to be, I think, a potential ban here. Like, if you
True.
put a Legends Esports, right, you gotta take away the Suyo, either Zusin or the Chip, and we do see them taking out the Suyo.
Okay, let's see if it's either going to be Ling or is it going to be Jushin. Definitely Jushin will be the prioritized, but no, it's Hilda. Hilda
Okay.
been taken out. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, yeah, Hilda is amazing when it comes to crowd control wise. I mean, you can go in for the 1v1 fight, pushing in straight away to shut down movement of the players itself. But I mean, again, this is where the fine line is. Are you gonna give that Jushin? Are you gonna allow it? And this is where also another meta's come through. Hayabusa is open. Ling is also open. So this is gonna be interesting to see what is the next ban from Pertho Legends.
Yeah, very important to see, right? There's still that 100% win rate character in the pool, which is the Chip,
Yeah.
right? It's
Oh,
a trap.
yeah.
It's a trap, right?
Oh.
They ban out the Hilda, so you either need to ban out the Zusin or the Chip right now, because Dark
Yeah.
Rise is gonna get one of them. And they ban out the Zusin. I mean, if Dark Rise don't pick up the Chip here, I got nothing to say, because Pertho Legends is gonna snap it up for themselves.
Oh no, Jushin is the one to be banned out. So okay, let's see. Will Dark Rise actually pick up that chip? Will they?
I don't think so. I think they went for the Gato.
No.
Yeah.
They took Gatot Gacha instead, and this is gonna be open for Pertho Legends. Now, Pertho Legends, let's see if they will be taking out Chip for themselves. Please do not surprise us even more, because Chip is already open, and that's already a great success on your side if you have that hero on the line. So
Chip hasn't
it's-
been nerfed. Chip hasn't been nerfed, and it's still 100% win rate across all MPLs. They do pick up the Khalid, yes, very strong priority
okay.
pick, but they still have that that secondary pick on
Yeah.
that red side.
Okay, let's see. The secondary.
Come
It has
on.
to be Chip. Come on, it has to be a Chip. It's gotta be the Chip.
No, a Matilda.
It's Matilda.
Both teams are. Do they not realize it? It hasn't been so long that Chip has been banned out in every single game that they are like, yeah. We don't even recognize its existence. And they do go for the denial pick on the Alpha and the Aurora. Okay, so Pertho Legends, right? They won't pick up the Chip anymore because Matilda is on that roaming trio together with the Khalid on the possibly on the EXP lane. So they will have to think about the mid laner to fight against the Aurora, or they can prioritize the jungler right now.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that Alpha hasn't been banned, so now we're seeing Alpha as the option here for the side of Dark Rise Esports. I'm already loving the drafting wise of Dark Rise. You already got Gato Kacha as the CC. We got Aurora also to back things up as well. And then Alpha coming in as well for the long range mobility wise. I think Dark Rise Esports has already got it down, at least for the backlines and as for the cover of any team fights for themselves.
Yeah, and now they go for that mid lane Vexana to deal with that Aurora. Yes, in terms of lane priority, really well, very good in that early game. But in terms of mid game to late game, you don't really have that survivability compared to the immortality passive that Aurora has. So that Matilda, it's gonna be a lot of work on the Matilda. The positioning of the Matilda, whether you're going to be for offense or defense, you're always going to be one step behind. But Dark Rise Esports, I mean, their draft is looking really solid right now. And now with the secondary bans coming through, Pertho Legends, they got to know that the chip is available, right?
And I think there's a possibility now they're finally going to ban out Chip. Possibility. If not, that's going to be another opening. But they actually take out Cho. Okay. And now it's going to be Dark Rise Esports instead to ban it out. They take out Nolan instead. And now coming off for the last one. Is it possible that we're going to actually see Chip?
Only Dark Rise Esports can pick it up right now, right? So Pertho Legends, they have to ban it if they want to. But it seems to me like they are going with those single target CC roamers. So Ruby might be a potential as well for that CC. I believe we still have Kaja in the pool. And Tigreal is an extremely strong pickup as well, or the Minotaur for the side of Pertho Legends, because if they want to actually run that Bounty Castles lineup, but they already have a Matilda, so they don't really need to think about the roam. They can just ban it out. They can ban out the Tigreal, they can ban out the Minotaur, but they choose to ban out the Moskov.
Okay.
Surprising.
Surprisingly, again, this is really unorthodox, and Hayabusa been banned out. I think the fact that they know most of their heroes that have been picked out right now is pretty much a little bit less on mobility wise. They are more prioritizing on one-on-one CC wise. I mean, Aurora definitely be picked off if Pertho Legends take off Hayabusa. So that was a really good decision coming in from the side of Dark Rise Esports. But again, Chip is still in the open for Dark Rise Esports, and that's the question coming in for the team.
Yeah, Pertho Legends, this is their pick here, right? So they will want to double down on that team fight. They've yet to pick up on the goal laner. They've yet to pick up that team fight jungler as well. So jungler, I mean, they can go for that fighter utility jungle. Suyo is gone. So if they want to go back to old school, they can pick up the Fredrin. Yeah, they do pick up the Fredrin. Yeah. There we go.
They pick up the Fredrin for jungler. I mean, okay, that's a really good idea coming in from the side of Pertho Legends. Now Dark Rise Esports, Chip is in the open. They can still be using it for themselves, and it can actually give a lot of potential already. And despite the fact that Dark Rise Esports already potentially wise covering up all of the CC as well as their long range mobility moving in for a fight, Chip can give a lot of boost for themselves as well.
Yeah, they can potentially pick up a Chip, or if they want to double down on the Gato Kacha and the Alpha, they still have Angela in the pool, right? Angela is a very strong presence on the map as well. With that Heart Guard, you can put him on the roam, and Angela would be able to help at level 4. But of course, it will have a hard time dealing with the Matilda. So, I mean, they can go for, Hylos. Yeah, Hylos is still in the pool. We forgot about that.
Yeah.
Nobody picking the Chip, though. It's really driving me crazy here.
I know. I mean, the fact that this is way bizarre from all the fights that we've already witnessed. Chip is one of the metas that has always been trying to be avoided by any teams. But so far, Team Dark Rise and Pertho Legends says like, throw out the metas. We make our own meta here for our match itself. And Casper Winata will be the last one to be put out. I mean, right here, the only thing that they need right now is pretty much gold lane. And I mean,
there's the Claw, there's the Carry.
Yeah,
I mean, Carry would be a very good pick, but doesn't deal so well with Nathan. In terms of mobility, you really want that Claude, and they do have the damage to pull through. So Pertho Legends with that last pick, I'm not sure whether, oh, okay, the Chang'e goal lane.
Changi as the goal lane. I mean, I know for a fact that it's really tricky. I love the fact that mobility-wise coming in from Pertho Legends, it's needed at the moment. It's quite tricky actually. It's really unorthodox for both teams, to be honest, because it was not as we expected. And looking at your face, you're also like, what are they thinking right now?
I'm so confused. This is nothing we've ever seen in any MPL, right? This is not normal. So this is definitely in the dark web, something that they pulled out, yeah, from out of meta, out of nowhere. But it might be a debut, right? Chang'e goal lane, we've seen it before. In terms of having that team fight, Indonesia, you think about it, they have the Fredrin, they have the Vexana, Matilda, a lot of mobility to work with, but they are really on the clock here with Nathan on the other side.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, you got Nathan already, so this is gonna be interesting to see. This is match number 2, Dark Rise Esports versus Pertho Legends Indonesia versus Cambodia. Let's see who will get the first win.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting for both teams. Really going for this very unorthodox picks here. And we do see, like, that alpha pick coming out to deny away the alpha coming out from Pertho Legends, and they have that Fredrin instead. Matilda Fredrin still extremely strong because you have that taunt factor. You're able to peel, and it's one of the few heroes that has a taunt. So you have to worry about that.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that I feel like more to the side of Pertho Legends, they're actually having a lot of squishy heroes. That's the one thing that I'm worried about them when it comes to team fights. And Dark Rise Esports, a lot, not just a lot of CC, a lot of the support-wise when it comes to holding off the health, insurance-wise, they definitely have what it takes to cover things up. So team Pertho Legends, they gotta be careful now. Pushing it straight all the way to Darkside. It's gonna be Darkside who pulls in straight away Zarkor Vic. I mean, again, like I said, you picked up and you easily push in straight away for the team fights. Oh, Dark Rise Esports, they just get it done immediately.
That's not where Pertho Legends want to play, right?
Yeah.
They were expecting that they had a guiding win. Gamma Cheesy could pull away GZ-Man with that guiding win, but there was no chance available. That Spear of Alpha into the lockdown coming in from Qian Qian, that was a great positioning. That flicker use for that first blood might have really put things of the early game into motion for them. But this turtle fight right here, first 2 minutes in, Avatar the Guardian being used.
Rick coming in for a fight. Oh, Darkside managed to steal away the turtle and they're crushing it straight away. Moving on, we got JZ-Man will be taken out by Darkside as well. And now, Pertho Legends having a little bit more difficulty. They had to go away from those fights. But it seems that the team of Dark Rise Esports wants more. They're trying to actually steal away the buff as they pull in. Gemma trying to actually goes in for a fight as well. They try to actually steal away. Did it manage to do so? Yep, they did steal away the buff before the team of Pertho Legends could do anything.
Yeah, but the purple buff not as important on the Fredrin as it is on that Fanny. So Pertho Legends, they still have a chance to go for this team fight that they want to. They have yet to use the Eternal Guard for the team fight. They have yet to use the Raging Sandstorm, that full wombo combo yet to come out from Pertho Legends, right? And they are gonna have to do it sooner or later because they are on a clock. They are working with that Nathan late game. And in terms of having that late game, it doesn't look like Pertho Legends has anything to scale beyond 12 to 15 minutes.
Agree. I mean, with the currency wise, 9-1, 9.1 to 8-1, definitely Dark Rise Esports is in the lead. And as they pull in straight into the compound of Team Pertho Legends, more and more of the creeps coming in into every single area to be stolen away. This is another opportunity for Dark Rise to just cover every single angle of the map itself. But now, pushing into Yamikaze. Yamikaze trying to find an opening, but doesn't manage to actually go in. Doesn't find the right positioning for Team Pertho Legends to be put out. But here on out, Pertho Legends goes in for Yamikaze. It's gonna be Sun who makes it come back, and coming in through right now, it's gonna be Darkside who takes down Winata. And now JZ-Man also getting the shot as well. And now Pertho Legends only getting one win for Dark Rise to trade it off with 2.
And the spacing is so important when you're playing a Chang'e, right? The way that Casper Winata is playing, I don't think he is used to playing Chandler, it might have been a very weird pick, but now Gemma TZ being jumped in that tier 1 turret, Duck Rise Esports, they want to push their advantage as much as possible. And I was expecting this kind of playstyle when you have a Matilda, when you have that Fredrin, you want to be in their faces as much as possible. But it seems like Duck Rise Esports, they are turning the momentum aside. And Darkside, he's been the main initiator coming in from Duck Rise Esports. They've never been answered for, and I'm very worried for Pertho Legends Esports right here because they won't have that damage going into that mid game at all. Duck Rise Esports, they are looking all but to win.
Right, let's see. Yamikaze will try to find a way. It's going to be Genma pushing in to Yamikaze. Super Ridix trying to pull through. It's going to be Genma to try to cover the tracks, but they're going to push in straight away. Yamikaze pull through, goes in for the long, but it's JFAT coming in as well, and they had managed to actually take down Genma Z away from the team. They push in, shuts them down, but at the same time, they try to move away, pull away from the team fights. It seems that Pertho Legends still have what it takes, but they're now trying to stun away Darkside. Darkside having a lot of damage, but with a really good backup coming in from Chen Chen as well as JFAT, they could not take him out.
Yeah, and I like how Duck Rise Esports, they try to stagger the team fight going in. They want to take a segmented team fight as much as possible because Pertho Legends, their team fight is based off of these big AoE ultimates where once it is used, once it is cycled through, they can go for the team fight. And Duck Rise Esports, they're waiting for that moment, right? First they threw Yamikaze, second they threw someone else, then lastly the Spear of Alpha went in. So I like the timing that they're doing. Duck Rise Esports, they have the win condition set, but look at this.
Oh, Genma Z almost close it up. Oh, Darkside made it through. Takes him down immediately, but Casper Wineta will be the next victim. He pulls away from the turret, but at the same time, stuns comes through. He was frozen. He immediately shuts down. But at the same time, Sakovic tried to break it off, and he's coming in with JZ Man coming in. Sun takes down Darkside immediately, and they try to put it out to Yamikaze as well as JFET, but they pull away immediately. But that's a win. At least the minical win that is needed by Pertho Legends for now.
Yeah, and what I want to see out of Duck Rise Esports right now is to focus less on these team fights because Pertho Legends, they have reached their power spike, right? We were talking about having that Eternal Guard, having all these skills available, and JFAT in a lot of trouble.
Oh, takes down immediately JFAT. A great composition coming in from Casper Winata as well as Gemma TZ. And now, as they pull in, they're going to finally get the first turtle in their hands. Despite the fact they're now pushing into the side of the mid, Yamikaze and Chen Chen does not allow them to pull along for that the first turret of that mid lane.
Yeah, this is where the pace of the game will be decided here. Duck Rise Esports, they have to look for a different avenue. They have to get the farm out. They have the late game assured. So they cannot keep forcing these team fights because Pertho Legends, they have the stronger team fight control, especially in this mid game right now.
Okay, let's see. They did try to actually pick off Casper all by himself, but Casper, knowing where to pull away, and they let it go, the turret, for the survival-wise, and that was a really good decision-making coming in from Pertho Legends. But at the same time here, it seems that Duck Rise moving from one end to another end of the map all together. This is where Pertho Legends, they gotta be careful. This is where Duck Rise Esports still prioritizing on those team fights. But Sakofi going in for the push. It's gonna be JFAT having a lot of damage coming in, but still not gonna be enough as all the players comes through. And this is where Duck Rise said, if you wanna go in for a fight, we are here for a fight as well.
Yeah, it's all about the ultimate discipline right now. Whoever goes in first might potentially lose the team fight because it is not an initiation, right? There's a lot of counter initiation to think about. From Duck Rise Esports, there will be the Avatar of the Guardian and the Spear of Alpha as well. Whoever uses the ultimate first is actually at a disadvantage, so it is a weird stalemate. And Super Rhythix, with the entropy being popped already, just to clear out this creep wave here, we are at a very weird stalemate, right? Where the counter initiation is really so much stronger than the main initiation from both teams.
I mean, it's crazy that it's 6-3. Yes, when it comes to fight wise, Dark Rise Esport was a great betterment, a better form when it comes to the early fights. But currency wise, they're not far behind. They're not actually very leaving off far behind Pertho Legends itself. So Pertho Legends still have what it takes. But here, this is coming in for the first lot itself. They tease a little bit, and Dark Rise seems like going to actually take the bait as well, and they're pushing in for a fight. Yamatizi going in for the long range, pushing in straight away to already turned out Yamikaze having a lot of damage. Zarkovic goes in for the over extension, but having a much loss, and in the end, it's gonna be the one to be taken out. It's gonna be JFat, but not pushing in. Yamikaze will be the one to be shut down. 3 more plays out, and this is gonna be an opening for Team Pertho Legends to get the lot for themselves.
Beautiful team fight execution from Pertho Legends. That raging sandstorm into 3 members, right? Zarkovic was preventing the rest of the team from just falling through. He's just buying so much space, and look at him just being irritating to dark side. And the way that he is the guiding wind, Gematizi, he is proving to be an irritation factor for Dark Rise Esports. These members are not dying, and Pertho Legends Esports, they show that whoever first goes in, the Avatar of the Guardian, you use it first. Yeah, our counter initiation is way stronger than you guys.
The fact that Pertho Legends has been really slimy to be picked off by Dark Rise Esport is giving a lot of the opportunity for Pertho Legends to win those fights itself. And here on out, with Lord marching through, they were the one who managed to clear out the first top lane, the first top mid as well as bottom lanes now. And now this is going to actually cover up more of the angles of the map itself. A great composure coming in from Pertho Legends. They don't need to worry much. This is pretty much them allowing Lord as well as the minions to give a lot of pressure for Team Rise Esport, and now they're trying to find a way how to actually pick off Pertho Legends. And again, Dark Rise still prioritizing on moving as one, is not giving them the potential to pull through or even try to actually fight it off with Team Pertho Legends.
Yeah, Pertho Legends unable to sync up the waves, but still, they will have 2 waves that will be crashing through together with this mid lane. But Dark Rise Esports, their priority is to fight here.
Coming in for a fight right now. It's going to be Zarkovic pushing into J5, but doesn't pull through. But now, at the same time, we do see the taunt comes through from the side of Darkseid. Darkseid comes in. Silveridix takes down 1. Zarkovic having a lot of damage, but Darkseid takes down Sun as well. As they go in, GZ Man will be the victim of J5, and that's the win fight that is needed by Dark Rise Esports to slow down Pertho Legends' effort.
Yeah, and that was a huge Avatar of the Guardian coming in from JFAT, right? Catching 4 members of Pertho Legends Esports, they were left with nothing to defend with. Now 3 members down, only 2 members left to defend, but Spear of Alpha used onto Casper Winata, and he gets instantly taken out. All 5 members of Dark Rise Esports stay strong, and they manage to get a similar advantage for themselves. But in the meantime, right, Pertho Legends, they did have the lane priority, so they got 2 turrets off it.
I mean, they got the 2 turrets off, but they still having a little bit struggle to win those team fights. Now, pushing it right now, Zargovid trying to actually pull through to Yamikaze. Silveride will be there to back things up. And here on out, Dark Rise finally form a really good rhythmized, a really discipline-wise coming in for themselves. They don't want to allow anyone to be picked off. But here's Zargovid pulling in a little bit overextension. He having a lot of his lifeline to be pulled out. He has to pull away to the fight. But at the same time, Gematizi pushing into dark side. A lot of damage coming. Sun also trying to pick it off as well as back things up. But it's not going to be enough as they manage to shut them down. And Team Pertho Legends, they're not giving up. They're trying to push it to J-Fight instead. But still, it's still not a win for them. And Team Dark Rise looking so strong and steady to a point there's no way for Pertho Legends to break.
Yeah, this is the point where I'm worried for Pertho Legend Esports, because we saw the ultimate out of Chang'e and it was not dealing enough damage to the Alpha. And this is where Dark Rise Esports can say that, yeah, your gold laner is not dealing enough damage to our jungler. And it's supposed to be at this 12-minute point, but now we see the Glorious Pathway being used.
Darkseid takes down the Lord as well as shutting down Gematizi. Now they're gonna push into the side Sun as well as Casper Winata. Sun try to flicker away, survived out before he became the casualty instead. But that's already a win for Dark Rise, getting the Lord and getting 1 win as well on their side. This is gonna be an easy breezy for them to clear out the rest of the turret for the last lifeline.
Yeah, amazing team fight coming in from Dark Rise Esports, knowing full well of their power timings, right? The Alpha is not dying in that front line. You have no damage right now. Sun is supposed to be dealing damage together with Chang'e, but they are all magic damage. And now, with the inhibitor turret being taken out, with the Lord in their base, can they do this? Can they defend the crystal?
Coming in right now, pushing in. Lot will be taken out, but at the same time, they're not pushing in straight away. We do see Geography coming through. JZ man already spotted out Dark Side. Doesn't manage to. It's gonna be Genmatizi who will be taken out. But at the same time, trying to push away to Karsper. Karsper doesn't manage to be taken out. But at the same time, Geography a little bit overextension. But Yamikaze will be taken out for the trade-off for Pertho Legend. But it's still not a win. It's just a defense-wise, a little bit of slow pace for Pertho Legends. But still, it's just small, minor victory on their side. Hopefully, it's gonna be enough. But at this moment right now, Dark Rise Esport already clear out all of the turrets, leaving off the base already open for them to take down.
Yeah, the base is just bulb. There's nothing
Yeah.
left, only the crystal. Dark Rise Esports, they use that singular enhanced lord to take away 3 inhibitor turrets. Right now, Zarkovic, he needs to be the counter initiator. He cannot be the initiator anymore. He needs to let GZ Man go in first. And Pertho Legends, I mean, it's still a long shot for them to win the game because they scaled too far already. And now GZ Man in trouble.
Jizzy Man in trouble, coming in. Oh, managed to pull away before he became a casualty. But the Sita Zogafei, a little bit of overextension. He went for aggression to the side of Darkside, but Darkside will be able to give a lot of damage. A little bit coming in for the Immortal Wise, but he will pull through. Shuts down with Super Riddick to be taking him out, leaving 3 more players to go. And now, with all the crystals to be open, Super Riddick takes down Casper Winata. GZ Man having a lot of struggle. The next one, Maniac comes through. Super Riddick
Savage.
shuts down Casper Winata. And GZ Man will be the next one to shut down. With the win comes through, Dark Rise Esport open up the first win.
And what a fashion as well, right? Savage on Super Riddics, showing full well why they were the top few teams in the KH region. Pertho Legends, you might be hungry for more, but we are more experienced than you, and their experience really shows.
Agree, definitely. I mean, experienced teams versus rookie is, even though you are high rise coming in from the momentum of the success you have done previously, it's still not enough when it comes to the experienced team. And we've talked about it not only because of the experience wise, going into the drafting phase as well. I mean, drafting phase, this is where Pertho Legends, we question a lot of the decision making they've done, a lot of the choices they put out. And I'm like, why Chang'e? Why there wasn't even any chip between any of this team? Because chip was supposed to be the potential game changer, game maker for both team itself. But going into the drafting wise, even without chip itself, Dark Rise Esport has already covered up a lot of the angles. I mean, CC wise, you got Aurora, you got Gato Kacha, and then not only that, I mean, it was amazing coming in from Darkside itself. He was the potential game maker itself. He was the one who goes in for the initiator. He shuts down a lot of players. It wouldn't be a surprise when it comes to down on MVP wise. Darkside will get the title himself.
Yeah, and it was very surprising, right? I was thinking that Pertho Legends Esports, they have a lot of control. If you think about it, they have the taunts, they have the Eternal Guard, that's the pseudo tank coming through, who can soak up so much damage. And yeah, they have the Raging Sandstorm as well. There's so much AoE, but it just wasn't enough damage coming through. They can control Dark Rise for days, but if you're not able to kill them, that's where it gets very worrying, because you have nothing to finish them off with. There's no damage coming through from Zarkovic because he went for Thunderbelt into Radiant Armor. You only have the Feather of Heaven into that Holy Crystal. Yes, there's a lot of damage from that Holy Crystal, but for JFAT and for Yamikaze, if you take a look at the build, all they have to do is build that magic damage going through. As long as they can build that magic defense, the Athena Shield, the Radiant Armor, there's no way you're gonna be able to penetrate that when you only have magic damage.
Oh, this is tough coming in from Pertho Legends. I think this is definitely an eye-opener for themselves. The decision-making, the build they put out here for the fight itself. I mean, coming off, I mean, we do see on the mid game, there was where Pertho Legends had the potential to defend very wisely, but then when it comes to all the mobility wise, or even on the mortality wise of Dark Rise, it was too much to bear to a point that Pertho Legends could not do anything. And look at this, I mean, like, we got 16 assists coming in from Yamikaze, Super Riddick as well as Darkside getting 9 and 8 kills for themselves. That shows how much profound, amazing damage will be given out, was given out by both of these players itself, and it shows how Dark Rise Esport is just in a better form compared to Team Pertho Legends.
Yeah, and it's very surprising from Duck Rise Esports to go for this kind of really strong meta plays, because I was really thinking that they would fall into that KH meta trap, right, where you want to keep brawling, but they were playing for the macros, they were playing for that late game. Duck Rise Esports came to Snapdragon Pro Series prepared, right? They know what the other regions are going to play, they know what's strong in the meta currently, and they have adapted, and that's what I like to see out of Duck Rise Esports, because when you compare that to the other teams, it's very similar to how the other teams have been winning as well. What's going on in MPL MY, what's going on in MPL ID. It's very strong to have that international relevance when you draft as well, because you will be playing against similar play styles, and whether or not you can adapt to the meta is very important. And Duck Rise Esports, they showed it today.
Agree, definitely. I mean, priority-wise on the side of the tower from the early games, well, they didn't actually matter much because they pretty much focusing on the team fights. They were sticking together, which made it a little bit difficult for Pertho Legends to actually pick at least one of the players from at least one side. I mean, they did try to do it on the mid game, and there was a great success coming in from Sun as well as GZ Man when they pull in for those fights. But then coming into the late game, it was just too much to bear. Again, you talked about this when it comes to Casper Winata. There was not much of a goal that was taken out that was enough to go in, and with the magic damage that was put out by Changi, still not enough to fight off with Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, you require something that buys that Demon Hunter sword, right? DHS, so that you can deal HP based off the max HP percentage, and that Chang'e pick is really very just niche to me, because you're not gonna damage the Gato Kacha, you're gonna tickle the Hylos, and once Darkseid is online with his items, yeah, you're not gonna be able to kill him at all.
I mean, with the damage-wise coming in from Subaritics, I mean, started out really good on the side of Darkseid, but as the late game, this is where we see the Nolan was the one who made a lot of the change, and you already also talk about this, whereby you have to be really careful with Subaritics, because as time goes by, as he managed to actually go in, he gets the MVP with 8 kills. He damaged so much to a point that Team Pertho Legends could not do anything.
Yeah, that was too much damage coming in from Super Riddick, right? We were expecting, like, you have that Matilda, you have that Fredrin. You're supposed to be able to jump the Nathan down, because Nathan, you struggle when you don't have that entropy. And he went for a Purify, so you have to cycle the Purify as much as possible and try and bring his farm down as much as possible. But the fact that Super Riddick did not die, 0 deaths in that game, I'm not too sure if that GPM is correct, but that's just too high of a number. 2,925 GPM, maybe it's 925 GPM, right? 2,925 GPM, I mean, I don't know how much gold he's getting. That's just unheard of. And him getting a Savage at the end, oh my god, that's just icing on the cake right there.
Agree. I mean, that the fact that Team Dark Rise Esport like allow Subaritics to be so comfortable on his own lane without anyone obstructing his way. He managed to buff out so much to a point that at the end of it all, he came out alive for Dark Rise Esport was just super. This is where the fine line we see from Dark Rise Esport itself, whereby they let Subaritics to be so buffed out and so comfortable. That was where now we finally see the correction coming in. Is 865 gold per minute.
Yeah. So the emblem wise, if you see the emblem that he went for, usually the Nathan goes for the weakness finder so that you can slow the enemy down. But if you can see the adjustment that Super Riddick made, he went for the Quantum Charge so that he can have that sustainability and that survivability. That Quantum Charge giving him that HP and that movement speed so that he's able to be at key spacings, key positioning. And now we see the replay, the highlights coming through from the side of Duck Rise Esports. Just how they managed to secure this early game, I'm not too sure, but now we see it in 4K, right? They are able to fight with the help of Darkseid, And the way that they are able to jump the towers with the help of Yamikaze having that revitalization, this is why the revitalization is so strong on having it on JFAT and Yamikaze. And we see even teams picking up Benedetta to pick up that revitalization because there's so much sustain. And if you don't have the burst damage to go through that, you're not gonna be able to kill anyone.
I mean, and you see how so much effort been put out by Zarkov himself. He was the one who tried to initiate. He tried to go in for the rush himself. He tried to go in for the fight, but then it was still not enough. And this is where we see Subaridics finally at the best performance because, I mean, you even ask yourself, like, what happened on the earlier runs? It's all dark side for the show. He opened up so much space to a point that Subaridics was just comfortable to be fighted off on the end game. And this is where we see Darkside still performing very well. He shuts down, and I think that's the part where Dark Rise Esports, they know for a fact that they allow Subaridics to be so comfy on his own zone, and once he is already at a really peak, he will be able to rise off and shine the most at the end.
Yeah, and the Savage coming through, right? This is just surprising to me because every single team member was at full HP. The only damage they took from was from the Crystal, not from the enemy team members. There was no damage done by the enemy team members in that last fight because they did not have the damage to tear through that revitalization. Wow, what a statement coming in from Dark Rise Esports.
All right, that's just the first game, and it's looking good so far for Team Rise Esports. I mean, again, we put it out again, the fact that they are the experienced team, they are the invited team, so it shows on their potential-wise. And now moving into the first match itself, drafting, they're perfectly securing it. Beta Legends, can they actually reform again when they push in for the match number 2? Because again, they were high rise from the momentum of their success, but it's not showing off here for the open finals. A lot of the decision making they've done, it's a lot of mistakes pulling through, and the unorthodox speaking doesn't seem to actually do a good damage wise or even a good fight into the open finals of match number 1 itself. So hopefully now coming into the match number 2, they will learn back all the decision making, all the mistake they've done, and they'll be able to actually do at least all the research. And again, I'm questioning the chip again. Are we going to see chip finally be banned, or will we see chip again being pushed aside, not being used at all here for our match number 2?
I don't know what's happening, man. Both these teams just let the chip go, and yeah, that was just plain wasted, right? We could have seen the debut of Chip in Snapdragon Pro Series, but of course, this is where I believe the mentality of these players are tested. Like when you are a rookie team coming up into the big leagues, right? When you are finally playing in these open finals, and you finally have a chance to perform. This is where your mentality is tested, especially you're down a game, you made some bad decisions, you made some bad drafts, but whether you can bounce back, that's very important, because when you are a professional team playing in the big leagues, there will be times where you are down 1-0, you are down 3-0, you are down to a point where you have to reverse sweep. But we see the champions, they manage to do it every single time, right? We saw the likes of Falcon Esports in Myanmar, they managed to do it as well, and we saw the likes of Selangor Red Giants who managed to drop into the lower bracket and then still pull through as the champions of MPL MY. And this is where we see whether Pertho Legends, they can fill the shoes of their seniors in this league, where we have Team Liquid Indonesia who is in the same pool as them. Can they fulfill the same destiny? Wow, this is gonna be hard.
It is. It's going to be hard. I'm wondering if the teams have been able to actually figure out all the situations now. Going into the drafting of round number 2, and it seems that back again with Fanny to be banned out. We do finally see Chips and Jushin been banned out. Gato Kacha, on the other hand, Beta Legends ban it out because they don't want to give it away again to Rise Esports.
And what I'm curious to see, right, is whether Pertho Legends, do they still go for these cheese strats? Do they believe in their, this ube strats, like where they bring it out and teams have never seen it before. Changa Goling has been so hard to deal with in ranked gaming, not in competitive, because teams, they know how to deal with Chang'e. It falls off in that late game really hard, and we did see it just now. And now with that Eve being taken out, Suyo, the holy trio being taken out from Duck Rise Esports, they don't want to give that first pick over to Pertho Legends.
Okay, so far right now we do see all the metas been picked out already. So now let's see for the side of Pertho Legends, how are they going to respond wise? Because so far we see started out they actually take out they put out the Fredrin on the last chance and for the ultimate respawn coming in from the Rise Esport, right? So now they have the potential to bring out Matilda again. I think there's a possibility they probably have seen how the fight was occurring on the side of Pertho Legends. But then again, I was seeing a lot of the success rate coming in from them was not as good as we thought. They want to actually pull out to Duck Rise Esport. Do you agree on that?
The Hylos is still in the pool. The Phoveus is still in the pool. Khalid is still in the pool. And they pick up Phoveus in Alpha. Duck Rise Esports, if you're going to give Darkside the Alpha again, and now you give him a very premium EXP laner, one of the top few in the meta, Duck Rise are going to pick it up. And that Matilda is not going to be able to answer. It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, Pertho Legend was supposed to be the one to pick it up, and Matilda is the prioritization, still questionable on the side of Pertho Legends. But now they stole away Aurora in their hands. Okay, finally a good question, a really good respawn-wise from Pertho Legends. But again, they gotta be careful. They finally picked up Hylos. Now, finally, we see a little bit of secureness coming in from the drafting-wise of Pertho Legends. Despite we were curious on how they put out Matildas, but still, when it comes to Duck Rise Esport, they have Phoveus, they got Alpha in their hands. Still, most of the damage come out from them, and they have Valentina as well. I know for a fact that Pertho Legend had a really good respawn-wise, but still, I'm still on the side of Duck Rise Esport right now for their drafting.
Duck Rise Esports, they're showing that, I mean, in terms of drafting itself, it's really very calculated, well calculated, right? Yeah, you might be able to pick up that Hylos. You have that glorious pathway, but we can take it for ourselves too. We have that IMU from Valentina, and that's gonna leave your glorious pathway null and void. So they want to double down on the team fights. They are picking to their strengths, and that's what I really like. When you pick to your strength and you do not care about what the other team is gonna do because you can do it better than them.
Agree. Now, band-wise, they take out Bruno as well as Nolan. So, okay. I feel like a great position respawn coming in from the side of Pertho Legends. But, oh no, that's just troll. I know for a fact that Rise is just trolling off with picking off Changi right now for the last ban. They know for a fact that there was not a lot of effects coming in. But, I mean, that Rise Esport, I think pretty much is just like a friendly banter coming in from them.
Yeah, in terms of the goal laners, if you still want to think about the premium goal laners, right? Having that Hylos in that position, it would be better for Duck Rise to ban out that Harif. Because that Zamon's Force together with the Guiding Wind, a lot of AoE will be coming through from Pertho Legends if they really leak out that Harif. But of course, they can pick it up for themselves if they choose to do so. But Pertho Legends is their ban right now. Do they take out the Harif? They take out the Cho instead.
Okay, now this is where the fine line of Duck Rise. Are you gonna actually allow Harith to be given out to Pertho Legends, or are you gonna take it off for yourself? Since that they got Moskov in their hands, and look at this. This is gonna be giving more mobility-wise for them. But we got Bane as well as Izia in Pertho Legends.
Okay, in terms of team fight, Pertho Legends got it, right? There's so much team fight. Like Delia's Catch together with Glorious Pathway. You can lay down that that Glacier as well, that Frigid Glacier from Aurora. And yeah, you can reposition the Ixia really well with the Matilda. On paper, yes. But on execution, it's gonna be very hard. Duck Rise Esports, they're gonna have to lag for 5 seconds and not move because there's no setup for your spells right now. There's no main initiator for Pertho Legend Esports if you think about it. Meanwhile, Duck Rise Esports, they have a very easy execution with that Spear of Alpha, with the Valentina, with now that they pick up the Raging Sandstorm on the Khalid as well, there's just one more layer to worry about. Duck Rise Esports, they can go in left and right.
Wow, okay, this is way out of my my analysis wise. I mean, like Pertho Legends again surprising us off with the drafting phase. I thought that they learned from the first drafting, but the second drafting, I mean, started out really good. I mean, again, I questioned Matilda wise, but they picked out Aurora as well as Hylos. That was a really good move. But then Bane as well as Izia. Now, this is where Pertho Legends, again, they're going to be a little bit squishy. They're going to be easily targeted, and they're not going to have that mobility wise to actually lock on to Dark Rise Esport itself. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, my brain is freezing here because yeah.
Not because of the aircon, is it?
No, it's not because of the air conditioning. No, it's not that. But now we have it, game 2, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as if, I mean, Dark Rise Esports, they have a very good draft. But in terms of holding that high ground, yeah, I mean, Pertho Legends, they can do it for days. But let's just find out as we head on into the Land of Dawn.
Let's go, guys. This is match number 2. Round number 2 of match number 2. Pertho Legends Esport Indonesia versus Dark Rise Esport from Cambodia. Can Pertho Legends elongate this match up, or will Dark Rise Esport make another 2-0 donut? But now fights coming in. Sun comes through. Yamikaze giving a lot of damage coming in, but he did manage to pull through. But no! Sun takes him out immediately. Looking good for Pertho Legends so far as they move in for the team fights. And as they pull away, they did manage to at least secure Glizzy to pull away before becoming a casualty for Team Dark Rise.
Yeah, and Dark Rise Esports, if they keep going into the meat grinder, that is Pertho Legends, because they have a lot of AoE damage. They are not going to be able to survive, right? Dark Rise Esports, you know that their key factor will be that Spear of Alpha, that dark side going in. Spear of Alpha, if you manage to burst someone down, you take the team fight. But if you're not, you don't do it. Glizzy in a bit of trouble, but he's a Matilda, right? You're not supposed to be able to die in this situation, but he goes back in. What's he doing?
Why did you go back in? You're already half line. Now, this is the micro decision making coming in from Pertho Legends Esport, where they are actually giving bodies straight away to Team Dark Rise Esport. They already got a win, but then that overextension was just not needed at all. Dark Rise Esport, Chan as well as JFAT right at the top as they're trying to actually contest for the turtle. GZ Man baiting out. It seems that JFAT will try to actually steal away. Can they actually make it? It's gonna be Glizzy who make it through, but at the same time, Yamikaze takes down GZ Man. They're trying to pull into Sun as well as Glizzy. Almost barely close it out. They can actually survive it out, but no, Yamikaze, oh, barely making it alive. But still, that turtle still in the hands of Pertho Legend Esport. Close enough with the casualty of 1 in the hands of Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, but Dark Rise Esports, they make them pay, right? They get that blue, they get that purple buff going for them as well. And the fact that Yamikaze is able to jump in and out of fights is going to be very scary, right? He is a roaming Khalid. Just take note of that, right? It's not as if he has a lot of farm, but he's able to already do so much at these early stages of the game.
Oh, looking for another casualty to be uphold here. Glizzy will try to help things out. Capsper Winata, as they progress, they're trying to actually go in for the crab. Okay, but at the same time, Super Take is already in the side as well, so he's still away for himself. So not to worry much, Dark Rise still covering up all the bottom lane for themselves.
Yeah, in terms of Moscow versus Ixia, right? Ixia does have that full barrage where it's able to lay down an area damage. It's very good for high ground defense, very good for just securing a team fight zone. But if Dark Rise is able to jump your backlines, that's it. And look at the Raging Sandstorm.
Coming in, Yamikaze pulls her to Casper Winata, but as Chan backline comes in, it's going to be JFAT who takes him down as they pull into Sun as well. They pull away, but Sun unfortunately managed to shoot away. But Darkside on the verge of being taken down by Sun, and now there's going to be a 1-to-1 boss fight itself. But JFAT also pulled through to Zagovic. Zagovic having a lot of damage, but managed to pull through away from Dark Rise. It's still a trade-off, but still a win for Team Dark Rise Esport to shut down the players of Pertho Legends.
Yeah, and they are able to just secure themselves the space for the turtle just in time. GZ-Man, he does get a lot of macro advantages on top lane, takes out that takes out that turret, that outer turret as the Bane, and yeah, you do need a lot of farm on the Bane to get through. And if he does get the farm going, that mid game might be secured for Pertho Legends Esports because they have a lot of AoE damage, but they have to manage the resource a lot better.
Okay, coming in, Frozen on the side right now. It's gonna be GZ-Man to take down J-Fight with the help of Sun. But Sun having a lot of damage, had to pull through. That Pierce comes in for the side of Subaridix. Now Yamikaze pull into the side of Sun. Sun managed to survive it out, but unfortunately will be shut down instantly by the side of Chan Chan. But Darkside takes down GZ-Man. One more player to go. It's gonna be Zagovic to be the victim of Yamikaze. 3 wins in the hands of Dark Rise Esport. And now they're looking more sturdy than ever. And Pertho Legends is out.
Yeah, Casper Winata, he just revealed his locations. Needs to run for his life right now. He might potentially die if they are able to find him, but the team member's not there.
Wait, he can actually go in for a fight with Yamikaze, but nope, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Even with the help, a little bit too slow for the backup. Still, the team of Dark Rise Esport, they already had it done. They already actually calculated every calculation, every movement coming in from Pertho Legends. Now, Darkside try to actually go in for the back lane, fighting off with Glazy. It seems that it's going to be GZ-Man stealing away another turret. I like the fact that they are losing all those team fights, but we have at least GZ-Man stealing away. But Chechen comes in for the fight. It's going to be a Frozen side, pushing it straight to Pertho Legends. One player down is going to be GZ-Man as they go in for Zagovic as well. Glazy was shut down. Casper Winata moving away from the fight, leaving off Zagovic all alone. So now they're left with 2 more players to go.
There was no way Pertho Legends survived that alive. They were 3 men stunned up beneath their own tower. And that was a stolen Frigid Glacier coming out from Tian Tian. This Valentina plays has been out of this world, right? He's been initiating team fights again and again with his IMUs, and Pertho Legends, it looks like they have no response for this because yes, they have a lot of damage, but they have no way of sustaining the team fights. There is no sustained damage. It's always on their big ultimates, and that is the drafting flaw of Pertho Legends that Dark Rise, they are just abusing time and time again.
Agree. Now they're going to actually stall off the second turret coming in from the top lane, and they're pushing it straight away. J-Fat is going to be super everything to manage to pull ill. Now as we pull it on, it's going to be an overextension coming in from GZ-Man who shuts down J-Fat. Did manage to get a double kill. The overextension of Dark Rise Esport has been a little bit rueful for coming in from Pertho Legends, but even so, they scare out that turret for the sake of Dark Rise Esports.
A bit of an overextension, like you said.
Yeah.
Like, it's 7 minutes in the game. You're not supposed to be diving the inhibitor turret right there, my friend. And now he will pay for it. But Dark Rise Esports, they still have a lot of map control because of that net worth advantage. 4.5k and 7 minutes is 1 to 2 items. And you only have 1 to 2 items on each hero at this point. So that's at least a 50% advantage going your way. Dark Rise Esports, they want to fight this.
It's already Glizzy trying to find an opening. It seems that Dark Rise did manage to actually steal away the turtle for themselves. Not to worry, with no casualty whatsoever coming in for Pertho Legends. They couldn't even do anything, as the fact that Dark Rise had a really good defense mechanism-wise to shut them down before coming in. So Darkside was just comfortable on his own zone. But as the process come in, now Team Pertho Legends, they're trying to actually stagger the team fights on their own. They did manage to actually pull out to Darkside, did manage to actually froze him off, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be enough as Yamikaze comes in, and we do see Chen Chen also pulls through, and it seems that Team Pertho Legends, as much damage they try to actually go in, it's still not enough.
And what I want to see from Pertho Legends Esports, right, is take advantage of the fact that Moskov does not have Purify. He went for Flicker. So you have to either catch him when the Flicker is not available or lock him down because he does not have Purify. So you want to catch the Moskov as much as possible. Once he's gone, there's no damage available. So there might be a semblance of hope here.
Coming in right now, Super Rix clears out the last turret, the second last turret coming in as we pushing on. Hylos pulls out. Now they're trying to actually, but they're stunned out. Super Riddick getting a lot of damage there. That could be an opening for the side of Team Pertho Legends, but as Super Riddick was able to be covered out and he pulls away from the fight, still Pertho Legends could not find the opening they needed off. Darkseid slowly, casually trying to actually pull in and try to steal away the buff for himself. So still the team of Darkrise Esports having a lot of the success on the rate on themselves, and Pertho Legends still haven't found the opening they need.
Yeah, and it just seems very disjointed, right? It seems like the
Yeah.
communications from Pertho Legends, the full barrage was being used, but there is no Frigid Glacier to lock them in place. There's no Deadliest Catch to control them. They have so much CC, they have so much AoE control, and I feel that if they communicate better and use it more, they could have gotten that team fight to their advantage. But now they will have that available for this Lord fight. Let's see if they can communicate a level higher.
Right, Glizzy pushing on straight to JFAT first of all. Zagovic coming in for Chan, but nope, it's too late. Lot already been picked up, and that's gonna be a win from the side of Darkrise Esports. Pertho Legends still hesitant to actually pull out a really good team fight for their own potential of comeback or even reverse back this effect. Somehow, we are seeing Darkrise having much more strong lineup for them to pull out and team fight for them to actually win it off.
And this is the problem of Hylos EXP that a lot of teams have realized, right? You are missing that initiation factor. That's why we saw the resurgence of Phobias. That's why Kali became so high in the meta, because you can go into the fight, you can start the fight whenever, and you are guaranteed to survive for at least a minute in that team fight.
Let's go in for the Lord as we push in for the last turret. They're gonna actually try to fall out to Zagovic, but Zagovic try to maintain it, clear out Lord immediately. Great push coming in from Pertho Legends itself. They clear out all of the attempts to pull in. It's just a half line for the turrets wise. Now try to clear out the minions as well. Darkrise on the other note, they didn't actually go into that team fight for that Lord. They actually just try to do as much damage as possible, but it's just not enough. They pretty much just try to actually not overextending themselves, but I'm wondering if that's gonna be a good decision making when the fact that they had the potential to just pull through.
Okay, if Darkrise Esports, they do not manage to sync up the waves when they get a Lord, there's no way that they will be able to push the high ground, because the high ground defense is off the charts. But now we do have a team fight.
Coming in right now as we see that Darkseid haven't been frozen, he moves back away, and even so, Pertho Legends finds the opening, yet they lose the window for them to pull through. And Darkrise again looking very sturdy than ever, and they didn't matter much because the fact is even they try to initiate it off, Team Darkrise Esports was just too much.
Yeah, there's only one target that they can potentially go for, which is Super Riddick's or Valentina, right? Chin or Super Riddick's, if they can catch them, yes, that's nice. But if they cannot catch them, you're not going to be able to kill Darkseid because he has a Spear of Alpha to get away, Raging Sandstorm to get away from Yamikaze as well, and you are not going to be able to kill JFAT. As long as he is able to get the Infernal Pursuit off, you're just going to buy, he's going to buy time, and the rest of the team members are going to come in. And Darkrise Esports are testing in the mid lane right now.
Pretty much saying that come in, let's fight. We're waiting for you here, right in the water. The water is fine. We're waiting for it. And as we move along, we do see that Lord is already going to spawn out within the 50 seconds. That's going to be an opportunity for Darkrise as well to actually take up a notch for their team fights as well. But as we see, Pertho Legends already setting up themselves as well. Now let's see if they can actually try to fight it out. Darkseid pulling in, try to actually do some damage as well to the side of Zagovic as Glizzy try to actually target out to JFAT, but now backlines coming from Chan. That could be an opportunity if Pertho Legends spot him out quickly, but Zagovic pushing in for 1v1, but JFAT is also sticking with it, but we got Super Riddick giving a lot of damage to Glizzy. Glizzy almost open up to be taken down, and that's a great push coming in from Darkrise Esports. They know for a fact that the lot is already been taken out, so Team Pertho Legends, this is the second wave that you need to guard up really, really strongly.
Yeah, they do have high ground defense for days, right? They have that full barrage. They have the Frigid Glacier, Deadliest Catches available as well. There's a lot of blanket spells for the creeps. But the fact of the matter was that the previous fight, right? Super Riddick could play all the way in front, 1v5 as a Moskov, and usher Pertho Legends away from the Lord. Just him alone. That was just very disgusting coming out from Super Riddick.
Yeah, agree. Definitely. This is going to be tricky as Pertho Legends, they really got to know how to pick out the teams of Dark Rise Esport. Now, Lord's already marching in. This is where the Dark Rise might actually pull through. The turret has already been out. Now it's open for the next few turrets as well. Yamikaze try to actually pick up Casper Winatar as well. And now clears out the bottom turret as well. Close enough. Now they're done. Middle lane will be the next victim for themselves as well, clearing out most of the minions as well as shutting down the Lord. Right this instant, Pertho Legends have a lot to cover up their grounds. They try to push in. Zagovic will be fighting off with Darkseid as they're pushing into Yamikaze, but this is where we see Chan pushing in through. Darkseid having a lot of damage, but now the turret is open. The crystal is open for the take for the side of Dark Rise. They're pushing in straight away to fight. They spotted out Glizzy. A lot of damage coming in. Sun still survived it out, still trying to re-heal himself, but Darkseid having a lot of damage. Great composure coming in from Pertho Legends. They still survive all those fights, and yet Dark Rise didn't manage to get any casualty pushing in, but it's done already. Crystal is open, half of the line already depleted, and Dark Rise Esport is just waiting for the right time.
Ah, yeah, Pertho Legends, they managed to defend there, right? Dark Rise Esports could have potentially ended the game, but still, getting all those inhibitor turrets, really very good for them. But knowing that the ultimates were not available for Pertho Legend Esports, they could have pushed that matter a lot further. But now they missed their timing window. Only the full barrage is not available. And Pertho Legends, this might be their time if they want to win the series back.
Oh, JVAT already open. Frozen coming in. Zakovic comes through. Comes through with us and takes down JVAT. And now opening for the side of Darkseid. Darkseid will be surviving for the immortal, but Zakovic checks him down immediately. Now pushing into Super Riddick. Oh, Super Riddick almost close it up, but Zakovic will be chasing after him. Close it out. Takes him down immediately. And Yamikaze takes it down. JZ Man takes down Super Riddick, leaving only Chan as well as Yamikaze. Wow, what a really good comeback coming from Pertho Legends. But is it going to be enough? Clear out the last turret for the side of the mid lane. Now Chan is right out open. Yamikaze pulls through for the defense wise. They clear out all the turrets for themselves, but at the same time Yamikaze will be stuck in the middle. He will be surviving it out, but at the same time JZ Man will not allow it all. Casper Renata shuts it down, but here Minion is doing their job, but Zargovic will be here to shut them down. What a great comeback coming in for Pertho Legends, but is it going to be enough though? Minions needs to be covered up. No, Sun comes through, and now they need to do the double down work for them to defend it off. Okay, a little bit too scary, but the Lord has already been stolen by Pertho Legends. Oh, the spears comes in, but it's not gonna hit anyone for Pertho Legends. The double down game coming in for Pertho Legends for the late game was just surprise, was not expected by Dark Rise Esport themselves, but still the question begs to differ. Will this Lord be the game changer for Team Pertho Legends?
Yeah, Pertho Legends, they fully took advantage of the fact that Dark Rise Esports did not end them right there. And now Circling Eagle being used, ready with a glorious pathway. Pertho Legends, I mean, they might have a timing here. IMU is not available for the side of Tianqian.
JFAT is right in the open. GZ and Zogafeed will be teaming up. JFAT a little bit too ambitious. Overextension will be costing him life, as well as right now GZ Man takes down Darkseid, pushing into Chan as well. Chan having a little bit of difficulty right here. They did manage to secure it up, but Yamikaze coming in for the backline, and we do see Frozen coming in for Super Rhythm, but the damage already been done. Pertho Legends Esport shut down the Crystal, giving the first victory in their hands.
What a comeback coming through from Pertho Legends Esports. I mean, Dark Rise Esports, it was completely in their hands. It was their game to lose. And yeah, I was saying that they could have ended things right there because they did not have the ultimates available, but yet they chose to go back and do what? Farm the jungle alone? Not together? Don't stick as 5? And of course, Pertho Legends, they are gonna take that advantage any day and turn that mistake into their favor.
Agree, definitely. I mean, wow, that was a great comeback. It was like a deja vu of what we see from Rift Esports themselves. But I mean, again, it was tough to see. It was really, really distraught to see how Team Pertho Legend was just struggling all in all. But I do agree on the note that the fact that they could have ended off already with that second lot. That second wave was already potentially to have that crystal on the left line already. But then they didn't even go in for the extension. They didn't even go as one to push in, and yet they allow so much space for Pertho Legends to cover themselves up, and that's where they were punished for those decisions.
Yeah, there was a lot of hesitation coming through from Duck Rise Esports. After they lost that first team fight, it's not as if they lost the game, right? They only lost an inhibitor turret. The crystal was still intact. They had 2 inhibitor turrets up, but they didn't want to take the fights in the same fashion as they did. They could have won because, I mean, potentially you have JFAT going in, but nobody to follow up, and JFAT just got picked off time and time again, trying to initiate for his team. But there was no Raging Sandstorm, IMU was used in vain, and of course, I feel that the Spirit Destruction, even though it was good, trying to catch that backline, that Bane was proving to be really a thorn in Super Riddick's back, because he was dealing so much damage to his Super Riddick's. Half the time he was trying to get away, and he would be at like a quarter of HP.
I mean, look at this, coming in from Pertho Legends, they made a really good comeback. They were down by the numbers. Pretty much, the currency-wise was definitely on the side of Dark Rise Esports. Even on the mid-game of itself, they were down by the numbers of the bodies as well. From 10 to 4, now they got 11 to 10 to the side of Dark Rise Esports. And the game changer definitely goes out to the side of Bane itself. He made a lot of disturbance. There was a lot of damage pulled out for him to a point that Team Dark Rise could not do anything. But I think we've been questioning the decision making of them picking up Matilda, but I'm not going to question anymore because Glizzy performed really well with Matilda. He really covered back up really well for Pertho Legends to a point that there was not much that cover ground of Dark Rise could not do. Even with Super Riddick try to actually go in for the backline, they still have Glizzy to cover things up, and Zargovi also covered the grounds really well. A great defense mechanism for the team of Pertho Legends to a point that Dark Rise could not do anything.
I gotta disagree you, man. I stand by my point, right? in an ideal world, for Legends,
true.
your esports, your team fight lineup should not
So
be
you're
winning.
saying it's luck? Is it a luck?
I'm not too sure. I just feel that Duck Rise Esports, they messed up. They messed up big time. And I feel that Pertho Legend Esports, it's good decision making on the point where you capitalize on their mistake, but it's just Duck Rise Esports just messing up. Their draft should not have lost.
True, agree. I mean, we talked about it because their draft-wise was just covering every ground-wise. But this is where the fine line of that micro decision-making, that when you overthink or you overconfident, and as well as, because those are the factors coming in from Dark Rise. They overthink too much on that second wave. They could have actually go in straight away to the crystal-wise, shut down every players of Team Pertho Legends because they're already down by the numbers. They're also having a lot of pressure to actually ground out that minions as well as to defend the crystal wise, but yet Dark Rise was overthinking and maybe a little bit too overconfident. I know this is too much to actually thrown out to them, but they deserve this title. They're overconfident. They think that they could actually just ground it out for the third wave because they thought they have it in the bag. But that's when Team Pertho Legends pull in. I mean, GZ man goes out to fight with JFAD, and then we do see that's when the falter of Super Riddick as well. He was just a little bit too squishy to a point that Sun giving a lot of pressure for him to shut down. They froze out all the movement of Super Riddick. That's when Team Pertho Legends just pulled through that win for that end game.
Yeah, they did a great job of holding on despite the fact that they lost all 3 inhibitor turrets, right? All 3 inhibitor turrets were lost, and Duck Rise Esports, they didn't capitalize anything of all because they backed off in the worst way possible, where they backed off not as 5, not in terms to help each other out. They were not of equal spacing, and I mean, I feel that Pertho Legends, they just capitalized on that. They did such a good job of knowing Duck Rise mistakes, right? Zarkovic and GZ Man, they knew the amount of damage that they could deal at this point. And GZ Man, I gotta say, the amount of damage he dealt must have been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was just superbly amazing. I mean, you did saw to a point that he did the skill 3, and that's when Super Riddick was already down to 20% of his lifeline, and even he tried to run away for his life. he did that last damage, and that was just needed. With the retribution, you're done for good, Super. And that was it. That was needed by GZ Man to shut down all the damage that was supposed to be the cover up for Rise Esport. Once you have Super away from the fight, you don't have any more of your defense mechanism or even the offense line to boost up or even to shut down any attempts coming in from Peta Legends.
Yeah, and I really like the itemization coming in from Casper Winata. Not going for that standard itemizations, right? He's going for the impairment, right? Wanting to slow the enemies down with the corrosive scythe. That Sky Piercer, I believe he bought at the end because I don't believe he's gonna buy that when he's behind. So that Sea Halberd being used to slow down that healing. Malefic Roar for that amplification, right? Having that AP damage, the pierce damage coming through, and Zarkovic getting the MVP of the match. 100% kill participation. I believe his glorious pathways at the start, yeah, it was never off the mark, right? His glorious pathways always served a purpose, whether he wanted to save his teammates or initiate a team fight. It was never wasted, and I feel that he did an extremely good job of being the peel needed to hold on to the base. They were so behind, they nearly lost the entire crystal, but still they held on so well.
Agree, definitely. And this is where the fine line of the first wave, this is where they didn't need to actually overextend themselves to a point actually, but yet Team.Rise did it, and it gives a lot of potential for Peta Legends itself. And that's where J-Fat, even with the help of Superrix to cover things up, he was taken out already. And this is where Zography shuts down Darkside as well and pushing into Superrix as they move along. Just needed one more push, and Zography just shuts down instantly Superrix with the help of GZ Man. And Yami Kaze as well as Chen Chen had no way to run, because as they push along for that mid lane of the turret itself, that's where all the Peta Legends just pull all their weights into Rise Esports.
Yeah, and you saw that during the fight. J-Fat was in, but if you look at the green dots, they're all up. Yamikaze only used it at the last possible second for that team fight, and that was just a bit too late. The Lord is already straight in your crystal, and the damage is being dealt to your base. So eventually it was just a slight little timing error that cost them the entire game.
And this is where the fine lines of, all right, you've already got your drafting, so we've already questioned it on the side of Peta Legends on the first match, because Peta Legends, they lost because of the drafting wise, and even on those team fights. Going into Rise Esport, pushing into this match or round number 3 itself, you got the drafting. The question is, can you time it right properly for the next match? Because this is where the decision making was questionable whenever they push into the team fights or even into the baseline of the enemy territory, because you didn't actually time it properly. You were hesitant, you were overconfident, and you were overthinking every movement you did. Even the overextension was giving a lot of the sacrifice that was not necessary, that Peta Legends takes advantage of that situation.
Yeah, and this is where your clarity of mind is very important as a professional player, because it's very hard, right? And in this kind of decision making, it's very hard to always keep track of the ultimates of your opponents. Knowing when the full barrage is up, and just being having that communication to say that, yeah, they don't have the full barrage. Maybe it's time for us to go in. And that's what defines the best teams from the better teams, right? It's always that part where you are keeping track of the enemy utility. That's when you know that you could be a potential champion. But before we head on into the final game, we will be going for a short break. These teams have to rest, and so do we, and we'll be seeing you guys after a short while.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Looking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code through code. Run it again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a short break indeed. We still are on the same series, Duck Rise Esports versus Pertho Legends Esports. And for those of you that don't know, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me will be Fasya Bunny to cover the rest of the day's games. And of course, for the game 3 itself, right? We talked about the day 1 being so important for both teams. If you lose a game here, you are guaranteed to go a 5 series. You have to win 5 series to enter the qualification for the challenge season.
I mean, okay, right now moving into the drafting wise, I think that we saw how the potential put out by both teams, and I still feel like Duck Rise Esport could have won it, and we agree on that wise as well. But now batting wise, it seems that we got all the metas been put out, but
Chip.
choose wise, Pertho Legends not only just recently already stolen Aurora, now Alpha will be in their hands, and we got Gato Gacha back into the scene of Duck Rise Esports.
The chip is still there.
Oh yeah! Oh, and Hayabusa been picked off as well?
Yeah, there's so much respect coming in from these teams. But Duck Rise Esports, yeah, they go for the Vexana and the Hayabusa instead. Yeah, Pertho Legends, finally!
We
Yes!
finally see a Chief debut here on SPS! Whoa! No! This is not what we were expecting, especially from Pertho Legends themselves. Oh man, this is interesting. Okay, we got Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa was already a great surprise, but Chip in the hands of Pertho Legends? Now, this is gonna be tough. We got Alpha, Aurora. They're already gutting off a really good line for themselves. This is already a perfect drafting coming in for Pertho Legends. Now, with Phobius as well as Eve, Matilda been banned off, they saw what was the potential coming in from Pertho Legends. I like the fact that they shut down any potential of Matilda here in the hands of Pertho Legends.
And I like the fact that Pertho Legends, they have that alpha, right? They have that secondary initiation factor in case the shortcut goes wrong. Because we see teams, how they answer towards Chip is having a lot of AoE damage. We see having that Guinevere, having that Vexana, having that Gato Kacha even, that AoE damage that to take out the shortcut. Because there's a mechanic that a lot of players have not realized playing against Chip. You can actually destroy the shortcut. You can actually deal damage to the point where you cannot teleport anymore. So yeah, there's a possibility where you can do that. So
Okay.
yeah,
I mean, with Chip as a meta, we still see that there's a possibility for that meta to be control-wise, to be at least honed down most of the possible wins on the side of Pertho Legends. Now, Khalid on the side of Duck Rise to be banned off. I think the fact that they know the potential of Khalid to be picked off by Pertho Legends and they don't want to have that potential to be used up against them. So I like the fact that, again, they pretty much have already all the AoE for their side. They already got CC on their side. So this is a great move coming in from Duck Rise Esports. But then we got the Nolan also been picked off to be banned off by Pertho Legends.
Yeah, and what I would like to see from Pertho Legends right now is just go for the Harif goal lane. Just double down on your team fight so that you can make full use of that shortcut, right? Now you have the Frigid Glacier, you have Spear of Alpha, you have Zamin's Force on the floor, and there's gonna be so much inhibitor towards the side of Duck Rise Esports. They're not gonna be able to take a free team fight at all.
Okay, this is interesting. All right, if they have Harith, there's already a perfect composition coming in from Pertho Legends, but that is if they do pick it out. Another situation, it could be they actually throw out Harith instead. They actually pick out maybe Moskov. They steal away Moskov because that was also one of the strategies that Duck Rise Esports had a lot of potential where Pertho Legends had a difficulty to buy it for, but they got Eden.
I love this. It hasn't shown its face the whole day, and I was wondering when it's gonna come out. So Edith finally out. Very good team fight possibility for Pertho Legends Esports. But Duck Rise Esports, you can't shut this down, right? You can't shut this down. Still, you can't go for magic damage. You can't go for some sort of burst damage as well. So yeah, I mean, Roger Gold lane usually that we see, but it's not really in that meta anymore. Yeah, the Sky Piercer though, it's really good on Roger Gold lane.
Okay, we got Harith been stolen right there, coming in straight to Duck Rise Esports. Okay, I think that's gonna be a good case coming in for Duck Rise to respond well to Pertho Legends. But now comes out to the both side of Rise as well as Pertho Legends as Tigreal been picked up.
Yeah, and usually we see teams when you're going up against a chip, the only way to win is to double down on your team fight, right? You gotta make sure that your AoE CC is there. It's either you destroy away the shortcut or you take the fight to the face. And that implosion is really gonna help. But Pertho Legends left with their gold laner. I mean, they can go one or two routes, right? One, they can double down in the team fight, and they do pick up the Chang'e once again. I don't really like this though. It didn't work for them game 1. I don't think it's gonna work for them game 3.
Pertho Legends again with the surprise factor at the end of it all. I mean, are we surprised? I mean, I don't think so. I was already expecting they're gonna actually do something silly, and they did. They put out Chang'e right again into the hands of Pertho Legends. So yeah, let's see how it's gonna be like here for the second match. Again, we predicted it was gonna be on the side of Pertho Legends 2-1, but it started out really good for Rise Esports. Only on the matter of fact, on that round number 2, that's when they actually throw away. I mean, not to say they throw away, but there was a lot of the mistakes that was done by them to a point that Pertho Legends was able to punish them for that. But at the same time here for drafting number 3, I feel like again Rise Esports has the better calculated movement to fight off with Pertho Legends. The question is, can Pertho Legends do the miracle gameplay again here on out on match number 3? Now let's take a look. Rise Esports Cambodia versus the team of Pertho Legends Esports Indonesia.
Yeah, it's going to be a very key game. Both teams tied up 1-1 right now. Winner takes all, right? Winner, it becomes a best of 1 again. The winner, the winner will go to the 1-0 bracket, and it will be a golden road for the winner. But whoever loses this match will have to play 4 more series to get in.
Okay, let's see. Do see them stacking right on the mid lane, and Yamikaze trying to find a way. Does it actually trying to go in for the first one? Nope. I think they're just going to clear out minions for a while. They're just going to see what they can actually do for now. And it is trying to actually pull in for the buff. We do see the contest comes in. This is where Darkside will try to pull away. Glizzy comes in, but nope, it's going to be in the hands of Darkside instead. And we do see another potential of steal. But that's where we do. Glizzy stands out both of the side, and they're not going to allow it. Yeah. But they do get the buff that they need. But oh, Darkside shuts down Glizzy. At what cost? They get the crabs for themselves. Ended up losing 1 lifeline in the hands of Rise Esports.
Yeah, Glizzy trying to take that fight a bit too early. I was just going to say that Shadow Kill is available. Darkside is the strongest character on that map right now because he did manage to steal away your neutral creep. So he has that level advantage and the 2 buffs as a jungler. So, I mean, Pertho Legends, they will have a lot to answer for. And JFat might
coming in right now. JZ-Man takes down J5 immediately, but as we see, Yamikaze try to actually pull away JZ-Man as well. But Darkside doesn't manage to pull through for the fight. JZ-Man pulls away without any casualties. So that's 1 win for the side of Pertho Legends as well. But now they're going to contest for the side of the Turtle. Volimos, Sun kills away Darkside, and now making a really good Pertho Legends move for that Turtle in the hands. But Yamikaze still a little bit of disturbance. Chan also try to help things out. But Yamikaze being all mobilized, and now they try to pull away. But Yamikaze a little bit too much to bear for the strength. It was not squishy enough for them to shut down. So he managed to pull away. But that's going to be a Turtle to be stolen by Pertho Legends.
The combo of utility there by Pertho Legends, right? If you think about how a Hayabusa is, he had that shadow kill to get out of the way from the Frigid Glacier. But the fact is, Glizzy landed that stun just seconds before that Frigid Glacier popped. And then Darkside, he was unable to do anything because he already used that quad shadow for that earlier team fight. So he had no way to get away and does not have a flicker. He has a retribution. He's a jungler after all. So yeah, Pertho Legends, they really know how to play with this chip, and it's gonna really pay dividends, especially into these mid stages of the game. Because chip, once we see the debut of the shortcut, that ultimate ability from that chip, it's gonna be very hard for Rise Esports to fight.
Let's see. We do see 3 of them stacking off right at the top lane. gonna actually try to gang up against Super Ridix, but as they move along, the minions already been cleared out, so still it's not a opening for the side of Pertho Legends just yet to go in, and we do see a lot of the Dark Rise esports teammates also already covered the grounds as well, not gonna allow one to be bullied away. So a lot of the cover up coming in for the side of Dark Rise is what is doing well. But the Legends, despite a great win coming in for the two of the kills, yet we are seeing the potential of Dark Rise might be able to push it as Dark Side buffing himself off.
Yeah, and very good use of vision here, just to prevent that chip from coming through. Glizzy in a bit of trouble, drops the shortcut though.
Coming in for a fight, it's gonna be Sunuriti takes down Glizzy, but as they pull through, Casper Winita shakes down also the side of Yamikaze, but as we pull along, Dark Side was almost barely alive, but he did manage to take off Zargovi for the trade of 2 for the hands of Team Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, and shortcut might be available, but there's so much damage, and all 5 members of Dark Rise Esports are ready in reach to help out. And this is what I want to see from Team KH, right? That KH meta just calls for that brawl, but then Dark Rise Esports, they mix in a lot of that macro decisions as well. They use your vision very perfectly, making sure that Glizzy is always kept tracked of. He is not unaware, and they are always keeping track of him.
Oh, having a little bit of damage right now. Zagovi has to pull away, but Glizzy pushing on to the side of Subaride as GZ Man already spotted out, freezing off Yamikaze. Yamikaze having a little bit of damage coming in, but they didn't manage to pull him off from the side, and unfortunately, he will be able to secure a lifeline before being tagged off. And still, it's a struggle for the side of Pertho. Looking good previously, but now it seems that Dark Rise already portraying a great defense as well as a good layer of securism to a point that Team Pertho Legends cannot break it down.
Yeah, and Glizzy just can't find a rotation for the life of him. It feels like every single bush that Glizzy is in, he's been scouted out. Dark Rise Esports are showing what it takes to deal with that chip, right? Whether or not you have that vision advantage, making sure that you know where the chip is at all times, it just helps such a great deal so that you can position the rest of your teammates so that the shortcut does not catch you by surprise. And Dark Rise Esports, they are systematically making sure it's being taken away.
Oh, Darkside comes in for a fight with Zarkovic, almost close enough to close in with the ulti, but doesn't make through. But now, Zarkovic a little bit too overextension, giving a lifeline, but here JZ Man gets the call out right here. Almost lifeline, but no, he will be the victim to be shut down. And now, Zarkovic needs to be careful. He needs to pull away before becoming a next casualty to the side of Darkside. But as we move along here, mid lane, we do see San being airborne, and Jian takes him down immediately. And now Glizzy and Zarkovic try to actually turn the favor to the side of JFAD. JFAD has already had a lot of damage, but Glizzy unfortunately could not get the lock on, and in the end had to pull away from the fight.
Yeah, and Pertho Legends, I mean, them not being on the front foot, them not being the key initiator, coming to bite them back in the back. Because, I mean, as a chip, if your team member is already dead when you drop that shortcut, you're coming in to that fight 4v5. Dark Rise Esports, they are perfectly dealing with that chip pressure right now, making sure the vision is there, or at least a team member is down. Dark Rise Esports doing extremely well.
I mean, with Hayabusa giving a lot of pressure, he's all over the place. He's very, very slimy, not easy to lock on, and despite the fact that every time he goes in for a fight, he managed to actually pull through, and this is something tricky. Now he's gonna go in for Changi, a very slithery. He will be able to shut down with that lifeline, and now Casper will be taken down easily. Now pushing on to Glizzy as well as Yamikaze push on. They have the whole entire first lineup of the turret has already been secured.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Rise Esports, they are securing the macro as well as the micro, but look at this.
This is going in for a fight. They airborne straight away. 3 of the players of Pertho Legends pushing, and JZ managed to take down JFAT for the overextension. But then again, it's just a minor win for Pertho Legends for now. It was just enough for them to just bear off away the team of Dark Rise Esports.
Yeah, what's surprising to me is that they forced that team fight underneath that turret, right? They did not have the creep wave to work with. And yeah, Dark Rise Esports, I mean, mistakes have come to bite them back in that game too, as we've seen before. But Dark Rise Esports, they will have breathing space, because Pertho Legends, they don't have that similar late game as they had. They have a Chang'e now.
Oh, clearing out, and now we do see Yamikaze will be stunned, pushing in straight away, but nope, they just clear out the first two red of top and bottom. A great opening, at least a clearing off for the side of Pertha, but it seems that Yamikaze will try to find an opening. Dark side, pushing on for the flank. Doesn't seem that he doesn't want to actually overextend himself. He will be prioritizing to just try to find a way on the front line. Once he finds an opening, that could be a case for Dark Rise. Chen also trying to find a little bit of opening to the side of Pertha Legends. Still not enough. I think pretty much this is just an initiator waiting off to see whether or not they're going to actually go in for that team fight. Lot coming in already, and Yamikaze push through, stuns comes through, and now GZ will be the first one to be the victor. Darkseid comes in, he goes in for the stun and shuts down GZ Man. Opening comes side. Zarkov at his BC. Glizzy goes in for the team fight. A little bit overextension. Casper Winata was taken out, and Glizzy will be the next victim. Triple kill comes in already with only left Maniac. Zarkov was shut down, and this is the opening of Dark Rise Esports to clear out everyone and shutting down onto that mid lane 2 race, and they can finish off already here on out for the Crystal.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very clean game coming in from Dark Rise Esports. They managed to cycle that creep as well. And if you see how Dark Side was playing, yeah, that Chang'e, I mean, you had a chip, and then you pick a Chang'e. Come on, man. I know that you might be the best Chang'e in the world, but it's not really in the meta right now. And yeah, this is a game that shows why Chang'e isn't really in that meta, because you don't have enough damage to deal with. You don't have survivability as you can compare to other gold laners. What makes Harif so good? What makes Roger so good? What makes Claude, Moskov, Carry so good? They have that jump survivability, right? The ability to jump away or into that team fight, to close that distance that Chang'e does not have. All Chang'e have is a movement speed. You can use that with an Irithel probably, and it will probably be better than a Chang'e, because you have physical damage compared to magical damage. And that's why I don't really like the Chang'e at all.
Questionable decision making coming out from Pertha Legends. I mean, again, if it wasn't for that decision making, I think that with any other gold lane heroes, it could have gone a little bit better for this fight itself. I mean, it could have been at least a better gun, a really good team fight, to a point that the team Pertha Legends can actually elongate more of this match number 3, and there's a possibility of them to turn things around as well, as they managed to win that match number 2. But then again, when you go back to the drafting wise, Dark Rise Esports was just better off, was just securing, and that Hayabusa was just, he was just a menace, and it was a struggle for Team Pertha Legends to hold it down. Even for a while, they did manage to shut down Darkseid, but yet as we go into the end game, Darkseid was just untouchable. He made it so hard for any of Pertha Legends to come true, and he was just waiting for the right time. Even Yamikaze was the one who initiated for all of those team fights, to a point that he pulls all of the players of Pertha Legends in one corner, to a point that they were punished on that side.
And Dark Rise Esports, I mean, not to discount the fact that Pertha Legends, they had drafting errors with that Chang'e, but I mean, Dark Rise Esports, they really showed everybody how to play against a chip, right? How do you play against a chip? You gotta keep that vision factor at all times. And they, even when they are not initiating on you, you gotta always be in a position to be the first one in. Yamikaze, we saw at the last few team fight, he would jump in with that flicker on that implosion onto GZ Man. As long as one member of Pertha Legends is down, that shortcut becomes so much worse, because you're only bringing in one less member, because one member has been taken out. And Dark Rise Esports, they completely capitalize on that weakness. The fact that Pertha Legends picked the chip and are unable to be the first initiation factor, that just proved to be their undoing right there.
Agree, definitely. And I think that probably they hold off too much on the miracle gameplay. They expected that they can actually make 2 times miracle, but here's the thing, miracle doesn't happen just instantly and can be repeated over and over again, and this is where Pertho Legends cannot expect more of an easy breezy or even a comeback that can be done on this side of the late game. And pushing on to the damage deal, we see how 111,273 damage was put out by Dark Ice Esport. And Darkside, he was just so slimy. He was everywhere at every single moment of every single angle of map itself, to a point that there was nothing that can be done by the team of Pertho Legends themselves.
Yeah, and this is why Hayabusa is so feared, right? It's one of the top priority picks in the assassin meta. Hayabusa has the fastest clear rate of all the assassins combined, and if you put it in the hands of one of the best few assassins, which is Darkside, he's gonna clear and get that level 4 way ahead of everyone. And he already showed, right, 1 minute 30 seconds into the game, he was level 4 and he was in the enemy jungle taking away the creep and got that first blood on Glizzy.
Agree, definitely. It was really fast move coming in from the side of Darkside. Pushing in straight away to Glizzy was just a perfect positioning, shutting down with the help of Super Ridics as well to clear it out, to end it off already, and then shutting down GZ Man as well. That was a great win coming in from the side of Team Rise Esport as well. And even so, here we do see that JFAT overextending himself, try to push in, but it was just not enough. But there was a lot of defense coming in for Pertho Legends, and that was at least some of the potential coming in from Dark Rise Esport was shut down a little bit. But then as they push in straight away here on out, this is where the overextensions of Zarkovic, Glizzy, there was not much to be done, and Darkside was just punishing one after another, getting that maniac for himself.
Yeah, and the fact that Sun actually got away, but went back into that shortcut and then appeared behind him and gave Darkside that triple kill. Oh my god, I mean, talking about misplacement. That was just unfortunate coming through from the side of Pertho Legend Esports, but Dark Rise Esports showing that why they are one of the more experienced teams in this league, and Pertho Legends, they will find themselves at 0-1, while Dark Rise Esports, they do progress to the 1-0 group.
Not to worry, for those of you guys who are viewers are questioning what is going to happen to Pertho Legends, they're still in the lead. They're still here on the Open Finals, but they only have day 2 for them to cover back the mistake. Because again, elimination-wise, they only have 2 lifeline. If they lose for day number 2 as well, this is where we will say goodbye to them. But so far now, it's not a goodbye for them. It's just them going to the lower round for them to fight off with those who are also from the lower round as well, whereby Rift Esport taking down Team SV. So it's going to be a possibility, not to say there will be a possibility of Team SV meeting off with Pertho Legends, but as we move on to all the matches today, and we'll see at the end of it all, once they actually schedule every single teams for their own matches from the 1-0 and 0-1 brackets, that is where we see who will Pertho Legends meet off, those who are at the bottom.
Yeah, and for game 2 itself, results have been decided. I mean, Cambodia showing that they are somewhat, they still got a meta going, right? They still got the semblance of having that team fight, having the ability to deal with the Chip. I find that very impressive, because Chip is one of those heroes where, yeah, if you don't know how to deal with him, you don't know what's going on, you're just gonna get rolled. But Dark Rise Esports, they found the correct answer. We saw in one of those team fights where the shortcut was there for the team fight, but it looked like everybody was going into the damage zone because they had so much damage in the team fight for Dark Rise Esports. But of course, that's the end of game 2. We will have match 3 for you guys later on, but not before a short break. I'm your caster Moman, joined with Fasibani, and I'll see you guys later.
Don't stop.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both hit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen
Well,
us, and nothing
welcome
will ever
back,
get in between.
ladies and gentlemen, for match 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. Oh, we are day 1 right now, and we already had 2 great matches. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me will be Faster Bunny. How are you feeling?
Oh, better than ever. I mean, like, we've already seen 2 matches, Reef Esports as well as Team Cambodia. Finally, we were not talking about how Team SV was having a struggle to fight off with Team Singapore, and Team Singapore was the first one to be inside the 1-0 bracket. But now, finally, Team Cambodia will be joining side to side. It is going to be the one and only teams that was able to shut down Pertho Legends Esport and Dog Rice Esport, having a great meta to counter off for that drafting. I mean, we've talked about how they were well calculated itself on the matches itself. So, question right now, coming into the next match, we have another Cambodia team, but they're gonna meet off with Team Philippines. So we got 3 different regions already for all of our matches. Indonesia, it seems Singapore, but now can Team Philippines be able to beat off Cambodia like Singapore did, or will they falter just like Team Indonesia?
Yeah, so I believe that Omega Esports, right? Omega Esports are going to be up against IQ Phoenix. So Omega Esports, they are kind of household name. They've been around very regularly. I believe Kelra was from there as well, and they still have a very good roster. But of course, it's still a very fragmented roster and still very new as well. I would compare them similarly to Rift Esports from Singapore, the likes that we saw. But of course, MPLPH is on a different level, and Omega Esports, I believe that, yeah, they are one of the stronger teams to watch, especially for a team like IQ Phoenix. Because IQ Phoenix, if I'm not wrong, like, none of these players, they have been playing in that regular season where they are known to be playing in A-tier tournaments. They mostly playing on that C-tier, B-tier tournaments, and this will be their first A-tier series to start with.
Agree, definitely. I mean, this is going to be interesting to see what can be put out by the Cambodia team. Now, let's take a look in depth more into the teams itself. I want to get to know the teams, the players of the lineup from Smart Omega Philippines that's going to actually meet off with the IQ Phoenix Cambodia. Started off with Smart Omega, we got Ryota at EXP, Andoryu at the jungler, we got Yukir at the mid lane, Chuck Nu as the roamer, and Jom as the goal lane to actually help out the Smart Omega Philippines.
Yeah, and Choknu being the key, one of the key members of Omega Esports, I believe he's the only long-time staying member for Omega Esports. I mean, Choknu, I believe he has been around since 2021. It's been almost 3 years in Omega Esports, and yeah, they did very well, to the fact that they were second, I believe, for MPL PH Season 9. And of course, for the MSC as well. No, MLBB Southeast Asia Cup. Yeah, MSC in 2022. They got third. And yeah, they did a really good job. But Choknu is the only one that has this level of experience in the international scene. Whether he can lead his team, because Ryota and Ryu Yukir, also known as Riku, and Jom, it will be their first time in this kind of international scene here, away from
Agreed.
Philippines. Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, like with the experience wise, very vastly in the hands of Changnu. This is where the fine line of can the rest of the teams also carry their own ways to actually follow the steps of Changnu here or not here on the SBS. Now, I mean, taking a look on the Smart Omega, I mean, you've also talked about this beforehand as well towards me that Smart Omega, they always have this structure ground whereby they set up the players to actually become legends after they leave the team itself. This is where the fine line of Smart Omega, maybe they didn't actually have a lot of success rate on their side, but then again, it shows that there are potential when they are out away or after they actually find themselves here from the Smart Omega. But IQ Phoenix, on the other note, from the Cambodia side, we got
Yeah.
Simple from EXP, Rookie at the jungler, Audacity at the mid lane, Nas6 at the Roman side, and Yellow Flash for the gold lane.
Yeah, and this is a different Yellow Flash, right? This is Yellow Flash from Cambodia. This is Simple from Cambodia, so not the Simple that you guys are thinking of, and not the Yellow Flash from Mythic Seal, who is also known as Yellow Flash. So these players are completely new to me. It's going to be very interesting to watch because similar to how Pearl Legends, they are that rookie community heroes coming in. IQ Phoenix, they have that same profile. They have a lot to prove. They're young, they're hungry, and they're finally given that opportunity to shine, especially here in the international stage. And this would mean a lot, especially if they can go up against Smart Omega and still manage to take away a series win.
Agree, definitely. I mean, talking about how they managed to actually, the achievements that we can actually be able to actually put out here is they got the first place in the play game MLBB series. So that is also another high rise to take note on the side of IQ Phoenix. But here on out, prediction wise, coming from both of us, we put out the same prediction. Is it really a surprise? I don't think so. From now on, I think that we're already in link. We are into link mode right now as
Yeah, yeah.
2-0 coming in from Smart Omega fighting off with IQ Phoenix. I think this is pretty much on the note wise or even from the opinion side is that Smart Omega, they're very experienced, and this is coming in from the side of Team Rice Esport as well. Even though we were pretty much focusing on Pertho Legends success, but experience wise can actually fall to those who are still high rise or hunger in success. And maybe IQ Phoenix, again, they're still rookie, and not to actually burn them out, just like tone them down like too early on, but at the same time I feel like Smart Omega has what it takes to just pull a lot of strings to just take down IQ Phoenix on this open finals.
Yeah, and I really place a high relevance on the region that they're coming from as well. Like MPL Philippines, MPL Indonesia, I feel that they have one of the cleanest gameplays in terms of having that macro gameplay and that micro gameplay as well. A very nice mix of that similar game styles. That's why they've produced so many champions over the past few years, because who makes it out for MPL PH is they usually stand the test of time. And yeah, Omega Esports is one of the teams in MPLPH. They might not have been one of the first, but they definitely shaped many champions, right? They were fighting a lot of the champion teams, so they have a lot of experience going in. And of course, with IQ Phoenix coming from Cambodia as well, I'm not saying that they don't have what it takes, but they are gonna have to prove it to us because they do not have the statistics behind them, right? Because if you think about the Cambodian region, yeah, they are really kind of falling short in terms of producing these kind of superstar teams. And IQ Phoenix might have to show a lot in terms of drafting and picking here.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, coming back to the side of open qualifiers, and this is one of the teams also who managed to survive from the open qualifiers, moving into the open finals. So IQ Phoenix, I mean, you did had a really good, success rate as well compared to Pertho Legends as well. They are the same length of possibilities or even capability here or not for the open finals. The question is, can you do better than Pertho Legends did before? or previously, because again, you cannot buy experience, and this is something that you need to not just try to actually shut down experience. You also have to be very, very critical on that decision making or even the timing, because Petal Legends wise, again, I feel like we've talked about it pretty much. Most of their attempts was a lot of miracle makings, so hopefully IQ Phoenix does not follow the same footsteps. Pretty much be more a little bit calculative when it comes to the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, there are just some things that you cannot teach, right? And I feel that Omega Esports, they have that pedigree, they have that legacy, because in terms of just being around, in terms of just esports length in general, Omega Esports, they've been an organization for just the longest time. Meanwhile, IQ Phoenix, if you just take a look back at their history, right, they've not been around for as long of a time as Omega Esports. But I believe that we will be going for a short break, as the teams will require some more time to get ready. So I'll just see you guys after the short break then. See ya.
Here we go!
Status and a toast for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. QT dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady Joe design. Think I know your kind. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. X. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you got your refreshments. I hope you got your drinks and your dinner as you are going to be watching Omega Esports versus IQ Phoenix. I mean, Philippines versus Cambodia. We were just saying, right? I just feel like the Philippines league, it's just very scary because they've been training so much. They've been developing the face of the meta. And now that Malaysia has kind of taken over with SRG, I feel that Philippines, they are on that revenge route, right? They wanna get back their former glory. They did take M5, and now they might want to put their hands onto M6 as well.
Agree, definitely. I think that the best part is that I feel like it has been a rise on the side of Team Malaysia. I think we've talked about it. I mean, even previously before, the fact that during the time of EWC itself, whereby Malaysia hadn't seen a lot of like big success. 7 years to be exact. Actually, 7 years was denied of the huge success in their hand, and finally they were Malaysia was able to be crowned as the world champions. And then pushing on right now, Philippines are doing their best to say like, we were the one who had that hold for so long, but now it's time to actually for rise it up. And Smart Omega might also be one of the contenders right here on the SBS Open Finals. Going into the drafting phase, previously we saw how it was between the team of Indonesia versus Cambodia. Will it be gonna be the same case here for Philippines versus the team of Cambodia? Drafting wise, we got Fanny as well as Matilda has already been banned out, as well as Gato Kacha.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of really strong meta heroes, right? Tier 1 heroes still really in that pool. Like, if you think about it, Tusin, Suyo, Chip, all there. And now they do take out the Chip, yeah? But, I mean, it still leaves room for Hayabusas. It still leaves room for potentially picking up that Ling-Angela combo, Phoveus, as well as the Khalid on the EXP lane. There's just not enough bans to go around. You're eventually just gonna leak something through.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, talking about how we are seeing that a lot of surprises been put out from the first two matches as well. So even so they take out the metas, you will see a potential of the premiums heroes still surviving it out for the open of the options of wise. So for right now, we do see Jushin still hasn't been banned out just yet. Suyo finally been put out for the banding. So the question is, right now, as the band-wise looking for the next stop, will it be going to be Jushin to be picked up by Riku? Wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Zusin is a very strong opener, right? But I believe Zusin has its flaws. Whether or not you can play a very strong Zusin, it matters on your opponent. Whether you're able to jump the back lines, segment the team fight away, make sure that you're fighting on two fronts, and the Tusin cannot focus the lantern into a singular area.
Yeah.
IQ Phoenix though, are you aware of playing with Tusin, right? That's gonna really be a test of their experience here, and they do pick up Khalid, a very strong pick indeed, but they still need someone to be able to jump that back lines.
Agree, definitely. I mean, with Juicing on the side, I feel like the fact that Smart Omega picking off one of the metas already, and we got Hylos been picked up by IQ Phoenix, and now pushing into Smart Omega, they picked up Alpha as well. So this is we seeing Smart Omega already picking off offensive side for themselves.
And that Benedetta coming in from Smart Omega. I mean, we are going back to the days where the damage dealer on the EXP lane is still a very strong meta, right? Given the fact that you are picking a fighter utility jungle, and of course, Smart Omega would have to pick a frontliner roamer. So if IQ Phoenix are being smart about this, they do pick up the Eve instead. I would say you would pick up a very chunky frontliner, potentially something like a Grok, something like who is control immune, like Cho. It's possible as well, because you need to counter out that Zhu Xin, and then you ban out those frontliners, the Tigreals, the Minotaurs, things that can be a damage soak for Smart Omega.
Okay, so now again, offensive side already been covered out by Smart Omega. Now, what can they do to at least make sure that they have a really good defense-wise? They gotta be able to actually cover up their backline though. So this is something that Smart Omega needs to pull through. On the side of Team IQ Phoenix, on the note, I think that pick of the Eve was okay. I think it's perfect, but yet it's still a little bit too cautious on the side. Now they actually banned out instead Kufra, and we see 1-1 also been banned off from Smart Omega.
Yeah, very weird ban coming in from IQ Phoenix, right? I mean, Kufra really stops the mobility of, I would say, someone like a Fanny, something that's very mobile, right? So I believe they might be going for something that's very mobile. I mean, potentially a Nolan. Or a Hayabusa, but Hayabusa is not really hindered by Kufra. And yeah, I don't really like that 1-1 ban. Of course, maybe they don't like dealing 1-1, or they know something about IQ Phoenix that I don't. But a better ban would have been that Hayabusa, or potentially the Nolan as well, because that's going to be able to jump your back line and threaten your Zhu Xin.
Okay, they ended up banning Claude instead. So now Hayabusa still up for the takes. Oh, but it's Smart Omega who banned it off Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they did, because that Hayabusa would be able to threaten that Zhu Xin. It's going to be very scary for Omega to play around, right? Your Zhu Xin needs to play a perfect game. Even the Purify or the Ultimate does not save you from the shadow kill. So IQ Phoenix, yeah, their options are limited. They can still go for that Nolan if they really want to jump, or they can go old school, right? They can go for that Roger and just zone in on that Zhu Xin.
Okay, so now they already prioritize their mid lane. They need to actually figure out who they want to actually put out here for their jungler. Now, the question is it, they actually take out Nolan for themselves. So, okay, still a great choice coming up from the side of IQ Phoenix.
Yeah, they secure that front-to-back team fight, IQ Phoenix. Yeah, in terms of having that front-to-back team fight, I can see how this team fight is going to go. Yeah, it's going to be where IQ Phoenix, they want to brawl as 5. But Zhu Xin, I'm not too sure whether they are used to dealing with Zhu Xin, because the fact that you can reposition and just force IQ Phoenix to be out of position, right? That Lantern just denies your positioning, and IQ Phoenix, you're not going to be able to take a clean fight. And Smart Omega, they are doubling down on the fact that Zhu Xin can reposition the enemies. So they put the Cho as well. But there's one thing I'm worried about for Smart Omega. They don't have much frontliners, right? They are a very pick-off heavy lineup. And if IQ Phoenix, they do get this early game into mid-game advantage, it would go very ugly for Smart Omega. They would have to split push for days. They will not be able to take a team fight.
It could be the case, but then again, looking on the side of offensive, right? There's so much of damage been choked from the side of Smart Omega. I think that they've already confident enough when it comes to the brawl fight. So that could be the case right here. But here, IQ Phoenix decided not only to take Nolan, but they got Nathan as well in their scene. So again, when it comes to defense-wise, IQ Phoenix has covered up a little bit. They also have a good mid laner coming off. But at the progress is, the question is, can Smart Omega trample off the defense as well as the offense size of IQ Phoenix, because when it comes to Smart Omega, they're a little bit squishy compared to IQ Phoenix.
Yeah, in terms of draft execution, IQ Phoenix drafts, they just look way easier to execute, right? It's just a very easy top-down team fight with Nathan in the back, just having that Nolan to pick off that Zusin. Smart Omega, meanwhile, on the other hand, they have a very high mobility, just individualistic lineup where they're gonna have to pull off those very spectacular micro plays. They're gonna be very individualistic, and if they start to win their lanes, you might see them collapse on them really hard because it's a very snowball-heavy lineup. But Omega, of course, if they face a little bit of adversity, IQ Phoenix are gonna have a great time.
Well, let's take a look right here. This is it. This is our match number 3, round 1 for Team IQ Phoenix from Cambodia versus Smart Omega Esport from Philippines. But unfortunately, we're going to have a little bit of technical pause first of all before we jump into our first round. It's always coming off as you. It's always going to happen sometimes. We know for a fact that most of us do not like it. I think all of us do not like it, but there are certain times that we have to actually cover things up just a little bit. There are certain things that the players need to actually readjust a bit. So let's give them time to actually have the best momentum and best environment for them to fight off. But before that, now let's talk a little bit more about the drafting moment.
Yeah, so I was just saying, right, execution-wise, I feel like Smart Omega, it's very hard to execute what they're doing. Like, if they were on equal standards, right? In terms of mechanics, in terms of macro decision making, if everything plays out correctly for both teams, it feels like Omega, they are at that disadvantage. But Omega, it feels like their lineup is not gonna give them that advantage at all. You will see them try to take a fight as much as possible. They will force Zusin all the way in front with that alpha, just that Zusin alpha combo. That's gonna be something that you'll look out for. The lantern into the Spear of Alpha or vice versa, right? That Spear of Alpha into that lantern when you drag the opponent back. You want to force out the utility of IQ Phoenix as much as possible, just so that they don't have that battle spells, don't have the purifies, don't have the flickers, and then they can keep forcing team fights again and again. And this is gonna be Omega's game plan. This is their MO for the entire game.
Okay, that's gonna be a great composition, a really good execution that is need to be put out for the team of Smart Omega. But the question is, coming into the IQ Phoenix, again, I'm seeing pretty much the individual fights that have been put out by Smart Omega can actually be counter off by IQ Phoenix, because again, when it comes to the drafting wise of IQ Phoenix, we have a lot of sturdy defense lines. The back line has been covered up. Even the front line has the security on the side of their choices making here for the drafting wise. So I feel like when it comes to IQ Phoenix, they gotta be careful if there's a possibility of Team Smart Omega try to pick one after another, because when it comes to team fight, they can be able to shut down any opportunity or even any chances that Team Smart Omega try to do. But that is if they know how to counter Jushin, because again, Jushin can pick off, even Cho can help along the line as well to actually separate you from your team as well. So that is something that Team IQ Phoenix gotta be careful. But on the side of defense wise, I think IQ Phoenix, if they can actually be able to counter that, that will be a good chance for them to actually have a good fight with Team Smart Omega. But here and now, finally, we're coming in straight away into the game. Shots coming through. A-Bonds already started off, but Chanu a little bit too close to fence, and it's gonna be Rookie to take him down for the first blood. Team Smart Omega losing that chance when they were the one who initiated. In the end, they lose the fight.
Yeah, I love the fact that IQ Phoenix took that fight head on, but look at this. Simple is in a lot of trouble. He does have to use the flicker to get away, but will he be safe though? Yes, he does.
He does, but there was a really good pick coming in from Riku previously. He could have actually be able to actually finish the job and take down, at least trade off IQ Phoenix for the hands of Team Smart Omega, but it's okay. IQ Phoenix was just in it better, and we got Andre who takes down Simple. And now moving along, we do see that Nasix trying to go in for the pull to overextension comes in, but no, Andre takes him down with the overextension, and now punishing another more. Andre was taken out for the face, but Odyssey left all alone. Now Ryota trying to finish the job with the help of Riku, picking him up, having a lot of damage, but at the end here, we do see Riku falling through, takes down because nothing can be done.
The plane mechanics coming through from Omega Esports, right? Knowing their power timing is very important. IQ Phoenix, they did not have that RWM on Audacity. They did not have that glorious pathway on NHA 6. And meanwhile, Smart Omega, if you think about it, their power spikes are a lot earlier because Riku, even without the ultimate, he does have the lantern. And Ryota has the iframes with the second skill. So he does not need to worry about too much damage coming through. Chaknu might not have the Way of the Dragon, but if they get a pick, they can continue forward. But with this turtle fight, it's gonna go down right now.
Both already been stolen by the side of Andrew. Now they're pushing him. Ryota takes down Rookie. Simple, trying to actually pushing him, but he's actually had to pull away. Now Six also trying to overextend, but Riku picks him up, giving up to Chanu, and Andrew takes down Nasik immediately, and now giving another more. But Audacity holding on to dear life as Chanu already spotted out 3v1 situation right here. Audacity had to pull away from the fight, and here on out, they will be able to actually get all of the goals they needed here from the mid lane turret.
Very clean coming in from Omega, right? Just forcing him to use that flicker. That's their MO for the rest of the game. Just keep your battle utility, keep your spells on cooldown. Smart Omega, they will have to force these fights again and again, and they will gladly use your cooldowns to trade just to get that map advantage. Right now, they are already at a 3k gold advantage, 3 minutes in, and it's just gonna be looking better and better for them. Jam, though, he's in a lot of trouble, does manage to get out there.
But here, Chanu comes in for the start. Nase had to pull away. Ryota trying to find a way a back line. Spotted out, but they ended up decided to just reset themselves instead, and they didn't want to actually go in for the overextension. Great discipline coming in from the side of Team Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega, I mean, now they will be trying to invade enemy jungle. Raging Sandstorm already being used. Glorious Pathway is up and available, but do they disengage?
Coming in for a fight right now is trying to take it out for the side of Riku, but then overextension comes in. Riku takes down by Andrew, and this is where they will be punished. Now Six have been taken out by Chanu as well, and Simple had to pull away before he became another casualty, and the buff will be stolen as breeze as possible by the side of Smart Omega. A great decision making from the side of Smart Omega to a point that Yellow Flash will be the next victim. Almost been caught off right there as Riku will be trying to take off one of the players of Team IQ Phoenix, but doesn't get it all. But he will be taking off, just a little bit too close to the side of Yellow Flash, but he managed to pull away with the side of him surviving it out. And IQ Phoenix looking even more lost than ever as Smart Omega giving so much pressure with the fight.
This is a very smart team, right? Omega Esports, they went for that mid turret, which opens up so much of that jungle spacing. Now they don't have a mid turret to hide behind, and this opens so much of the map for Smart Omega. They can go for these outer turrets without worrying about the resolve coming in from that mid lane where the reinforcements will not be able to come through. And IQ Phoenix, they will have to play on the other side of the map where it's so telegraphed to them, but they have the Harif who can just hit down these towers. And now Rookie, he's not able to find these fights at all, but look at this,
Ryota thought a little bit too ambitious, trying to survive it all on his own, but here Andrew as well as Riku comes in, takes down Yellow Flash, and now leaving off Airborne to the side of Simple. Simple will be the next victim for the double kill, and now Nasi and Audacity, even though they try to caught team of Smart Omega off guard, but the team managed to come in just nick of time to actually have a good backup to Ryota.
And Ryota is pulling off the Diablo special that I will call from NIP Flash. If you look at his battle spell, it's the revitalization spell. I mean, all he needs to do is not die, right? Generally, the Benedetta, you expect the damage to come through, but no, that's not what Ryota is going for. He's going for these macro plays, trying to force out these team fights as much as possible. In the same way, playing like a Phobius, playing like a Khalid. And this is something that NIP Flash brought out, and now Smart Omega, they've learned the strategies, man. And I'm very excited to see other teams using these strategies, especially in SBS.
Oh, this is amazing coming in from Smart Omega. They're already pushing off, split pushing in every single angle. This is going to be the second last turret coming in from the bottom lane as well. And they are trying to actually make sure that they be able to actually steal away the bomb. Nope, it seems that Simple will be able to push away Ryota. So they're going to allow the team of Smart Omega to even cover up all the maps area here for the side of Team IQ Phoenix. But the problem is, even though with them trying to defend it all wise from the top lane right now, they have enough strategy to actually pull into that mid lane. Now, looking forward right now, we do see Chano comes in for a fight. This is going to be a fight. Takes down a little bit too close to the side. Overextension is going to be a punishment coming in, but Riku takes down Simple, even almost close enough to shut down a Rookie as well as Nasi. But at the same time right here, this is a trade-off between 2 to 1 for the side of Smart Omega.
Oh my god, Omega Esports, they are running away with the advantage right now. They managed to pull NHA 6 back. And then they get the double kill onto Riku as well. They're just rolling with the advantage. I mean, Omega Esports, right? The way that they're playing is that they know that they're ahead. And it's 9,000 gold ahead, mind you. 9,000 gold ahead. That's more than 1,000 gold a minute ahead at 8 minutes in. The Lord has not even spawned yet. They are not taking this turtle because they're going to let the Lord spawn. They're going to let it change to the Lord and end the game as fast as possible. They know that they're on the clock. Yellow Flash is on Nathan, and they want to end things early. This is a very scary team to deal with.
It is so much aggression to a point there's no way for the team of IQ Phoenix to shut them down. Ryota trying to mess things up, try to actually make sure all the team of IQ Phoenix is a little bit heavier on the side of the top lane. But this is where the fine line comes in, where the team of Smart Omega already got the Lord and they just waiting out for that Lord to march in and come through to fight it off. Like Changno trying to actually break off, go for the air bonds right now, and as they pull away, unfortunately, teams IQ Phoenix will not allow that situation to come through. Riku will try to find a way to actually pick it off, but that's going to be another turret for them to dominate. And as the time goes by, they will be looking for that bottom lane to cover things up.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard, right? Ryota is providing so much vision right now, and he's not gonna be able to die. If you take a look at his build, right? Concussive Blast into Revitalization, and yeah, the itemization, I believe he only went for one of the what's that called? The offensive item, the Hunter Strike, and possibly something else as well. I'm not too sure whether he went for the Blade of Heptases, but with the Holy Crystal already up on Jao, this is their power spike. With the Lord already marching on the bottom lane and the lanes being synchronized and pushed in, they're definitely gonna get an inhibitor turret, if not more here.
Oh, coming in for a fight already close enough. It's gonna be Chano to take down Audacity, but as they progress, Simple, a little bit overextension will be punished by Riku. And as they see, Nasik's also trying to pull away, but Riku almost been shut down and able to take down Rookie as well. As we was a really Nasik trying to actually hold it out, trying to clear out the Lord as well, but he is being airborne. He's been having struggle. Riku giving a lot of support, and as we move into this end of match number 1, Team Smart Omega takes the win.
I mean, I know why they're called Omega Esports. Now I know why they're called Smart Omega, right? That was extremely smart gameplay. And yeah, this is why we put 2-0 in our predictions, because this is the level that they are on. It's completely different level from IQ Phoenix, and it just goes to show in that game as well. They were down in the draft, but they perfectly utilized the draft. It was pure magic. The way that I wanted them to play, they just played it out, and we saw that in live in 4K. That was amazing to watch.
It is. The aggression that been put out. No way that IQ Phoenix could actually defend it or even respond better, because the fact is, every time being picked up, and the fact that you talked about how Ryota was just perfect. Like he couldn't be touched at all. He was untouchable. He was just surviving it out so much that nothing can be done by the team of IQ Phoenix. And even then, I think the best part about it is that the fact that Riku, always right timing, picking off all of the players of Team IQ Phoenix to a point that they could not do anything, and that was just perfection. Even Cho comes along. This is where the fine line where Team Smart Omega, that's the reason why they are Smart Omega. They're very smart.
Yeah, and it's not even about the team fights, right? Team fights, they did well on one front, but there was always that macro gameplay in that backline that you need to think about. If you are taking the team fight and Ryota is gonna be shoving the wave somewhere, or the Harif is gonna be shoving the wave somewhere, and there is so much to think about, because like the way that they took away the mid lane turret, it was before 5 minutes. They systematically took away the gold plating first, Then afterwards, they made sure that the turret was gone so that they can open up the rest of the map. That was just a systematic breakdown of that entire lineup, making sure that they play to their strengths and making sure that the Alpha and the Cho can just run around. They're permanently a threat. You have to be scared of every bush. And IQ Phoenix, they cannot check every single bush. They don't have the vision to do so. They don't have a Novaria. They don't have anything that can potentially just throw a spell inside and check. No, they have to face check it because they're playing a Hylos.
Oh, it was really tough. I mean, that the fact that yes, definitely drafting wise, Team IQ Phoenix was just in a better, but there was nothing that was could be done for the side of Yellow Flash side because he keeps on being picked off by Riku every single time. I mean, talking about how even the fact that Nasi was a little bit too slow on the fight of defense wise, and we even saw how Simple tried to actually maneuver all of the engagement wise, it was still not enough to bear it off. And Rookie as well as Yellow Flash was picked up very early on by Riku, that was giving a lot of pressure. And looking on the side of the after game math right now, we do see that Riku getting 8 perfect kills and 8 assists perfection to his own name. Andrew on the other nose getting 4, 1 and 11 assists to his line. And I mean, pretty much this is where we see that the front line doing so much damage that there was nothing that IQ could do to just shut down most of those damages.
Yukir went for the most unconventional build on that Zhu Xin. He bought a Sky Piercer. Just because they were so ahead, he bought a Sky Piercer to make sure that, yeah, someone has that Sky Piercer on his team, right? That Sky Piercer is always good when you're ahead so that you can get the easy finish. And then they were letting the kills funnel onto Riku so that he can always get that kill potential and always get that finish as well. The stacks just added up.
Yeah, crazy. Look at this. 38,011 coming up from the damage of Ryota. We got Yuki with 31,963. He will be the MVP definitely with the 8 kills. And honorable mentions coming in from their teams as well, which is Ryota as well as Andrew. And moving into IQ Phoenix, I mean, Rookie and Simple tried their best. They definitely did their best, try to actually cover up the front lines, and they did try to actually shut down some of the back lines that was done by Team Spotify, but still it wasn't enough to pull through into this first match.
Yeah, that was just a crazy draft coming through. But yeah, just look at Riku's build here, right? Clock of Destiny into that glowing wand. Then yeah, he decided somewhere that I do not need defensive items because I'm not dying. I have my ultimate, I have my flicker, and we have so much map control. So let me just buy a Sky Piercer so that yeah, someone on our team has a Sky Piercer. Because if you think about it, Harif is not going to buy a Sky Piercer. Our Alpha didn't buy a Sky Piercer. So let's just have that extra added damage from that execution coming through. And we already see the first team fights. Yes, Chaknu, he did get first blooded. But if you take a look at what's going on the other side of the map, right? You can see that already Harif is getting so much lane advantage for himself. Yellow Flash cannot play properly at all. And Ryota, that finish onto Rookie there just really secured that early momentum for Team Smart Omega.
I mean, yeah, exactly. And the fact that even so, they did it so perfectly to a point that they steal away the title as well for their side. Smart Omega getting every single success on their line. And even so, this is where the fine line of Nasi as well as Simple. And I think that there was also a part where we did saw Audacity, a little bit of overextension on his side to a point that it gives a lot of potential for Smart Omega to punish them.
Yeah, and it's not a team fight that IQ Phoenix should be losing, but it's just how Omega is playing, right? IQ Phoenix, they put down the Glorious Pathway, they put down the RWM. By all means, they should have won that team fight. But Omega, they disengage and re-engage when all the utility was used. And that's just key cycling of utility, the thing that most professional teams are able to do. Like, when you are able to cycle away your opponent's spells, make sure that Glorious Pathway is not there, RWM is not there, then having that discipline to go back in when the spells are not available, that is just so beautiful to watch.
Agree, definitely. Smart Omega outsmarting the team of IQ Phoenix. I mean, if you have so much offensive side and you'll be able to pull through to win every of those individual fights, this is where the fine line of Smart Omega be able to trample IQ Phoenix if this pushing on. So first match or first round is done here for our match number 3. Is what Smart Omega did, because they already finding out that Smart Omega, even with any kind of defense wise, they'll be able to be so offensive to a point that IQ Phoenix need to do even better groundings when it comes to defense wise. And even so, not just defense wise, they need to win those typical individual fights, because those are the things that they're missing out. Because most of the time, even with the rookie comes in, he did manage to take down Shatnu. There was a lot of failures with the overextension of Nasik, and it was a little bit too late with the ulti as well. And this is where the fine line of IQ Phoenix needs to time it very correctly when they want to push into that team fight.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of awareness that IQ Phoenix needs to work on, right? Awareness of how they lost the game, right? A good team always knows that, yeah, we lost this game because of this. And IQ Phoenix right now, they need to re-examine why they lost. And it's just Omega outplaying them on all sides. In terms of draft, like IQ Phoenix, right? They had a very easily executable draft, and we saw how it worked in the early stages of the game where Chaknu was punished. And how can we capitalize on that? Just keep punishing Chaknu, make sure that he cannot come in. But now that Zusin is available to come in, what's their answer there? They had the Nolan. They had all the theories correct. They wanted to jump the Zusin on the back line with the Nolan. They were just unable to execute it because of how Omega played, with them distracting them across the map, making sure that the Harif is a problem to the Nathan, or the Benedetta
Ryota
is the problem, is the towers. Yeah, so it's gonna be very scary to deal with.
Agree. I like the fact that they confuse the team IQ Phoenix to the point that IQ Phoenix needs at least a double down for the IQ of Phoenix himself, because it's like Smart Omega just trampling every situation that IQ Phoenix was expecting. Because again, Ryota coming into that top lane and where he actually crowd controls straight away IQ Phoenix, and they know that was the opening. The moment when they spotted out Ryota and they try to actually gang up against him, and even so at the bottom lane, that was also the attempt that was done by IQ Phoenix to try to actually counter it all by himself. But Team Smart Omega was just too quick for the respawn and reflex, and this is where I think IQ Phoenix did not expect how the respawn was going to be done by Smart Omega. And coming into this match in number 2, hopefully they do not underestimate all the respawn that was done by Smart Omega.
I believe there is a disparity in skill, right? Smart Omega, I believe that they are just a cut above IQ Phoenix in terms of decision making, in terms of how they layer their utilities, how they make sure that they are ahead in the game as well. And one way to tell how mechanically strong a team is how they play from behind. And just IQ Phoenix, they were unable to play from behind. So I just feel like Smart Omega, like, even if they are behind, even if they get outclassed by IQ Phoenix in the draft going into the next game where they are going to get shut down, they might just prove themselves with just pure experience alone, because their decision making was top notch. They're gonna have to go to some obscure strat book where IQ Phoenix pulls off some crazy strats where, I don't know, man, you pull out the yin, I don't know, man, you gotta pull something out right now.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, this is the fine line of where do you actually be able to actually trample against Smart Omega, because Smart Omega did a great job coming in for the offense side, but then again, you should have actually also be able to fight it off, because somehow there was a lot of the execution that they already expected they could done it, but they couldn't do it. They cannot actually be able to complete and connect the dot properly for the side of IQ Phoenix. And IQ Phoenix, I mean, maybe this is where the big stage is giving them a little bit of jittery. Maybe they're lost a little bit of their own. And as you already said as well, experience-wise, IQ Phoenix is still a little bit far from actually being in the same length of Smart Omega, even though they have a really good ground have been covered off here for the opening of the round number 1 here, match number 3.
Yeah, and Smart Omega looking very strong indeed. I mean, I just feel as if, like, going into the next game, it's just like one of those games where I feel that Smart Omega, they can draft anything they want and they can potentially get away with it. It just feels so wrong to say, but that's how I feel the skill disparity right now. But IQ Phoenix, they have to prove me wrong here, right? It's up to you to prove me wrong. And really, for Smart Omega, I hope you prove me right.
Okay, so there's two fine line here. Is either Smart Omega proving you right, or IQ Phoenix is proving you wrong. I mean, again, I feel like this is the timeline that we're waiting for. We're giving the timeline for IQ Phoenix to re-examine again what were the areas that they need to cover up, what the grounds it. It's not a much of time, to be honest, because as much as we are giving them space so that they can actually think through and talk again with one another, how we're going to go into the next drafting with their coaches, it's still not enough, because again, Smart Omega, they don't even need that much of the time, because they've already had a lot of the times been invested throughout their years inside the scene of MLB itself. So this is IQ Phoenix need to be able to actually not to say a miracle play, but more to say that can you be able to actually have the same potential or be able to learn from the experienced teams that has already shown you how to get it done. But there you go, we're coming into the drafting phase of match 3, round number 2. Will it be a 2-0 as we expected, or will it not? Started out with a ban of Fanny, Phoveus, Matilda, just like we've seen before, but going into IQ Phoenix, it's going to be Jushin to be banned off, Chip as well as Hylos, and now IQ Phoenix picking off Gacha but leaving off Suryo in the hands of Smart Omega.
Yeah, this is a very scary look for IQ Phoenix. Yeah, you gave away the Suyo and you don't have a Jushin to answer towards that Suyo, right? Generally, we see the Jushin being the answer towards that Suyo. But yeah, there is a separate answer, and they do have it, right? The Hayabusa, the Gattakacha, really strong in terms of front to back. Gattakacha can provide enough peel, but look at how Omega answers. If you're gonna put a jungler that needs time to scale up, I'm gonna bring in the Hilda. The roaming Hilda, the one that you need to check every single bush, the one that can fight you level 1, level 2. Omega, they're just drafting so scarily right now.
Oh, so good. Smart response coming in from Smart Omega. This will cause a disturbance for the side of Hayabusa. That's for sure how to actually stop them from trying to buff out that Hayabusa. But now we got Aurora also in the scene, and we know for a fact that Aurora has a really good CC that could help out with the side of Gacha. But then again, is it going to be enough to trample or even at least stop Smart Omega with all of the offense already doing a good job on their side?
Yeah, there's gonna be a clear distinction of choice from IQ Phoenix here when they're going for this early mid-game play, right? When you're in that first 2 minutes of that game, Aurora's decision making is gonna be very important. Is it gonna be your creep priority, right, where you want to clear the lanes as fast as possible, or is your priority gonna be to protect your Hayabusa to get to level 4? And I believe the correct answer would be the Hayabusa getting that level 4, because you need some form of scaling factor to fight against the Suyo's early game potential. And yeah, that's gonna be on that mid laner. I believe it's Audacity, right? Audacity's gonna be the mid laner. Yeah, he's gonna have to decide between, do I lose to the Valentina now, or do I lose to the Suyo later on? Yeah, that's gonna be a choice.
Oh, that's tough though, because which side of the Smart Omega you want to actually give the power to, Suyo or even to the side of Valentina? Now they have another bands to be put out here. We got Khalid as well as one we put out. I liked it because we know for a fact that this is where the fine line of 1-1, you don't want to actually mess around it, and we got Beatrix as well as Tigre to be banned out as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the Beatrix banned out, right? Omega, they can pull a crazy stun, right? I might be overcooking here, but they can put the Suyo in that EXP lane, and they can pull out the Fanny.
But
Yeah.
then we do see Fanny already been banned out.
Oh yeah,
so
Fanny
that
will be banned out. Yeah, they
So
can they can
that-
pull out Assassin Jungle. Basically, they can pull out Assassin Jungle because Beatrix really cancels out that Assassin Jungle. So either or, I mean, you wouldn't ban a Beatrix for no reason, right? I'm not too sure.
yeah. There's a possibility they probably have another idea up their sleeve and they will surprise us. But we got Cho right in the hands of IQ Phoenix. I think they will try to steal away from Smart Omega. They saw how it was when Smart Omega was taken out. But Bruno, they picked up Bruno as well as Grok right here for Smart Omega.
Yeah, that is a lane bully. And there is so much aggression coming in from Omega's lineup. You're gonna see them in the jungle, in the enemy's jungle. After the first 2 minutes pass, you're gonna see Grok running in. You're gonna see Hilda running in, and potentially even the Bruno as well. Because Bruno has so much crit rate based off of these soccer balls, right? Based off of his buffs, if he can cycle it really well, there's no way IQ Phoenix can stand that early game. But this is all on Audacity, right? Whether or not he's able to curb that aggression together with that Cho. At Cho, I mean, Cho and Aurora, yes, there is a potential there, but they will have to play the first 2 minutes of the game. Very smart.
And they picked out Irital as the last choice. I think that's not actually the right choice to respond straight away. I mean, started out really good with Aurora and Gato Kacha as well as Cho to cover things up, at least to make sure they got a lot of CC as well as AoE. But now with Irital some more, again, this is pretty much drafting wise coming in from Smaruga. Different wise, they look much more better compared to the first drafting. But now it makes even more sense that Smart Omega might be outsmarting again IQ Phoenix.
Yeah, you can see why Omega banned out that Beatrix, because they want to be in your face. They want to be clumped up. They want to go at you like that. And the fact that Tigreal is out of the pool as well, it just all falls into their favor right now, because it's going to be a fact where everyone is running at you, and they were scared of the AoE damage coming in from the Beatrix because he has that ultimate onto ultimate. But let's just find out as we head on into Game 2 of Indonesia versus Cambodia. Smart Omega versus IQ Phoenix.
Let's go. Let's see. Is it going to be the same case here for Smart Omega? So far, drafting wise, we know they have the perfect idea, the perfect image of success. But will IQ Phoenix be able to actually take them down, as right now they need to elongate here for this match number 3, getting the buff for themselves for now. And it seems that we do see the potential of maybe at the mid lane they try to actually take away or steal away from the side of Rookie. But here on out, Rookie try to make a little bit of the disturbance as well, and we have Audacity to pull through to help Rookie along the side. Even with the steal try to be done by Smart Omega, at least Audacity is right there on the watch.
Yeah, first 2 minutes, it's very important for Rookie to get his level 4 within that first 2 minutes, and he does get it, and it's still a 1 minute 20-second, very respectable timing. They have managed to cross that threshold where they are in a lot of danger. You can see that how Chaknu was playing, right? They wanted to just deny away that space for Hayabusa, but now that the timing has passed, right, Omega, they will have to change their game plan, and now it will be on to Simple, and Simple, you can see, right, already the first blood. Omega, I mean, they are just extremely smart at dealing with these changes in timing. And now Ryota, yeah, he can just run in. Yeah, as long as he does not really give up too much, there is gonna be a point where he's just buying space.
Oh, coming in already for a fight. They try to actually go in for the overextension. They saw Audacity right in the open, and it seems that Ryota still not giving up. But at the same time, a little bit over the overextension, giving allowance to the side of Team IQ. But Ryota comes along to finish the job, and Andre also taking down Simple. This is a 2-win for the side of Team Smart Omega. They're not done yet. They spotted out Audacity, but Audacity frozen off every attempt that Chano has done. So at least for now, Team IQ Phoenix will have a time to breathe. But that's still a good 2 wins coming in from Smart Omega.
Yeah, and the reason why Hayabusa is so good is because he's so mobile. He gets a lot of space. But Omega, within that first 3 minutes, they take that space away from IQ Phoenix by sending every single member, making sure that Ryota is on the job, right? If he dies, never mind. As long as you give that kill to Rookie, that kill onto Rookie, and Ryu on that Suyo, he will eventually get that early game snowball going, and Rookie might not be able to stand a chance.
Okay, this is tough. I know for a fact that they try their best to at least try to save Rookie, or even try to make sure that Rookie will not be picked off on his own. But then again, this is where they need to do a reset. And it seems that Nasik trying to actually pull through. They're going to actually go in for side of Jom. But it's not going to be easy as Jom managed to be survived out. And now Andrew comes along to go in for a fight. They pull away from the fight itself. They try to actually pull through. But at least there were not any casualty from both sides of the teams.
Yeah, and that was so much damage onto Jom, but now already counter kill onto Yellow Flash. Ryota in the back line, double kill on Andrew.
And Job coming in right now just a little bit more. Audacity will be the next victim as Chanu takes him down, and now giving a 5 of win streak right here in the hands of Smart Omega. IQ Phoenix, they had to pull away, but they didn't, and ended up giving the bodies to the team of Smart Omega.
Omega, they played them like a fiddle, right? They completely knew that Jom would be the target, and the fact that their farm was so far behind on Rookie, that shadow kill was not enough. Like, when do you see a full shadow kill on the goal laner not being enough? And Ryota is still being extremely irritating. He's fighting Rookie one-on-one. The EXP laner has more EXP than the jungler at 4 minutes 32 seconds, and this is not supposed to be in the case, right? After 5 minutes, maybe so, but not before that 5-minute mark.
Oh, and even the turtle already been picked up again by Smart Omega. It's already giving a lot of currency here for the teams. And the fact that Team IQ Phoenix still haven't found the respawn that they needed. Now they're going to actually pull in straight to Andrew. Doesn't manage to go in. Now they have a lot of damage. Jom gets this Nasik straight away. Andrew will be able to pull away by Rookie, but at the same time, at what cost? Because Simple also was taken out. So it's always already a win to do it. But they go in for the side of Rookie. Riku takes him down, and Ryota also shuts down to Audacity. And now Team IQ Phoenix falter one after another.
What a wall charge coming in from Chaknu. That double wall charge with that flicker, knowing where Rookie is going to go, right? But look at this, already 6,000 gold advantage. 5 minutes 30 seconds in. Rookie is level 6. And Andrew, he's level 9. That shutdown, yeah, that might have been good, but still, there's no EXP going your way because your entire jungle is being choked out by Smart Omega.
Smart Omega trying to pull in right now. It seems that we do see Chaknu having a little bit of difficulty, but here Andrew as well as Jom comes through, takes down as well as Audacity now coming in. Simple having a lot of damage. He tried to go away, but Andrew will not allow them to run away that easily, and 2 players is out again into the scene, and Smart Omega is just pulling away all the stuns to a point that IQ Phoenix could not do anything.
Yeah, it's just extremely scary, right? That's why they want to ban away. And what can Irithel do at this point? You can ultimate, yes. You can sprint, yes. But there's no damage to disrupt. There's no control to disrupt. You were better off picking a Harif, but you had to pick the Irithel. And yeah, it's surviving. It's not dying as much. But Smart Omega, as long as they systematically take these objectives, and once again, 6 minutes, right? 7 minutes in, they already taken out your tier 1 turrets. That's all your jungle pressure gone because Omega is able to live in your jungle. I mean, it's no longer even your base anymore.
It's not your base anymore. Your territory is being infiltrated one level after another. Now Rookie trying to go in for the side of Jom. Still not enough with that ulti, and now pushing over. We got Simple, try to connect the dot, but yet having a lot of damage. But here and now we do see Nasix overextending straight to Riku, but doesn't manage to connect the dot, and ended up Jom takes him down for the punishment. And now Simple will be the next victor, but it's gonna be Yellow Flash who's 6 minutes out by the side of Riku, and Riku takes on Audacity in the process. Now Rookie had to move away, but Ryota does not allow it, and it's gonna be a team wiped out in the hands of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and Smart Omega, of course, they have that holy defense, right? I mean, IQ Phoenix, they still have the inhibitor turrets available, but You saw that, right? Riku stole the Avatar of Guardian and jumped IQ Phoenix with their own ultimate. This is a criminal move by Smart Omega, and they are really stomping the opposition. IQ Phoenix, they have a lot to answer for. Yes, they still have the team fight in them. They have Aurora, right? They have that Frigid Glacier, but they don't have the damage. You can see that Jome is not dying to the Shadow Kill. He's not dying to the Eroto ulti, and there's no revitalization. Omega does not have revitalization. They don't need it, because Hot Claws is enough.
Oh god, this is tough, and now they're pushing in straight to the Lord. They know the Lord is open, even despite the fact that Team IQ Phoenix try to actually clear out the minions. It's still not gonna be enough. Ryota will be the one to cause the trouble, the disturbance that they needed here, and Ryota just try to tease away all the players of IQ Phoenix. Now they're just gonna wait for the march comes through. They were trying to go in for a fight 1v1 with Simple. It's not gonna be easy, but at least this is the disturbance or even the confusion that is needed by Smart Omega.
This is disgusting, man. Ryota is able to keep vision on the side of IQ Phoenix, and this is just forcing that trio push from Omega. And IQ Phoenix, they have to answer right now. They do pull out the Shadow Kill onto Riku, but not.
Oh, okay. Not gonna be enough, but no! John takes down Rookie straight away, and that's where they needed. They got the opening they needed, and we know for a fact now, they're just waiting for the minion to come through. Is it gonna be a fight? Oh, Yellow Flash almost been taken off the hive line, and as we progress, we do see that they clear out all of the stuns, waiting for the Lords to come in from the top lane. There's a split push, doesn't need any more as the minion has already been cleared out. Now waiting for the mid as well as the top to come through.
Oh my god, Omega cleared all the holy defenses already, and now all the creep waves will be crashing in at the same time. The middle just a bit earlier, but Avatar Guardian being used already.
They're coming in right now. Stuns comes through. Rookie tried to go in for the overextension. Didn't manage to get the kill that he needed. Try to actually lock on, but still, they're still surviving it out. Now, the last turret already clears out from the top lane, and now they're going to allow the Lord to just be messed around by the team of IQ Phoenix. Even Ryota just stepping away, not going to get any casualty, but here on out, they're going to actually clear out the mid lane. Goes in, stun away from the side of Audacity, first of all, from Andrew Yu. Now looking for the next one. It's gonna be Nasik, but at the same time right here, they're pulling away, they're pushing. We do see Simple being taken out already, and now trying to push away as two players try to survive it out. But Rookie pushing along for the skill, but Andrew will take down Yellow Flash and takes down Nasik, and Rookie will be the last one to be shut down and leaving last much of the game fight to the hands of Team Smart Omega, and they win with 2-0.
Omega looking like a true contender with that one. Congratulations to them. They will be moving on to the 1-0 bracket. And of course, for IQ Phoenix, they will not be eliminated just yet. Still 0-1, they're still a fighting chance, and they have room to improve. But Omega, of course, showing why that they are one of the top few teams, I mean, in MPLPH, right? They were one of that. Oh my god, the way that they just played, it's just flawless to watch. And there was no room for IQ Phoenix to even budge, because the way that they wanted to execute their draft, the way that they got their draft was, and how they wanted to execute it, it was all done perfectly. It was all done perfectly. Chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss.
Agree. Definitely. I think that no matter how much Rookie tried to stop their ways, their attempts, their movement, it was just not enough. No matter how much you try to do your shadow skill, you try to throw out your ulti to anyone inside the Smart Omega, it was just not enough damage that was needed from the side of IQ Phoenix. And at the end of it all, it gives a lot of opportunity for Team Smart Omega to just damage them down straight away. And at the end of it all, Smart Omega was just, again, outsmarting IQ Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, at the early game, it looked like Rookie, he was getting away with it. Yeah, finally got his level 4, but they went for the contingency plan, right? If Rookie gets level 4, never mind. We go for the easier target, which is Simple or Nasix. So they focus their attention onto Simple Nasix, and then IQ Phoenix, they eventually had to respond. But even that response, it was dealt with so swiftly by the fact that Yukir, he managed to steal away the Avatar the Guardian so many times. He could have stolen the Frigid Glacier, yes, but he knew knew that the Avatar Guardian was way better into jumping the backlines of IQ Phoenix. And that versatility really shines when Omega can run through with that soccer player, right?
Agree, definitely. I think started out on the early games. Definitely, I'm seeing most of the potential of the engagement wise really coming in from Andrew as well as Ukir. I think there was they both of them as a combo was just so perfect to a point that there was not much of IQ Phoenix could have done. And then as they move along, we do see that Chanu giving a lot of the tenacity to a point that they separated, giving a lot of chance, not even a chance for Team IQ Phoenix to run away, despite the fact that they tried to actually pull from those team fights. In the end, they managed to connect the dot at the end of it all. And Jom, at the end of it all, finally pulls through. He was the one who managed to clear things off and giving so much point to. And there was a midpoint. I think there was a mid lane that we saw where Jom was being targeted, and they knew for a fact that Jom was going to be targeted, and it still was not enough for Rookie to do anything. And then Adru comes along to punish off the rest of IQ Phoenix.
Yeah, Omega Esports really showing, right, that every single member was pivotal into securing that victory, right? If you look at their team, if you are going to pinpoint an MVP, it's just so hard to do so. Like Chaknu, he had a great wall charge timing. His barrier walls were on point to protect Ryoda. And speaking of Ryoda was all the way in the enemy territory, making sure that he provides enough peel for his team. Jom dealt so much damage that he's the MVP. He has 7 kills. But you think about it, Riku and Andrew, right? Andrew secured that mid game, that early game, so much damage. And you care with the Avatar Guardian. There's no telling who's the true MVP here.
True. If I were to give a credit, I definitely would put out Andrew as well as Jom, and even with the fact that Andrew was the one who started off really good, but with Jom was already buffed out at the end of it all. He had so much damage that to a point that he ended up being the one right here as the MVP with 58,613. And looking on the stats right now as the MVP, Jom, we do see 1,011 goal per minute, and kill participation wise is 76%, and it was also at the late game itself.
Yeah, that's just monstrous, right? I'm a gold lane player. So 800 GPM is a good day. 900 GPM is amazing. 1000 GPM, it should not be happening because Omega, he's farming on heroes, towers, creeps, and everything at this point.
Oh, this is where the fine line of you do not want to allow Jom to be running along freely and comfortably on the goal lane itself, and he's able to do so. I mean, even at the mid lane itself, we do saw that that's where they actually shine the most. They know how to actually be calculative to get all those gold plats for themselves. And Smart Omega, they're just so calculative in their movement that IQ Phoenix could not do anything. And in this fine line, even as well, Riku comes along to take down Yellow Flash as well as Audacity in that fine line. It was just too much to bear to see how Team IQ Phoenix falter one after another.
Yeah, it was just extremely choke heavy play by Omega, right? They secured all their resources away from IQ Phoenix and just systematically shut them down. Made sure that every single farm is not available to be taken by IQ Phoenix and just ended the game on such a crazy note where IQ Phoenix, they weren't even able to respond. Wow.
Yes, sir. Exactly. But now it shows that this is gonna be the end of match number 3. We're done with this series as Smart Omega closed it off with 2-0. So now we are seeing Philippines taking down Team Cambodia. Previously, we saw Singapore shut down Team Cambodia. Team SV, which is Rift Esport, will be joining in with, as well as Team Duck Rice Esport. That was our team, the first Cambodia teams who were able to trample against Pertho Legends. But now we're back to the game-wise of Team Cambodia still unable to fight off with another region, which is the Philippine team Smart Omega. But not to worry though, this is just the third series. We still have the last series, and that's not gonna be a region versus region story because we got Cambodia versus Cambodia, Mo.
Yeah, it's gonna be the top seed, right? CFU, the winner of MPL Cambodia, will be versus. I think it will be up against another Cambodian team as well.
Yep.
So it will be up against Team Valhalla. Yes, Team
Yeah.
Valhalla today. But I believe we will be able to interview one of the players. I think from Omega Esports later on. So yeah, I want to know what's
Oh.
going on in their heads as well, right? Well,
Yeah.
how they knew, like they just perfected that gameplay. I wanted to ask, my main question I want to ask, where did they learn that revitalization Benedetta from? That's gonna be a key question to ask.
If you could actually pick up from all of the rosters or even from the side of the coach itself, who would you pick to interview here from the side of Smart Omega?
I would love to interview the coach, like really the coach itself, because he's the one that comes up with this kind of strategies. It will be interview with Riku. Yeah, so the mid Ukir, right? UKIR? Yeah, correct. UKIR. Okay. Ukir will be that mid laner that we will be able to interview right now. Hey, hello Ukir. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. I'm good.
Hi,
Okay.
congratulations for your first win on the round match. Now you're going into the first bracket of 1-0. How do you feel?
I'm just feeling grateful, and I think we just keep going. We're not finished yet.
Okay, so if you look at all the teams here, every single team, right, in the SPS right now, which is the team that you want to go ahead and fight against most? Like, you want to 1v1 them. You want to make sure that they are in the bracket no matter what. Who do you want to go against? Who do you want to fight? I believe we're not getting...
I think we're not hearing anything right now. Riku, are you okay? Are you there?
Hello?
Is the microphone... Oh, I think the microphone is having a little bit of
Yeah, I think...
technical issues
Yeah, I think
because we're not actually picking up any sounds right now.
It's all right. We'll find out. We'll find out once it gets fixed. I'm not too sure. Not too sure who they want to fight, but I believe, because of technical issues, we will be ending the interview. Nice to have you here, Ukir. I believe you can still hear us, and congratulations for making it into 1-0.
Oh, I really wanted you to ask about the revitalization first of all, because I was hoping for you to answer to get the idea of how they actually picked up that strats into the scene, but it's okay. I mean, we hope to see them again probably tomorrow if we're able to actually capture them again, but then again, that's going to be a surprise because we're not even sure how it's going to be scheduled. Again, a reminder, we're still holding on to all of the teams to be clearing out their 1-0s or 0-1 into their own brackets itself, and once we get that, that's when we actually be able to actually schedule off all of the fights for tomorrow. But then again, it was a great fight indeed from Smart Omega itself, but the question is, can they actually continue that journey on when they move into 1-0 brackets?
Yeah, and I'm really curious right now to how CFU Gaming are gonna fare against Omega Esports if they do go head to head against each other, because it's gonna be the top region of Cambodia versus top team of Cambodia versus one of the top teams of Philippines as well. Yeah, so it's gonna be very interesting, but of course they have to get through the first obstacle, which will be Team Valhalla, and that's the match that we have lined up next, but not before we head off for a short break. So we'll see you guys later, ladies and gentlemen. This is us signing off for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Here we go!
you're picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the last match of the day lined up for you, and it's gonna be a Cambodian special. We have the top seed, CFU Gaming, going up against Team Valhalla. But before that, I'm your caster, Moman, and join with me is Foster Bunny. How are you feeling today?
Feeling better and better and getting excited and ever, because the fact is we're already done with 3 series. This is gonna be our last series of the day, and it has been thrilling to see all of the teams rising off from the first series itself. We got Riff Esports already getting their own 1-0. even Team Rice Esport. And now from the previous matchup, it was for the Team Smart Omega Philippines. And this is the schedule. If you guys missed out what happened, Rift Esports taking down Team STV with 2-0. And as we didn't actually predict this because we thought it was going to be on the side of Pertho Legends, but turns out Doug Rice Esports was the one who managed to actually turn the 2-1 into their side. And then at the last matchup, it was by the Team Smart Omega with 2-0 to the side of IQ Phoenix. And now we're going to end our day with CFU Gaming versus Valhalla.
Yeah, and of course, CFU Gaming, the Sharks, known as the Sharks in their home country, they are one of the household names. Just having on their, on the Golden Road, right? They just won the MPL Cambodia, if I'm not wrong, and Team Valhalla. I mean, pretty much a newer team that came from the Open qualifiers. I'm not too sure of their lineup. I'm not too sure whether they still have that same team, but we'll find out right now as we go into CFU Gaming's lineup. Wadu on the EXP lane. We have Detective on the jungle, Z on the mid lane, OP on that roam, and Sing on that goal lane. And they were very consistent, very strong, and being the top seed of Cambodia, you would be thinking, right? They play this very heavy brawl lineup, but actually CFU Gaming, they are much more consistent in playing that macro lineup as well. So they are very smart with their decision makings. They're very smart with playing for gold. And even when they're behind, they play very well. So I'm really looking forward to how they do in this league.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we've already witnessed all the three Cambodia's team put out for the 3 matches. So far right now, we're seeing the only one that has rise to the occasion is Doug Rice Esport. But talking about the fact of another Cambodia team, it's going to be Valhalla, who meets off with CFU Gaming. We got Ari at the EXP, Panhaf as a jungler. We got Hide on Bush at the mid lane. We got Secret as the roamer, and Mob 100 for the gold lane. Now, Valhalla definitely needs to put out a really good fight here, as they are the one who also rise off from the open qualifier. So a question to be made, whether or not from the open qualifier will they be able to actually have a good momentum fighting off for the open finals. The fact that most of the teams here, when they actually started off as the open qualifiers team, somehow when they're meeting off with the invited teams, they're having a little bit of difficulty, because this is the fine line of invited teams maybe having a lot of potential, probably a lot of experience, compared to those who are still starting out very early on, even though they qualified from the open qualifiers.
Yeah. And usually, if you are a rookie team, of course, we tend to look at statistics, right? Look at past histories, look at whether or not you've been playing for a very long time. But once in a while, right? Once in a while, there are exceptions to the rule where talent just beats hard work, or you are just so good at the game and you just come out of nowhere and start beating everybody. But that is a rare shooting star. So looking for predictions, right? I'm just fishing for predictions over here. I think we are gonna be 2-0 for CFU Gaming, just based off stats alone. Just based off stats alone.
Agree, definitely, because again, we always say experience will always falter, no matter how much talent you have, or no matter how much of the idea to be portrayed on the drafting wise, experience can actually falter that. And going into the drafting phase, let's see if Team CFU Gaming can outsmart Valhalla. Started out with the perfect, or even the simple standardized banning off. We got Fanny as well as Chip to be taken out from the portion.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of bans right now, I just feel that we are in a space where, yeah, you gotta ban out that Holy Trinity. You gotta ban out that really the Chip, take it out. Zusin, possibly take it out. Suyo, maybe you can play with him, or you want to play the Zusin. I mean, you can leave it out, but you're gonna have a hard time. And for that Chip, I believe it's still gonna be that 100% ban, right? Most teams don't want to play against that short. Know how to take full advantage of the shortcut. The stats just speak for itself. You shouldn't be losing, especially if you have a Chip. We didn't see a Chip lose today, but yeah. They
And that was a
Chang'e.
surprise.
They picked the Chang'e. So
Oh yeah, true though. I mean, like it could have actually go another different path if it wasn't for that last option. But then again, things could not. I don't know. I mean, like we could say it. We could actually predict the different cases. But then again, even though if they pick another heroes though, the possibility of Smart Omega doing amazing job could be another case as well. You know, like and we talk about how Rise Esport was just in a better drafting phase as well. It's just a matter of how they mirrored and responded well to the team of Peta Legends on that second series. Now going into the ban, we do see Multida also been banned off. I mean, a question still raised it off whether or not they want to actually pick up the Jushin now or they want to take out Suyo. I mean, this is a fine line for them to actually have that opportunity to already been picked up already.
Yeah, I mean, CFU Gaming, they are known for going for the similar strats that other teams of other regions have emulated, and now they are able to really replicate that in terms of having that mechanic gameplay. Like Wadu plays a very mean Phoveus, plays a very mean Hylos, Khalid, the strong meta heroes. And it's always good as a professional player to expand on that meta pool because the heroes are meta for a reason, right? They are strong for a reason, and if you are good at them, it makes your team even better. And CFU Gaming, they are really kind of the team that is reproducing that fact.
And now we do see that Hylos will be the next one. So this is the pick phase for the side of CFU Gaming. Are they going to actually allow or even pick out that Jushin on them for themselves, or even Suyo, or even they're bringing up the Jushin for themselves. So that's a really good decision making coming out from CFU. They already know for a fact that this is the prioritization of meta for themselves.
And this is a trap, right? Like when you pick that Jushin, you generally trap the opponent to pick Suyo. So yeah, so Valhalla has fallen for that trap. And I just feel like, yeah, you just in a rock and a hard place. Because right now, if you don't ban out both these heroes, especially if you're on the red side, you're always very disadvantaged because the first pick is going to pick up Jushin. There's no way that they're going to pick up the Suyo, because if they pick up the Suyo, it gets countered by the Jushin. So now they got to catch Suyo? I don't think so, right? I don't think it's going to work against Jushin. Not the answer.
Not the answer that we're looking for from Valhalla side, but at least we know there's one coming in for Suyo. That was a desperation that is needed from Valhalla itself. Now, picking for another phase of CFU. Now, what are they looking forward to actually responding on the Gato Kacha? Because again, this is two heroes that is not really necessary, but they got 1-1 and Alpha.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong pick against a fighter utility and Gato Kacha because you're easily able to get the crossbow of Tang off. The Spear of Alpha is a very good peel mechanic as well. And yeah, I mean, in terms of just having that ability to have that invulnerability is very strong on the 1-1. That's why we see it getting picked a lot, especially in tandem with the Phoveus. But Valhalla, with a very good response, going for that Nathan, it's going to be a very good late game insurance. And of course, can scale very well in the mid game as well.
Okay, so we got Nathan, and they even actually ban out Cho as well. The question is who they want to actually pick out even more further to not allow any more of the fight. And we do see Aurora also been banned off by CFU Gaming. They didn't want to actually have anyone to actually disturb or even try to cause any kind of AoE on the side of CFU. Questionable. Let's look forward to see what it's going to be like. But the next one is going to be the one and only that will pull away. Possibly Valhalla doesn't want to be picked off by CFU Gaming, is it?
Yeah, Franco, not really too big of a deal, I think. But you see that the combo in there's a combo that Franco and Wanwan, because it's really very strong in terms of having that lockdown where Franco is able to lock you down together, the hook and the ultimate, and Wanwan will get a free crossbow tank out every single time, and that's a free pick. But the possibility of the Cho and Franco being taken out, that doesn't mean that CFU Gaming cannot go for other pickoff heroes. There's still the Kaja available. There is still the Jawhead available if they wish to do so. So Valhalla, they have a lot to work with.
Agree, definitely. And here on out, they pick up the Khalid for themselves. The question is how they're going to actually respond it to that side of Valhalla.
And what I'm really like interested in seeing, right, is whether anyone would try to use Guinevere against Suyo, because I feel that Alpha, yes, it's very strong, but there's another strong fighter jungler that was in the previous meta, right? The Guinevere, right? It has a lot of CC, it has a lot of control as well. So it's able to deal with Suyo very well, but they already picked up the Alpha, so I doubt it. Yeah, they pick up the Hilda as well. Very strong in dealing with Suyo. Oh, and just raw beef, right? CFU, they're so tanky.
Yeah, they're so tanky, and this is giving a lot of defense on the back line at the front line for CFU Gaming itself. So a great response coming in already for themselves. They already cover up all the angles, all the grounds they needed. Now Valhalla, the question is what they want to do to counter that.
Yeah, Valhalla, they are left with that mid laner. I mean, in terms of having that mid lane presence, they can go for that Faramis to extend their lives if they wish to do so. They can go for the Valentina to steal that implosion, to steal that Spear of Alpha if they wish to do so as well. And they go for that previous meta pick. Not really as strong as it used to be, but still, once it goes into mid game and late game, the Zos does deal a lot of damage with that Dominator descent.
Agree, definitely. I mean, it's a little bit risky, especially the fact that they're looking forward to have that mobility wise to move away as quickly as possible whenever Zas is in trouble. But then again, I'm still questionable on the side of Valhalla. Right now, when it comes to drafting wise, I think CFU Gaming is much more perfection compared to what Valhalla has put out here for the draft.
Yeah, Valhalla, they do have the correct answers, but there's gonna be a lot of different conditions that they need to fulfill, right? First, they need to cross that 12-minute mark where the Zos becomes much more potent, and they cannot lose too much farm to CFU Gaming while they reach that mid to late game stage. So Valhalla, that win condition might be just stopped by CFU Gaming's execution here.
Agree, definitely. Let's take a look here on out for our game number one, the last series of the day. The team of CFU Gaming versus Valhalla. Cambodia versus Cambodia. Started off here for the mid lane. It seems that CFU getting the buff on themselves, and we do see, it seems that Valhalla's secret might be attempting to actually just overlook from one end to another. And we do see that OP will be pushed away by secret and not gonna allow any steal, but at the same time here on out, Valhalla high on the bush, try to run away as fast as possible, but at the same time Pertho comes in. It seems that they managed to actually take a really good hit, takes down one player. Z will be the first victim, and as they go in for the process, team CFU Gaming ended up trying to pull away.
Yeah, and Valhalla, they really capitalize on the mistake of convincing and using Wadu too early. And now with Asuyo getting that early game advantage, right? Really level 4 at 1 minute 20 seconds, they can potentially steamroll. They can convert it into a snowball onto that Jusin.
Let's see now. Z trying to actually try to pick secret, or we do see OP manage to actually airborne the side of Iron the Bush, and it's gonna be an end game for the side of this team, whereby Detective takes him down immediately. A great one trade right here for the side of Team CFU Gaming. Good wins, definitely be able to actually clear things or reset it back to both of their sacks.
Yeah, I mean, with that, they just put things at even Stevens' net worth are the same right now. But this first turtle fight will be very pivotal for both teams. Wadu already very low here.
Oh, a little bit too close to be told, but at the same time, they're trying to push in straight for the turtle. It's going to be Detective who managed to get the clear cut. Even though they try to actually toll down or even try to mess it up, it's still CFU game turtle.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Panha on the Suyo, he has not been taking as many fights as he should be, given the fact that he managed to actually deal so much damage, right? Secret has that first blood already, and yeah, you should be engaging a lot more as the Suyo, but he's not pressing the advantage. And CFU Gaming, they are just running away with the space. Once you go into that 3-minute mark, Wadu is gonna come for you, and you're not gonna be able to do anything.
Okay, let's see. They are trying to actually pick off another one. Secret is just out in the open, trying to find a way. And we do see that it seems that they already spotted out Secret. They're gonna chase after him. Secret finding to actually go in, but he has to be careful. He goes in for OP. First of all, Airborne comes through, and now Z picking him off straight away onto the side, and it's gonna be an opening for CFU. Takes down with Detective on the side, and they also managed to return the river with Panha. Takes down 2 players, 2 wins in a row, and now they're looking for Z. Z will be shot down in the lead as well, Panha, but this is gonna be an overextension as Zing finally shuts down Panha before he makes even more damage. But it's already a great 3 wins in the hands of Team Valhalla.
Yeah, Valhalla, they do manage to get 3 kills on Panha. And this is the timing that I was talking about, right? Wadu should have been there, but now he is up against everybody, and he's just overextending himself. Just a bit too far. Just a bit too far on your own, my friend.
A little bit too far, a little bit too late, and the fact that hide on the bush, even so, you did manage to actually get a lot of damage, but with 4 players along the line, at what cost would you want to actually trade off? And now, it's already not going to be a reset for the team of CFU. It's going to be giving a lot of boost for Valhalla, even so with the fact that they were supposed to have a little bit of difficulty. But now, the second title will try to be teased out. We do see Detective still try to actually buff himself off, waiting for the right time to push in. We do have Z as the initiator. Gonna pick up Secret again. Can he actually go in? It's gonna be OP who comes in, but he picks up Secret immediately. But Secret managed to pull through, and it's gonna be Are. Are comes in for the backup, and they didn't manage to, but at the same time, rushing into the side of Panha. Panha has to pull away, and Are having a little difficulty, but Mobile 100 didn't manage to take down Detective first of all, and Zin traded off with a 2-win double kill comes in, and CFU looking better than ever.
Yeah, but Panha is still on the back line. Secret did manage to finish the kill on to Z there. And yeah, Z not dying the entire team fight until the end. That proved to be Valhalla's undoing, right? Because the fact that you cannot burst down that Zusin, and the fact that you have so many melee heroes, you're gonna be in range for that Lantern at all times. This is gonna be a very bad look, especially if you go into that 8-minute mark, that 6-minute mark, where you are not able to just clear him out. He has that glowing wand available, and Z's able to just trickle your HP down.
Okay, let's see. Now it seems that Team Valhalla will try to be a little bit more aggressive on the mid lane, and they try to actually go in for OP. The first they're coming in for Panha's side, he was trying to go in for 1v1 with Wadu, but didn't manage to go too. But here on out, they will try to break in for the group plate of that first turret. But as they move along, Secret will be able to shoot them away and not denying of more contempt from the side of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, Valhalla, they have a lot of timings to answer for right now. They still have that map advantage where they have that Suyo at a great lead, but already Wadu is online and he has begun the hunt, right? If he manages to find any squishy member, he's gonna jump. And you already saw Wadu jumping into 5 members. He does not care.
And there you go, Wadu comes in for Panha. Just one more hit, but Panha managed to pull away before he became a casualty in the hands of Wadu. But that was a perfect shot immediately. If Wadu was able to connect that last hook on the side of Panha, could have actually gotten a kill for the team of CFU. But here on out, it seems that Valhalla will be trying to get the title for themselves. But as they move along here, Are try to be picked up by Z, but as they go in, it's going to be Mob 100 to take on OP. Panha kills away and still that turret. But at the same time right now, we do see that Panha having a lot of damage. Detective coming in for him. Z managed to actually connect the dot, but even with the title already been stolen away, CFU have trade off and they get another one. Are been pushed off. Another double kill coming in for Z, and Team CFU looking better than ever.
The fact that the crossbow of Tang managed to go off, this is so huge for the side of CFU Gaming, right? And it's guaranteed almost every single time because that implosion by OP, he gave up his own life, yes, but it's at for the greater good, making sure that Sing does that damage. He does have that Inspire, he does have the crossbow tank, and once he has more items, it's gonna be very problematic for Valhalla to keep engaging into the team fight. Valhalla, they have to find these pickoffs as fast as possible and not extend these team fights.
And there you go. We do see Secret overextending himself, but there you go. Ari comes in. Z will be able to take down Ari first of all, but at the same time right now, we do see a double down coming in from the side of Valhalla as CFU. Detective been spotted out by Paha, immediately shutting it down, but one more to go. We do have everyone coming in, stun as well, pulls out for the OP side. Z takes down Mod 100, and Mod 100 also takes down OP at the cost of Z still surviving it out. But Valhalla only surviving with 2 more players to go. CFU looking better than ever. They will be able to shut down any attempts from the mid lane, but somehow most of the damage already been done by Team CFU.
And that's the entropy available from Mod 100. He could have jumped away, but it was denied by Z, showing how irritating it is to deal with this Zusin, right? He could not click his ultimate in time, could not get to his reverse clone, so Z could just instantly pull him, drag him away. And this is one of the key mechanics of this Zusin, because you deny away the escape potential from Mob 100, and he loses all mobility. Oh my god, this is a very key interaction that CFU Gaming is showing right now. And yeah, I'm just very worried for Valhalla going into this mid game.
Oh, Lot will be trying to be teased by Detective, and we do see that Valhalla already spotted out. But Team CFU, I like the fact that they're already getting off all the angles. Now,
Yeah,
pushing through, we do see that they already spotted out OP. OP will be trying to be denied, but at the same time, it's going in for the fight right at the center as they push in the airborne. Z takes down Secret immediately as they get in RA as well. Now looking for Panha, doesn't spot it out, but Zing pushed through to Mob 100 as well as hide on Bush. Double kill, and Panha will be left alone. But at the same time, Panha did manage to run away for dear life, but it will be an open for Detective to take down the first Lord.
Yeah, 4 kills advantage already. They're just pressing the advantage. And CFU Gaming, they have so much sustained damage. Valhalla, they cannot take this sustained team fight. If they're unable to burst someone down within the first 1 to 2 seconds of the team fight, they essentially lose because they do not have that sustained damage. They do not have the iframes. And if Z is alive on all that, that's just icing on the cake because that lantern is permanently just knocking you up, and that's just free CC coming out for the Zusin.
And now they're going to clear off the second last layer of the turrets. That's going to be an opening for the side of CFU. Now looking for that top lane right here as we do see Z trying to find a way who they want to actually go in for the pick. OP goes in for a front to Mob 100, but he has a lot of damage. He had to go away instead. And now as Lord was cleared out, they had to actually reset it off again. And Team CFU, the damage has already been done. It's enough already to pull through at least at that top lane. Now they're going to actually clear out the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and in terms of that just team fight advantage, right? CFU, they can brute force every single team fight, but I'm not happy with the way that they handle that Lord. They are known for their macro, like slight a bit more macro than the rest of the KH counterparts, and it felt like the waves could have been managed a lot better. But CFU Gaming, of course, they are still ahead, but this is just the draft alone, right? Valhalla, once they reach that 15-minute mark, they will have that damage, especially since the Holy Crystal has already been picked up from Mob 100. That magic damage is something that they will have to worry about.
Agree, definitely. I mean, on the line right now, we do see currency-wise definitely in the hands of CFU. Wadu will be trying to actually do some disturbance coming in for Valhalla, and we do see OP right here also in the scene. Will not be disturbed. They just try to actually get a hold of the Langle-wise for Team Valhalla itself. CFU is just having the opportunity of just farming off on the enemy territory-wise is going to give a lot of boostage for themselves. But on the side of Team Valhalla, they cannot do anything to actually have a good composure or even try to actually defend all of the angles. So now they are pushed to just guard off that first lane or even the first layer or the last layer of the turret itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they need to do. That's all they need to do. Just funnel the farm onto Mob 100, make sure that Hide on Bush has enough items to deal damage, and then the Dominator's Descent and that Entropy will be enough to carry that team fight because once you go into late game, CFU Gaming, you won't have enough farm to actually withstand the test of time, especially if you look at just the scaling alone, 6 items versus 6 items, Valhalla are actually ahead in terms of late game.
Okay, let's see. Seems that Z tried to pick up one but didn't manage to actually do so. But here on out, it seems that Secret pushing into Z, going in for the aggression. A little bit Z was able to actually pull away from the fight. And somehow, right here, we do see that the aggression pulled out by Valhalla managed to pull away or push away the team of CFU Gaming from their territory.
Yeah, and in that background, right, Singh has been taking the Lord just by himself. So already that enhanced Lord will be going the way of CFU Gaming. But Valhalla, there's no way that they can contest that because they already used the Avatar of the Guardian. They used that Raging Sandstorm already. So it's all right. It's better that they do not go. But what they do have to do is mount the defense of the lifetime. They have the tools to do so. They have the Dominator's Descent. They have the Suyo as well. There's a lot of nukes that can potentially take out the minion waves, but they have to stagger the minion waves. And if they let Suyo go out and take out these minion waves, this will be fine for them, cherry for them. But CFU Gaming, they're not allowing it to happen.
Oh, coming in right now for the minions. Pushing in straight to the last turret line. As we're moving in, we do see that Lots is already pushing into the top lane, and teams from Valhalla right now struggling to pull through. They will try to contest it out. They try to actually clear out Lot first of all, but mid lane is also in the open right now. As they push in, we do see that OP will be trying to stun it out. Z will be able to take down Power first of all, the defense wise, but High on Boost also takes down Wadu. 100 takes down Detective, double kill coming in from, and Z left on the alone as well as Z was taken out. A great composition coming in from Valhalla with a really good comeback. Even so, with the Lord was denied, Team Valhalla made it come great comeback for right here.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? Valhalla, once they get that 6 item slots going, they have a lot of damage. And CFU Gaming, you can't brute force that anymore. Valhalla showing why they are the top few rookies, why they qualified here. As they even out the inhibitor turret count, they do get the middle one. And right now, already Valhalla, as long as they stick together, as long as they keep Mob 100 alive, CFU Gaming, they have just a composition problem right now because it has gotten too far. They've overstayed their welcome in their game, and there's a lot of single target damage coming out from Zing. Yes, but there's no finishing coming out from the crossbow tank.
Oh, Banha will try to actually be shut down by Wadu, but nope, not to worry. Panda was able to pull out from that fight itself, even with CFU trying to actually gang things up. But as the process come in, right this instant, Team Valhalla finally actually be able to even it out with CFU. Lots coming in within 32 seconds. Let's see who will try to contest it out earlier on, or will Team Valhalla try to pull away this lot to their side?
Yeah, they do have 2 buffs on Mob 100 at this point, right? All they need is Vision, but Vision is very hard for them. Do they send Khalid? Do they send Suyo? They don't know where OP is, but now they've identified, right, that they might be in that bush, but they cannot stick together because Implosion would end them instantly because Mob 100, yet he has a lot of damage, but he's not tanky at all.
Oh, let's see. Coming in already for the Lord Detective will be the one with the help of Zing. And it seems that Valhalla doesn't want to actually go in for Ascension, so Lord will be taken out. But at the same time, they're a little bit too late for that team fight. Could have actually gang up on that process. So this is giving the second lot straight in the hands of Team CFU again. And this is tough from the side of Team Valhalla because the fact that they already got the third lot already, and now this is going to be an enhanced one where the fact that pushing onto Team Valhalla, they got to double down on the defense wise.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fine for them. I feel that Valhalla, they just have to not give away their bodies. They just don't get picked off. And yeah, they didn't know where Wadu was, right? That's why they did not want to take that team fight. I feel that that was a very good call from Team Valhalla, and I feel that all they have to do is hold on. Even if their base, as long as the base is still alive, they have a chance. They just cannot take a team fight willy-nilly. But now we have the Spear of Alpha.
Detective coming in straight to Mob 100. He managed to pull away, but here now they're waiting for Wadu to come in for the closure. They know for a fact that if Wadu doesn't step in, and at the same time, they did clear out Lord immediately. They still managed to actually defend the crystal wisely, but now pushing it seems that the team of CFU a little bit too slow and didn't know how to actually pull in the opening of Team Valhalla. So defense was coming in from Team Valhalla has done a great perfect job. But now with the bottom lane is the opening for their side. Just still waiting for the minions. Can they actually pull through? Can they actually finally go in for the fight? And we do see comes through for the side. It's gonna be Secret to opening it off. But Are a little bit overextension, giving Z the opportunity. But at the same time, Momoda takes down OP first of all, and he takes down Z immediately as well. Zing at the opening, but overextension comes through from Secret, will give Detective the opening. But Panha trying to survive it out, pull away, and you do see that high on the bush also struggle. But wow, 100 takes down Wadu, and this is a good micro decision making coming in from Vala that gives the opening for Team Vala to win it off with that 3-off win.
Yeah, Mob 100, right? As long as he's alive, he is a problem. And that's the problem with CFU Gaming's lineup here, right? They can find the Spear of Alpha as much as possible. They can find the Implosion as much as possible. But the damage, it's only on to one person at a time. That's the problem with the 1-1 in the later stages of the game. Yes, 1-1 secures you that mid-game because you can take as much team fights as you wish because you don't really have to worry about the 1-1 because she's in the air like 90% of the time, especially if you manage to just fulfill the conditions of crossbow tank. But when you reach the late game and the crossbow tank is not able to finish off even a singular target, then it becomes a very big problem. And that's why we don't see that much 1-1s. And there is a very slim chance that, yeah, even though you're ahead, you might lose. And Valhalla, I mean, it's just looking really good for them right now.
It is. It's looking good for them right now. And the fact that we're having a little bit of technical pause right now, and the fact that there was a moment of time where Valhalla was able to bring back the game to their side, even with the third lot in the hands of Team CFU Gaming, it was still not enough to come into the defense wise. And that was so much of the defense that was done by Team Vala that CFU Gaming just tried to pick one off. And OP tried to go in for the closure. And despite we had RA as the sacrificial lamb on the side of Team Vala, but it was enough because they need Mob 100 to just pull through. As long as he be able to shut down OP, and that was the opening they needed. Takes down OP, takes down Z as well as Zing, as well as Wadu. In fact, I mean, Zing was able to pull through barely alive actually, but Wadu became the consequences of that sacrifice. So in the end of it all, Team Vala made it off. Great job of the death of RA himself, but at the end of it all, we still haven't managed to actually find the connection or even the closure of the storyline. Will they be able to actually make it out alive with this great win, a great comeback coming through for Valhalla, or will CFU Gaming, once we move into and continue on with the storyline, is it going to be a great case of them be able to trample against Mob 100 and not allowing him to push anymore to the team of CFU Gaming?
I mean, for CFU Gaming, right, their win condition is really clear.
Yeah.
Because the Purify from Mob 100 was proving to be a problem. And I thought that Spear of Alpha, just disabling that Purify, was very good coming in from the Alpha. But of course, I find that OP has been a bit too trigger happy with the implosion so far, right? His implosion is currently not on the correct target. And it feels to me like he has to start prioritizing Mob 100 when he doesn't have the Purify, which is two conditions that the entire team needs to fulfill. First, you need to take away the Purify. Then afterwards, you need to control him when he does not have that Purify. So yeah, so it's gonna be hard. But as long as Z doesn't die, that's still a chance for CFU Gaming.
Agree.
As long as Z doesn't die.
That's true though. That definitely. I mean, like even though if Alpi doesn't come through with the ulti or even actually try to crowd control on the side of Team Vala, if at least Z be able to pick off one after another for the side of Valhalla, that could be an opening for Team CFU Gaming themselves. And the question if CFU Gaming can they actually portray that here after the technical pause, after we continue on here for the first series. And the fact that this is the first round of our last series, somehow it's very interesting that we are seeing an even out fight between both of our Cambodia teams.
Yeah, I mean, it feels to me, right, CFU Gaming, that they should be the top team, right, of the KH region right now. And yeah, they really showed a great standing when it came to the MPL. But feels like Team Valhalla are just not keeping them on their toes, right? Keeping CFU Gaming on their toes, making sure that they are just trying to keep them not arrogant, but CFU Gaming, you can't rest on your laurels even though you just won MPLKH. The rest of Cambodia are looking at you, and yeah, we can come at you at any time. And this shows the volatility of the meta right now, volatility of esports, right? Even if you are the top team, there's still a chance where other teams, there are always new teams coming up every day, and Team Valhalla is one of these new teams that CFU Gaming has to watch out for.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like it's a Cinderella story that is always been unveiled and unfold in front of our eyes every single time in every single tournament itself. And SPS is one of it as well. That whereby we see the rookie be able to actually have the potential to shut down all the experienced teams and those who are the big names, big giants inside their own region itself. And Valhalla somehow proving themselves, maybe even with the experience wise of CFU Gaming, they be able to learn it off and adapt it on their own as well. So the question is right now, CFU Gaming, can they actually respond well as Valhalla pull in? And on the side of it all, unfortunately, we could not able to actually foresee what was happening because of the technical issue, but we do have the result right here, and Valhalla able to win that first match or first round of the last series for their hands. So technically we already foresee because Valhalla with a great defense wise how they actually respond well to CFU Gaming, which is quite sad that we were not able to witness it forehand ourselves. But then again, we got the result here, Valhalla getting the 1.0 for themselves here against CFU Gaming.
Yeah, we do apologize that you're unable to witness their victory, but of course you'll be able to see what goes on in Game 2 of CFU Gaming versus Valhalla. And yeah, I mean, really, once you reach that 15-minute mark, right? Once you get that 6 items on the Nathan, is just a different monster to deal with. And that's why, like, a lot of teams, like when you play against the Nathan, you either want to win early or you need to have that late game assurance, right? Sometimes it's the Moskov, sometimes it's the Claude, and yeah, that's why Moskov and Claude are so popular when dealing with Nathan. But now we do have a shift in the meta, and 1-1, I believe, was a very strong answer, right? Rock, paper, scissors, but it was really a different timing that CFU Gaming, they had to fulfill the condition, and I felt that they were just a bit too hesitant in just pressing the go button.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, it comes down to the question of OP himself. I mean, we have so many tanky players or tanky heroes inside the hands of CFU Gaming. They couldn't actually be able to use that to their own benefits, but here on out, OP was a little bit assistant. There was so much of the grounds that he was wondering where is the opening that I can put out so that team CFU Gaming can go in on for the fight. But there was a little bit too slow. The response was not done in time. The reflex that was supposed to be done was supposed to be shut down, but they didn't do it. And in the end, Team Valhalla utilized that opportunity. Started out, this is going to be the highlight itself. We do see that Team Valhalla, first of all, having a lot of difficulty to fight off with Team CFU at the beginning, but it was a great opportunity to actually watch it out. But this is where the part that we lost, to a point that Team Valhalla was able to shut down all of the players from Team CFU and getting the crystal for themselves.
Yeah, we did manage to see some of it in the highlight replay. So yeah, definitely it looked like three members were already down. I suspect that they were trying to fight for that enhanced lord, already that 18-minute lord up on the map. And that was the 18-minute lord, by the way. So we extended into that 18-minute timer where Nathan at 18 minutes. Yeah, that's not really someone that you want to fight against as a 1-1, right? You either get the craziest crossbow of Tang, but even if you do, right, at 18 minutes, you are assured that he has the farm to get that win of nature or that immortality. And crossbow Tang, you can only use it once. Once that win of nature or that immortality is popped, you are not going to be able to deal the finish onto mob 100. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of factors to work against.
Oh wow, really impressive wise. Definitely, if CFU Gaming had a better probably reflex as well as respond faster reflex and respond to the side of Valhalla, they could have actually shut down every attempt that was done by Valhalla. But then again, the perfect pick coming in from Valhalla itself definitely is the side that they managed to actually have Panha shutting down OP as not even that. We do see Mob 100 was the one who does so much damage, and I'm looking forward to see what it's going to be like when it comes to the breakdown of Team Valhalla as well as CFU Gaming. Damage wise, I think definitely Mob 100 deserving of the MVP itself, because he was the one who did all of the damage, all of the counter ability that was done to CFU Gaming to a point they could not do anything.
Yeah, so it's gonna be kind of crazy, right? When you go into game 2, right, CFU Gaming, they really have to like reset their mental capacities. They are coming in as the top seed of Cambodia, right? They just won MPLKH, and then we were just saying that stats alone 2-0 CFU, but Valhalla just really proved us wrong, right? And it's really very nice to see that in the meta there's still new teams coming up and new teams proving us wrong, because every time a new team proves us wrong, a new legacy is made, and Valhalla might be the new potential upsets that CFU Gaming might have to deal with in the next MPLKH.
That's kind of true though. And I do agree on that note, because the fact is CFU Gaming, High Rise coming in from the side of that MPLKH, now pushing into SPS. Now they have to actually overlook on the next season whereby Valhalla will be the one to contest it off again as well. But pushing on to match number 2, I think that what we also forgot about CFU Gaming, why they are the MPLKH champions, is definitely because of how they are very adaptable. There's a possibility that we've already thrown out the statistic wise. It's supposed to be 2-0, but now we already lost it off. Maybe CFU Gaming can change the storylines moving into the second round. Can they actually, despite the fact they had a really good drafting, will they be able to actually counter Valhalla for this match number 2 and at least making sure that this series will be longer than it should be?
Yeah, definitely CFU Gaming, I believe that they have more strats. And I know that for sure, because I watched the MPLKH, right? And I feel that, they have a lot more to what it takes than currently this. Because 1-1 to me, it didn't really come out in their MPLKH run, so they can fall back to their old strategies where they have that late game assurance, and they actually do it really well. But it feels like they are testing something new right now, and it didn't really work on Valhalla. Not at all.
Agree, definitely. I think that was the one pick that was very interesting from the side of CFU Gaming. I think there's a possibility they try to try a run here, but hopefully here on out on the second round itself, they won't do that. It's nice to actually try an error on the sideline, but again, you gotta actually make sure that you are on the same path of making sure that you don't make any mistakes on the run, because this is an open finals, and this is where the fine lines of trial and error does not be the best options when it comes to fighting off, and you want to make sure that you don't go in for the long. Despite the fact that yeah, you do have 2 lifeline, even though you lose this one out, you still have one more day to go for tomorrow. But then again, it's gonna be a long run journey for themselves. Now going into the drafting wise, we do see the typical banning wise. Gatot Kaca will be in the banning wise instead. Previously, we did see that Valhalla was the one to pick it off, but now they ban it off. Hylos as well as Phoveus, and then from the side of CFU, the typical Fanny, Jushin as well as Chip to be banned off.
Yeah, and the Jushin being banned out on the other side with the Suyo still in the pool, right? Valhalla just instantly snap it up for themselves, and I'm really liking Valhalla's direction here, right? They were trapped for that first game, I feel, but CFU Gaming, of course, we are not going to take it away from them that they actually won the MPL KH, the Cambodia side. So, of course, I believe that they still have more strategies up their sleeves. But with the Alpha opener, with the Matilda in the pool as well, so they can actually go for that Alpha Matilda if they want to.
Okay. Alpha is still in the scene for CFU Gaming. I mean, again, they brought up the Aurora in the hands of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, so Aurora, yeah, I mean, it does really perform very well against Suyo, right? Because Suyo, you want to jump in, and the fact that you have a second life, the fact that you have a Frigid Glacier to freeze as well, but they will need to have some sort of priority, right, to fight that mid lane. So usually we do see the Eve coming out from the side of most teams, but whether Valhalla they can operate that, I'm not too sure. Whether Hide on Bush he plays that Eve, but they do take up the Nathan once again, right? Nathan on Mob 100, I mean, carried them in that first game.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I mean, why change what's not broken, right? So pretty much, Valhalla already knows that these are the classic picks that can actually promise them a success storyline. So Valhalla picking off Khalid as well. I mean, I think we pretty much saw how amazing the fights put out by Panha as well as Mob 100. So a really good combo coming in from the side of Valhalla. Now coming into the side of CFU, how are they going to actually respond this?
Yeah, so CFU, I mean, they do pick up the Hilda. They did play a very strong Hilda, and Hilda is good at stopping the potential of that Suyo, right? That Suyo is always very scary, and we did see how CFU, they did manage to stop Suyo, but they didn't manage to stop Mob 100. But whether or not they go for that same play, whether or not they pick up the 1-1, which I'm not really a big fan of, they should pick up something more late game if they are wanting to fight that Nathan.
Agree. Okay. So at least with Hilda on the side, they know that they're playing off at their own strength. This is where we are seeing CFU Gaming. They're prioritizing on strength compared to trying to actually counter off Valhalla. But the question is it going to be enough? Batting wise, they actually ban off Chiggle instead on their side, so they're not going to allow any of the area AoE or even CC on the side of Valhalla. But we have Bruno been banned off by Valhalla.
Yeah, Bruno and Tigreal. I mean, Bruno still a very good lane bully versus Natan. So you want to secure the advantage as much as possible for Natan. But if you're talking about lane bully, right? If you're talking about someone that destroys Nathan in the lane, you can still pick up a Harif, something like the likes of Harif. Just cripple the Nathan, make sure that he cannot show his face on the lane. So CFU Gaming, I mean, they still have that option if Valhalla doesn't ban it out.
Oh, that's true. And we got Edith also been banned out by CFU Gaming. We've seen how when it comes to Edith, you're not going to allow that mobility-wise. And this is something that CFU probably denies it from Valhalla's side. And going into Valhalla, they ended up banning 1-1. Even though I don't think that 1-1 was actually any of a threat for Valhalla. But sure, why not ban out that 1-1, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty scared of it. So, yeah, still... He did play a very scary 1-1, right? Singh did play a very scary 1-1. It just feels like he did not go into the stage of the game where he would outperform the Nathan. There is no way that you outperform a Nathan in that late game stage. So yeah, definitely still, I feel that it was a slight execution error, not a drafting error from CFU Gaming.
Agree, definitely. Now, pushing on CFU, what are they going to actually contest it out? We do see Cho being picked out here for CFU.
Yeah, Cho was a really strong pick, right? Versus Nathan, versus Nathan, it's gonna be very strong. You can pick him off. You can use the Way of the Dragon. You can jump in as well. And also, not to forget that Cho is a very invasive jungler. So I mean, invasive roamer. So you are very aggressive. You will be able to jump the enemy jungles. Level 1, level 2, you are having that vision on Suyo at all times. But Valhalla, they respond with the Damas pick.
Wow, okay. Again, I like the fact that they pick up Tamos, right? And they know this is where the fine line of... I've seen how Tamos having a lot of great mobility-wise and a lot of damage, and even the health lifeline of still being very immortality to survive it out. I think Valhalla knows that they need someone that can pull through, and we got Angela been picked up as well at Valhalla's side. So when it comes to Valhalla, I gotta say drafting-wise is superb, and CFU picking up easier on the last pick. Oh, this is gonna be very interesting of CFU Gaming itself.
I mean, in terms of the late game, Ixia has a very strong late game, but it's very dependent on the full barrage placement, right? It's very dependent on whether your team is able to lock people down in your ultimate zone. And that's very important for, I mean, there is no way that Cho can kick multiple people. He can only kick one person in. So yeah, it's kind of not working, not synergistic, I would say, from CFU Gaming. I would give the advantage over to Valhalla, given the fact that they have that Angela alone together with the Damas and the Suyo. That's just a lot of momentum.
A lot of momentum, a lot of the tankiness that is needed for Team Valhalla itself. Now, CFU, despite the drafting might be in the favor of Valhalla, can they actually execute properly better off compared to Valhalla? This is our second round of last series. Team Valhalla versus CFU Gaming. Cambodia versus Cambodia.
Yeah, the New Bloods versus the reigning champions of MPLKH. So far, the New Bloods are getting that 1-0 advantage, but now we do see the Cho in a bit of trouble already.
Ooh. Try to actually go in for a fight. It seems that Cho had to pull away before he became a casualty. He did manage to pull off with the help of Aurora, but then again, Z, at what cost, also had a lot of that lifeline depleted for himself as well. So this is gonna be tough. A great sacrifice that was done by both of the players to make sure that there will not be any of the kills or the bodies to be given out by Team Valhalla. But looking on the side of Team Valhalla, that was a really good momentum. There was a lot of that team fight that could actually connect it to a point that could give them that potential of resources.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a point where the Sea Halberd needs to come out from sync, and that itemization will be very key to stop that Angela, and especially the fact that OP is on that Cho, right? You have to jump the Angela before the Heart Guard is able to be pulled out, but there's no way you're getting level 4 before that mid laner. Now he's getting threatened a little bit, but CFU Gaming, I mean, in that late game stages, I still don't see them winning against the Natan.
Oh, coming in right now to OP side. OP overextending himself. He did manage to actually gate in for the airborne, but it's not going to be easy as Secret pulls through, and we do see Pana coming in for a push with deactive, but Secret will be able to get the kill to connect the dot. But OP on the rise right here. Wadu on the note, a little bit overextension, but now they will be able to punish for that overextension. Wadu having a lot of damage. RA will be able to take him down instantly, with Z not able to do anything and had to pull away before he became another victim.
Yeah, the Damas just joining the team fight at the perfect timing. And there was no hard guard required to be used. That means for this turtle fight, right, there's the hard guard available, so Pana is going to get that for free. OP is just providing vision and putting his own life in danger. He should not be there. But yeah, I mean, getting away as a Cho, it's just normal things. But still, CFU Gaming, it's gonna be very hard for them, especially in the mid stages, especially in the later stages. But they need to find some crazy pick onto OP and Detective, which they have not been able to do so. They've been trying, yes, but Secret, he's able to sniff out these gangs because he is a Khalid on the roam after all. And we know how strong that can be.
Agree, definitely. And here, Ari, one-on-one with Wadu is not gonna actually do much. He's just gonna clear out the minions for themselves. And it seems that from the top side as well, Mob 100 looking for a way or even an opening that is going to be initiated by Zin on with the help of Secret. Maybe there's a possibility they will take care of the bad lane as well. Now, coming on the mid lane, seems like all the players of CFC are already stacking themselves off, looking for a scrims. But I don't think they're going to actually go out. They instead gets the info on the side of Mob 100. Are they going to actually go in for a fight right at the top lane? It looks like it. Mob 100 does get some damages, but still, they're not actually pulling in. So this is CFU just waiting for the right time.
In CFU, I mean, it's just very hard for them to pick someone off, right? If it's not the Angela, he's probably not the target because Angela is gonna be able to save them with that hard guard. And yeah, there's nobody that you can burst down. It's OP, the only target is Angela.
Oh, coming in already for the turret, but they did manage to give a lot of damage to Zing, just not enough. And this is where the fine line of CFZU having actually a little bit of struggles to actually fight a good defense on the side. But there you go. We do see a pick coming in from the side of OP. OP did manage to clear out Secret for the help with Detective, but at the same time, Arya was also being shut down. This is going to be opening. Banha also been eliminated by Zing in the process, and this is going to open up for that gold plating of the mid lane itself with High on the bush. Also try to do a damage-wise or even try to defend it properly, but it's not going to be easy as the turtle is already open. Even Wadu coming in as well as Detective to shut down Mob 100. Just few more to go, and Zing comes in long with the last hit, and now CFU looking better than ever.
Yeah, they come in for that finish indeed, but that still puts them at an even Steven net worth advantage, right? It's still 1k difference. I mean, 400 gold difference. Valhalla, I mean, given the fact that they did lose a lot of the members, I gotta respect the fact that the macro gaming is still going their way. And yeah, the hard guard was used. And CFU Gaming, they managed to pull through, finally. But this is as a daft ball. If Valhalla managed to get more macro gaming going through, it's still gonna be very scary for CFU Gaming.
And we do see that Panha is right now is untouchable. He did manage to actually steal away some of the creeps right into the territory of CFU. And if with Wadu as well, try to actually shut him down, it's still gonna be at least with the side of Panha as well as Are to just help it off and back things off. So not to worry much for Panha for now. So far, we do see CFU try to gang things up, and now forcing off Are. Attempts pushing in from OP side, but nope, it's not gonna be in any favor of CFU. Just a little bit of tease as well. Now pushing in for the turret as well. Are gotta clear things off, not allowing CFU to come through.
Yeah, it's gonna be very scary for the side of CFU Gaming. They are on that clock, right? But they do have that base defense, right? When we talk about base defense, that Frigid Glacier, that lane priority coming out from Aurora, they have the full barrage as well. So Valhalla, it's on them to jump.
Oh, Secret, a little bit overextension, and now he's pushing. He's gonna give an opportunity for Zing to take him down. Z was also be able to shut down High on the bush as well, and now leaving off 2 more players to go for the team of Valhalla. They overextend to a point. It gives an opportunity for CFU. Now Wadu is on the side to Panha. Zing is also in the scene. Panha does not want to go in for that defense-wise. It's going to give an opportunity for CFU. So now it's giving more damage or even more hole for the side of CFU Gaming themselves.
Yeah, Team Valhalla, I mean, they still have that late game, but CFU Gaming, they might have found the timing, right? This is going to be the key timing, and as long as the full barrage is up, they are guaranteed to not lose a team fight. So as long as Sing has that full barrage, they don't need to be scared, and as long as Wadu and OP are going in first, they won't get picked off.
And there it goes. OP comes in for Secrets, but nope, he doesn't manage to actually at least steal away Secrets into the side or in the hands of CFU Gaming. So still the team of Valhalla getting a little bit more cautious in their surroundings. Z try to actually break a little bit of damage to Secret, but OP comes in. Oh, overextension coming in from the side of Secret. This is going to give an opportunity for Team Valhalla to be shut down. But OP also getting a lot of damage. Panha comes through to take him down as well as Zing. And now pushing onto Zing. Triple kill coming for the side of Team Valhalla. And this is what is needed. But Panha right in the open, trying to chase after Z. Having a lot of damage. Secret will be coming through for the connection. And as they see Detective is all alone, they will gang up against him and making a shutdown of Team Wipeout in the hands of Team Valhalla.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were not able to get that full barrage off, and Team Valhalla, yeah, this is gonna be scary. They were already gonna be scary on that late game, but the fact that CFU Gaming made that blunder, now it's just Valhalla, Khalid not dying anymore.
Oh, coming in for another scrimmage right here. They did try to actually trick down that turret, but at the same time, they pull away. Great discipline, great timing, as well as pull out. They know they don't want to actually overextend it off. But as time goes by, here on out, they might actually try to tease in into the bottom lane. Can they actually do so? Do see that RA together with Mob 100 and Secret coming in for the back lane. He goes into OP first of all. He clears out OP, shuts down a little bit of more of the points coming in. Zing try to back this up, but it's gonna be Mob 100 who takes down the turret immediately. And OP could not do anything, had to back off. Even with Zing's help, the team of Valhalla takes the turret as their win.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla needs to just go off this timing where the full barrage is not available from Zing. And now that they know that the full barrage is available, right, they have to force it out, and then they go for the team fight again. So as long as the full barrage is not available, if Valhalla can keep cycling this utility, they are all but set to win. And already, Mob 100, he's really racking up the farm at the moment. His Purify is not being used, but the Whale Dragon...
OP coming in, try to pick off straight away to Detective, but Detective managed to take down RA first of all. Wadu going to be taken out by Mob 100. Detective still having a lot of damage. Secret comes in for the clear it out. It's Mob 100 to take some Z. Panha shuts down Zing, and it's Detective as well to be shut down. Another team wiped out in the hands of Team Valhalla, clearing out every single player. Even with OP tried to take down RA. First of all, the team of Valhalla was just better off to pick off every single player of CFU Gaming.
Yeah, Mob 100 just playing them like a fiddle. With that entropy, oh my god, that was no way that he managed to survive that. And CFU Gaming, like, despite all the attempts, OP was the first one in the way of the dragon. The fact that they could not finish off the members anymore, Valhalla, they are reaching their power mass. And CFU Gaming, they're gonna have to try again, right? There's just no way but to catch D'Angelo.
Agree, definitely. They gotta try again, at least at this time around. Now, going into the top lane, we do see OP looking far away. He goes into Mob 100 first of all, but Angela comes through, and this is where Mob 100 is untouchable. Ari will be the first one to take down OP immediately, even though with the overextension, now Team Valhalla gets even better and better, and Team CFU knows this is not a good composition for them, so they pull away from those fights. Lord is already marching into that mid lane. They will clear out all of the gold plating coming in for that mid, but Detective takes down Panda first of all, but he has a lot of damage, and Secret will be able to take a little bit of the shot, but at the same time, Detective managed to be surviving it out before he became a casualty.
Yeah, it's just gonna be an uphill battle for CFU Gaming here. It's not looking good for the defending champions for MPLKH region. So Valhalla, they are really proving themselves as one of the teams to watch right now. And they have been doing very well, right? In terms of draft, just in terms of draft alone, that roaming Khalid not dying together with that Angela is just very disgusting combo. And the fact that Angela only died once, CFU Gaming, they have so much HP bars to go through. The only hope is if they can take away the hard guard, they can cycle away the utilities, and Sing finds ultimate full barrage on to 3 people minimum with the Frigid Glacier on them.
Agree, definitely. And I like the fact that OP tried to actually tag off Panha, but a great timing coming in from height on the boost just on time, and that was giving a lot of the potential for Ari to just punish OP. But this is it. OP will be spotted out. Secret calling him out straight away into the bush, but OP just backs away. They will be trying to actually find out as much as they could right now for the team of CFU, as 30 seconds on the clock right here for the next slot to be spawned out. Team Valhalla just taking their time, and Wadu having a little bit of damage there, but at the same time, they're not going to be giving a lot of their extension to the side of Team Valhalla because they know that's not going to be the case, and it's going to give an opening. And even so, this is just a scouting area for the side of CFU just to make sure they have all the ideas of what Valhalla will do.
Yeah, don't count CFU out yet, right? They still have that high ground defense, but it's just very hard for them to fight outside the base right now. As long as they are 5, they are strong. But Valhalla, I mean, they have that shred damage to go through. CFU Gaming, all they need is a very good team fight, but they don't have the initiation coming out. OP is unable to find an angle because Secret is always on the ball, making sure that he is the primary target. And you know that at this point, Khalid is not going to die. He has so many ways to escape.
Ooh, and we see that RA gonna go in 1v1 with Wadu. OP comes in as well, not in time, but it's okay. They back off as quickly as possible. So Team CFU still trying to find a door to the side of Team Valhalla, as we see Mob 100 getting another item in the hands. And this is not what Team CFU wants. As more items built up for teams, Valhalla will be able to be very much more painful to fight off along the game line.
Yeah, something that CFU does have going for them is that slow push on that top lane, right? They can play their maps to their advantages, get the slow push going, make sure that Valhalla is forced to fall behind and fight the creep waves, and then CFU Gaming can go for the Lord. So they are just playing this Lord dance really perfectly. CFU's gaming experience is coming through, but they do need to get a slow push going on the bottom lane as well. But Secret, he's jumping in.
He's jumping in straight away for the fight, and it seems that they have a lot of casualty. Vadu takes down Mod 100. First of all, this is going to be an opening that is needed for the side of CFU. They're looking for a strategy to the side of Panha. Wadu looking for a way to shut down Panha by having a lot of damage here, running for his dear life. Secret will try to back things off, not allowing Wadu to do more extension, and this is what Valhalla needs. But at the same time, CFU finds an opening. They will take this lot for themselves, and this could turn things around for Team CFU Gaming.
Yeah, they saw, they smelt the blood in the water. Secret being the first point of contact. I mean, Valhalla, that was a slight blunder, right? Forcing that team fight when the lane priority was not in your favor. CFU Gaming, they just jumped on that chance. And yeah, just worked out so well for them with a full barrage onto 3 members.
That was a mistake. Definitely a really big mistakes coming in from Team Valhalla. They could have actually guarded out a little bit of their opening. There was too much space to be given out by Team CFU Gaming. And now we're coming into technical pause again, whereby we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm really sorry to the viewer sides. We are also on the line that we want to see the continuity of the stories. But unfortunately, this technical pause, the technical issues are out of our control sometimes. There could be a problem coming in from the feed side or even from the game side. That this is something that we as the production as well as we as a caster, it cannot do anything. But at the sideline right now, so far we are going back to the game. Finally, we see that CFU coming in for a fight with Panha. Panha a little bit overextension on himself. He has to run away as quickly as possible. Don't pull into the fight yet for now, as we do see that right here, Mob 100 a little bit too ambitious. He did manage to get the turret, but now they pull away. Oh, Team Valhalla in the scene right now. We do see both of them, both the team of CFU as well as Valhalla, did manage to take that mid lane turret for themselves.
Amazing bait play coming out from Valhalla, right? Using Panha to get out of harm's way, making sure that the full barrage was used on Panha. That just secured Mob 100 the ability to walk up to the mid lane, get that inhibitor turret, and even things for themselves. So now both teams with the middle inhibitor turret down. I would still have to favor Valhalla's draft here because it's getting later and later stages of the game where Secret on that Khalid, he's not going to be able to die anymore. But OP with the Whale Dragon though.
OP tried to take out Secret. Secret did still fight it out, but he goes in for a fight with Detective as well as, but he overextended himself and in the end he became the Vulture. But OP takes down Mob 100. Z takes down high on Bush. push. The overextension giving a lot of boost to the side of CFU. Who would have thought that because of secret overextension, now CFU has what it takes to turn things around, and Baha all alone tried to survive it out. Z shuts him down on his own attempt to be surviving, but Detective as well as Wadu clearing it out, but he still survived it out. He goes into his turret. Can he make it through? But Wadu, just a little bit more. He still survived with the immortality, but as the time goes by, Z come across the line, and here on out, CFU making a long game situation here for Valhalla as they get the first win in their hands here for the last series.
And CFU Gaming, right? That decision making at the end just shows how much strats they have. It just feels like they're hiding the true potential right now. It just feels like they're hiding a lot of the strategy. They're hiding a lot of the draft. They could have drafted better, but they chose to go for the Ixia, which I'm really curious about. It was a very well thought out draft. Of course, they did use the full barrage to its fullest potential, but I believe that currently there are better goal laners out there to deal with than Natan. So yeah, CFU Gaming, congratulations, but I want you to win this series. I do want you to win this series. I don't want you to hide your strats, man.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because pretty much Valhalla was in control in the first start of the game itself, and we thought that they were in a better position, even their formation as well, going in for a fight. The defense mechanism that was done by Valhalla gave a lot of pressure for CFU Gaming, and as time goes by, we thought about it, that the fact that as the late game, Nathan will be the one who had to be worried. Mob 100 was doing so much damage to CFU Gaming to a point that OP tried to pick off Secret or even try to pick off Mob 100, was not able to connect the thought. But that was it. The fine line of Secret overextension. Countless of time I keep on seeing overextension coming in from Secret, even though he was a bit confident of his own mortality wise or even survival wise of his tankiness. In the end, once OPZ able to pick him off, that was when Secret falters, and it gives a lot of potential for Team Valhalla to be eaten alive by Team CFU. And looking at the stats wise right now, started out really good for Valhalla. They had a really good currency wise, but as time progresses, CFU was just on a better length.
Yeah, I mean, CFU, I believe that they knew what they were doing, right? They definitely know the way around the game, and the way that they forced these team fights was definitely based off of Valhalla's mistakes. As you said, right? Secret overextending his advantage, and the fact is, he is still a support Khalid after all. You might be 15 minutes in a game, but all you have is a Dominant Ice and Athena Shield with Immortality. And once the Immortality cooldown is over, you should not be in those situations. I get it. You have the Immortality, but you shouldn't be that far in front.
Agree. Yeah, definitely. That was a lot of the risk that was taken by Secret itself that gave a lot of the opening for Team CFU instead. And I mean, not to put a damper, but we still need to give an honorable mentions to Mob 100 because he did amazing. Definitely deserving of the mention itself, because at the start of the game or even on the mid game itself, he was the one who shines the most here for Team Valhalla themselves. Look at that, 88,592 damage. So much effort, yet somehow been trampled by Team CFU.
Yeah, I mean, CFU, they did have the team fight going in for them. And yeah, the full barrage placement by Singh is really strong. And the fact that he had that quantum charge to enhance his movement speed as well as the flicker on the assassin emblem, right? And the ability to have that holy trinity. And I was really looking forward to that Sea Halberd timing. It was his 4th item. So after he got that Sea Halberd, that Angela kind of dampened down in terms of that survivability, because it actually has that degeneration where your healing is hampered down by 50%. Then on top of that, he bought the Malefic Roar. So Singh's positioning was very key. He did not really die too much. 2 times in the entire fight. Kill participation participation, 93%. Really well done on Anixia.
Great decision making here for the side of CFU Gaming. Started out really good for Team Valhalla though. I mean, like, expected wise, when it comes to the game fights, it was just amazing. But then this is where the overextension of Secret that was actually punished for the side of CFU Gaming. They pull in, takes down Secret first of all, and then Panha was taken out as well. And now they try to actually go in for a fight. But Valhalla did come true. We do see Panha pushing in straight to take down Zing, getting double kill for themselves. Even more Hunter takes down Wadu for themselves. Even Z was shut down immediately by Panha as well. But at least there was an attempt at the progress as well. But as time goes by, progresses wise for Team Valhalla, this is where Team CFU just falter even better.
Yeah, this is where they got that lane priority. If you look at that top lane, it's slowly pushing in, and right, they were worried about it, but still, Secret was able to jump in with that Raging Sandstorm, and Mob 100 clean out with that Maniac still. But still, like, I feel that Secret, he did not really need to be all the way in front there.
True, there you go. Finally overextending him a little bit. I think he was too ambitious. Try to take down Detective first of all. But then again, once Detective was already been covered out, grounded out by OP, as well as Wadu, as well as Z itself, this is where CFU was just really shining the most, and they got the win for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, CFU, they're a really strong team, right? But I would just like to see them draft better, because I know for sure that they can draft better. Like, they're not a bad team, but yeah, I mean, they nearly lost to Valhalla in the second game. It was nearly a 2-0.
It was nearly 2-0, so it was interesting to see. Is it, again, the question is CFU Gaming is playing the rigs? Because again, the drafting pick wise is much more like a try and error coming in from CFU Gaming. But here on out, we still have one more rounds to go for both of this team. We're going in for the short break, and we'll be right back after this with the last round of this both teams.
Here we go!
You might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joining you for the last game of this series of CFU Gaming versus Valhalla. So far, Valhalla looking very strong on the Nathan. We were just discussing off stream that CFU Gaming should probably ban out the Nathan if they want to win.
Agree, definitely. They gotta stop messing around already, because the fact is we keep on seeing a lot of the try runs been done by CFU Gaming. Now this is a time where let's not try and error anymore, guys. This is the open finals, and you don't want to actually mess up the journey that you have here for the open finals, because you have, yeah, I know you still have the lifelines on call, whereby even though you lose here, you still have their day 2, but that's a risk to be taken. What if coming into day number 2 and then you're pushed to schedule to meet off with those who are at the bottom, who also have the potential hunger to move in and want to continue on with that one lifeline? It's not going to be easy for you as well. So don't play with those risks, don't play with those kind of numbers on your lifeline, man, because the fact is you at least want to make sure that you have at least a perfect score, a perfect clean sheet to be fight off here for day number 2 itself. And CFU Gaming, somehow drafting wise, great for Valhalla, but at least they managed to at least try to prolong here for our game number 3, or round number 3. Going on to the drafting wise, we see this is going to be the normal typical banning. We got Fanny out, Eve out, even Chip as well as Phobius. Now finally we have the Nathan also being taken out.
Yeah, the Nathan being taken out. I mean, Valhalla, no Nathan, what can you do, right? So Mob 100 would be forced to showcase his versatility here. So far, we don't have much info on what he can play. So, I mean, he has been performing extremely well on the Nathan. So I'm hoping that he has something else up the sleeves for, let's say, you want Team Valhalla to win. But CFU Gaming, of course, at the same time, I want them to pick properly here. And they do go for that Zushin. And I really like this. As game 1, I said, they are forcing the opponent to go for that Suyo pick. And yeah, Zushin, you counter out that Suyo. It worked really well in game 1, but they could not finish it off because of their 1-1 pick versus the Nathan.
Okay. So now Nathan is out, and then wondering whether or not they're going to actually repeat again the try error of 1-1. I think they've already learned their mistake. Hopefully they will not be the same case. So this is just another orthodox picked already, Jushin against Suyo. Now the question is, which is going to be prioritized on Valhalla? Are they going to actually pick up the Gato Gacha again? Yep, they're going to pick up Gato Gacha again here for
like
Team
1,
Valhalla.
right?
Yeah, this is pretty much like deja vu for game number 1 for Valhalla.
Yeah, just that they don't have the Nathan available anymore. But meanwhile, for CFU Gaming, they are able to pick up the Khalid if they wish to do so. I mean, it was very strong on the side of Valhalla, right? When we saw the secret, yeah, they do pick up the Khalid. It's a very strong pick. And yeah, the Alpha as well.
Okay, interesting. Again, this is also another mirroring of CFU Gaming itself. We did saw them picking off Alpha, so it was a great, massive point out pick coming in from Valhalla's side. I mean, you have Jushin picking off all those individual fights, separating your team from your players from your team itself, and this is something that's really interesting. But Valhalla ended up picking 1-1 for themselves. I mean, this is really funny.
Talk about shock and awe, right? We've come full circle, and now we see Valhalla picking up the 1-1. And yeah, we do see that in the Cambodian region. When you pick the 1-1, you want to ban away, Franco or Cho? But yeah, CFU Gaming, they know better, right? You're not gonna be able to stop the crossbow attack. So instead, you go for that survivability. You already have that that Khalid. So I'm pretty sure that they're leaning towards something along the lines of something that will provide them more sustainability. For example, they can go for the Angela. They can go for something that making sure that the crossbow tank does not kill them. So heals, sustain, name of the game for CFU Gaming, possibly.
And we do see that bans comes out here where Aurora already been banned out. Even Beatrix been banned out by Team Valhalla.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno and the Beatrix just trying to circle away the goal laners. But, I mean, in terms of goal laners, there's still the Moskov to worry about. there's still the claw to worry about. So yeah, you can potentially pick that too, because you can go for the backline, ignore the 1-1, and just deal the damage onto Suyo.
And we do have Harith also open up for the take as well. So that's going to be another question whether or not they're going to actually pick it up. Cho has already been banned off straight away by CFU Gaming. So the question is, what is Valhalla going to respond it off?
Yeah, so Valhalla, I mean, in terms of having that Cambodian meta, right? Once again, Cambodian meta, they might potentially pick up that Franco, but they do take the Zosk, okay? This is very similar to what happened in Game 1.
Okay, again, this is really a messing up minds coming in from both of the teams itself. Valhalla playing tricks again, even CFU Gaming's, they got already on the sideline of themselves. But the question is, how they going to actually prevent all the obstructions that is done by Valhalla itself. We are seeing that at least recover the ground, the mobility wise of how they did, and I think they had a really good run on that first match itself. I think Valhalla is much more confident with Zas on the side, but Irithel been picked up by CFU Gaming.
I mean, Irithel is really strong at avoiding the crossbow tank, especially if you have that that sprint and ultimate up, so you don't let the proc hit you, so you don't get the weaknesses on you as well. So yeah, potentially there, but yeah, CFU Gaming, they're just messing with our heads at this point. But I mean, if this was, let's just say, if this was like Team Vamos, right? If this was like yeah, like Nets playing the Irithel, or like Chiku guys playing the Irithel, so we wouldn't question that. So yeah, I believe Singh knows how to play Irithel.
Maybe there's a possibility. So again, CFU Gaming, they're messing around, try and error, and who knows, maybe there's a possibility that they might come through here again for the drafting. But oh, and there you go, the last pick of Team Valhalla.
Yeah, very strong pick, the Arlot from Team Valhalla. It has that final slash where you can like displace the enemy members of CFU and force them into a position where they are using their battle spells to get away, using the ultimates to get away. They have to use a Purify, a Flicker at the minimum, and all for that low cooldown for that final flash.
Okay, at least a really good response coming in from Team Valhalla. But favoring wise on drafting, I do think that for now Valhalla has a really good response. The question is CFU Gaming with so much of surprise coming in. I mean, early on that first set of the choices, it was great, but now pushing into with Edith as well as on the side of Irithel, I'm still wondering, CFU Gaming, what are you thinking right now? This is it, guys, the last match, the last round of our last series. Who will be getting the potential of going into 1-0, or who will be dropped to the lower rounds of 0-1? We got Team Cambodians fighting off right here. Valhalla versus CFU Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are tied up, so winner takes all. We all fall down to this best of one. And CFU Gaming, really with very interesting picks already, right? That Irithel pick, but I do see the synergy coming out more from CFU Gaming compared to Valhalla, right? If you think about how the 1-1 works, actually there's no really a potential pick-off hero for him to work with until the Arlot is online.
And with Juicin also, we do see a lot of the success come along from Z. Able to separate, able to pick off every players of Team Valhalla itself. That could be another success story coming in from CFU. Now Panha pushing us straight to OP. Not gonna do anything, I mean, with Zing coming along to back things up. So pretty much still, this is just a tease from both sides of Valhalla as well as CFU Gaming. And coming along right now, OP a little bit too open and had to pull away. Doesn't want to actually go in for the fight just yet because this is not going to be easy. But Valhalla doing a great pressure points for CFU, and this could be a great deal from Team Valhalla if they push on very early on.
Yeah, Valhalla deal with that creep freezing really well. CFU Gaming, they were trying to freeze that creep wave, but the fact that Panha was able to stop it, but now that we have this mid-team fight going on, Z, I mean, he is going to be a problem still on this Sin, especially in the later stages of the game, where if he does not die, it's really a very big problem. They don't have a Nathan anymore.
And they was able to steal away the turtle. I mean, yes, at what cost though? I mean, Panha getting a lot of damage, but at the same time, Ari takes down Wadu, and Secret gonna overextend himself, giving it an opportunity for OP to take down immediately him. A trade-off for 1-1 right now for both teams, but then again, at least the turtle is in the hands of Vala. But so far right now, when it comes to currency-wise, it's not any of the difference between both of these teams.
Yeah, still goal difference neck and neck, 300 goal difference away. But now with that level 4 out on the Wanwan, right? We see a potential pickoff coming in from Mob 100. But Singh, he does have that ultimate. So Irito, yeah, in terms of working that mobility, yeah, he does have the ultimate. And the funny thing is, he didn't go for the sprint. He went for the Purify, which is really good. But now we have this mid-team fight, Spirit of Alpha.
Ooh, OP managed to actually pick up Panha, but he managed to survive it out. A detective clears out at least RA first of all, without at least giving an opportunity for Panha to survive. But OP still overlooking to Panha, but Secrets managed to actually have a great connection to the side. But Z breaks it too, even though with Secret was shut down. There was a trade-off coming in from the side of Team Valhalla to take down Detective. But here on out, Mob 100, a little bit overextension coming along, and Zing managed to pull through with another kill in their hands.
That was a great micro play from Singh. And Mob 100, he was trying to get that last hit of that weakness so that he can get the crossbow tang off. But Zing, he just drove him towards the wall. So it was an impossible angle. Wow, what a play from the Zerathal.
Oh, okay. Looking good so far for Team CFU Gaming. Despite that Valhalla tried to go in for the aggression, it's still not in the favor of them. And even so, they try to actually pull in, try to initiate. It was not enough because when it comes to mechanic-wise, Team CFU is just far better off. And here on out, Z will be able to scurry away safely without any casualty. But here on out, we do see Valhalla try to contest with the turtle.
Yeah, they are attempting control right now. I mean, they don't have to inspire on Mob 100, but it's not too important, right? Because they know that Zhu Xin is not able to fight. And Valhalla, I mean, the way that they've been playing like one of the top tier teams, where they force a team fight for an objective. And this is what we want to see out of professional teams, where it's not just a one-dimensional fight. And Z gets picked off instantly. The Spirit of Alpha not enough to defend right now.
And pushing on straight away for the second one. Farha takes down Wadu. Another stun comes through, and Detective also became another casualty, as well as OP as well. Grade 4 trade-off coming in from Team Valhalla, making a difference right now, and they will open up with the first turret to be shut down, at least close enough for them to get a really composure for that mid lane.
And Valhalla, this is their mid-game power spike right now. They do have the Dominator's Descent available, right? They used it in the mid lane, and the final slash from Array to force out that team fight, that's just amazing, right? CFU Gaming, they were left with no response. But the thing is, OP, once he reaches that 12-minute mark, is going to get scarier for Valhalla because he's not going to be able to die. But Valhalla, still, they need to press the advantage, especially since they have a 1-1.
Okay, let's see. We do see OP trying to actually take off one of the players of Valhalla, but didn't manage to do so. Now, Z, Wadu finally airborne straight away RA and try to pull him into the scene of Z, but doesn't manage to do so. And ended up Valhalla was able to push away, and it's gonna be Wadu to be finished off by Hyde on Bush. OP surviving it out the engagement, had to pull away from the fight, and Valhalla getting every success bit that they needed. And now they're gonna push in straight away into the mid lane for the defense of CFU. But then again, CFU doesn't allow it. Great composure coming in from CFU, even though with the loss of Wadu.
Yeah, the damage dealt by the Dominator's Descent, proving too much for Wadu at this point, right? And this is not what you want to see from an EXP lane Edith. You want him to be able to get that sustainability off, be able to peel for your team, survive, and then deal the damage with the Primal Wrath. But look at the damage dealt by the Zosk at this point. 23,000 already at 6 minutes in. This looks like the old Zosk where it's just bullying everyone.
Oh, and coming in right now for the second layer turret as they pull through CFU, trying to find a way, but nope, it's already been break. Team Valhalla trying to overlook right here. Mob 100 just waiting for the right time. That motion coming in, but at the same time here, OP looking for a way for the opening wise. Spot out Ari pushing in, but at the same time, we do see coming in from the side, Mob 100 takes down 100, and as well as OP will be taken out by Ari. Opening side, that turret was shut down immediately. Team CFU down by the numbers, and Valhalla looking better than ever.
Amazing gameplay coming out from Team Valhalla, using that final slash to force them in front. The Avatar, the Guardian at the back, they could not run in front, they could not run behind. And behind them, hide on bush, use that Dominator Descent to jump in, right? So that was a very scary clutch and zoning coming in from Valhalla.
And now CFU, they're out for their 2 layers of the turret, and they are now giving all the coverage to the side of Valhalla to come into their baseline. And here on out, they will try to actually at least get all the creeps for themselves, not allowing or denying any of the farming to be done by Team Valhalla. As they push in, we do see Valhalla starting off right now, waiting for the opening they needed to push into CFU. 30 seconds on the clock, Lord will be spawning off. Now it's time for CFU not to mess around, and there's a possibility we're not going to actually get it because there's a technical pause right now. I think we're already seeing a lot of the pressure being put out by Team Valhalla, and somehow it's already footfall on the side. But on the other hand, CFU Gaming with the unorthodox pick, I mean, started out really good with the use of Irretil. I mean, I do agree that Zing was great composure on that top lane, but as the time tickings, as we go into the mid game, Valhalla looking a little bit more secured on their fight compared to Team CFU Gaming.
Yeah, Valhalla, I mean, in terms of that mid-game power spike, they are really using their final slash very well. They're using the Avatar the Guardian to force team fights. But what I want to see from CFU Gaming is to know, like, when the final slash might come through, right? They've not been on point with the vision game. They don't know where their R-Lot is, and that's been biting them in the back, where that final slash comes out of nowhere, and it just feels to me like, yeah, you could have seen this coming if you actually did the homework, because you have a Khalid. You should be forcing that Khalid out into the enemy territory. You can use your Raging Sandstorm to return. You still have your second skill for that survivability, but Valhalla looks like they have the Lord already marching down that mid lane, and they're trying to end things.
Okay, let's see, can they do it? So Zing just overlooking right now, try to actually clear out some of the minions, but at the same time right now, they're trying to actually clear out, but Secret doing in for the overextension. It's gonna be Mob 100 to actually take down the turret, but at the same time, Hype Bush takes down Detective as well as OP for the help. Mob 100 takes down Z, opening side, Zing will be shut down by Panha. Wadu will be left all alone, and now this is an open for Valhalla. Wadu will be trying to survive it out. He clears out Ari just a little bit, try to actually stun them off, but no way at all for Team CFU to come back alive. You play off with the time, you play off with the drafting, you give that opportunity for Team Valhalla to punish it off, and now we'll come to 2-1 on our last series of the day.
And what an upset, right? What an upset. CFU Gaming was that top team coming in from the Cambodian region. So Valhalla, I mean, they just proved everybody wrong that, yeah, you know, even though we don't have any stats to back us up, even though the last time we met with CFU Gaming, I believe it was WPFL, I'm not too sure. Like, it was a mall event in Cambodia. They got destroyed by CFU Gaming. Yeah, just this year. And yeah, Valhalla just showing that even though we got destroyed, we can still improve. They stuck as a team, they banded their strats together, and they showed multiple times that they are very versatile when given the Nathan, when given the 1-1
as well as the Zaz, and that's one of the points that also had to be pointed out as well, because now pushing forward, they most of the teams that are going to face off to Valhalla, those are the heroes that they need to prioritize or even have to take it out of the portion, because it shows how Valhalla has so much potential. And we even saw it when it comes to the mid game. Zaz was portraying a lot of damage, 29,000 already been put out into the leaderboard itself, and and you don't want to have that upper hand in the hands of Valhalla itself. And CFU Gaming, we're not gonna say goodbye just yet though, because so far, I mean, again, drafting phase wise is just questionable. They still have one more lifeline to go, which is day number 2. I hope that they don't mess up again as they did today, because if you mess up with that one lifeline less, we would say goodbye to our MPL KH champion. But going into the draft, into the aftermath, or the bottom lines of what has happened throughout the game itself, started out really good for CFU. I mean, they had the upper hand started off, but then as we move along Valhalla into the mid game, that's where Valhalla managed to shut down every potential with the team fight that was put out. Even OP tried to go in for the overextension, it was not enough for Team CFU.
Yeah, and I really like Mob 100's itemization here. Going for that corrosive scythe into that DHS, then instantly the win of nature, right? Because he identifies that, yes, even though Z, he's pumping a lot of magic damage out. Most of the time, you are in that crossbow tank form, you are taking to the skies, right? You are invincible. And all you have to worry about is the burst damage coming through from Detective or Sing. So once you had that win of nature up, there was nothing that could stop him from getting that crossbow tang off. And I like the fact that Pana instantly went for the Hunter Strike instead of the War Axe first, because he wanted to capitalize on the early game advantage that they managed to build for themselves. But so I believe the MVP, right, has to be Panha, because he just dealt so much damage together with Hide on Bush, and that's just amazing because on a Suyo, right, you are a melee hero versus a Zeus, and this should not be happening.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we saw when it comes to the side of Z, try to pick him up, and then even with the separation was done by Z, OP tried to come through with the connection. It was still not enough for Team CFU, because Valhalla Spanha was just such slimy, was just so sneaky to a point that he was the one who was able to clear it off all the way for Team Valhalla to make it through and shut down one after another from the play of CFU. But Panhal right here as the MVP, we got 408 KDA and 816 GPM with 86% of kill percentage.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of his emblems as well, I mean, pretty standard. You want him to be that jumping assassin, and I really like the way that he's playing Suyo, right? My friend Churros like to say that as a Suyo player, you're meant to play like a fighter assassin, not a utility fighter. You don't want to be jumping in at front line. You want to be sneaking up on your opponents and jumping in when the time is right. And Pana, just look at him, just work that battlefield where he is making full use of that final slash, and of course not to discount Array, right? His Arlot, his final slashes have been on point, especially even in this last team fight where he saved it till the entire team was in. Then he started to use it, forcing the entire team out of position, using all their battle spells and essentially winning them their game as well.
And I like the fact that Mob 100, as they use the 1-1 to actually counter it off, try to actually get the CC on the side of Team Valhalla, it was just superb. That's the reason why we are seeing more of the execution was much more perfection on Team Valhalla when they actually have great picks off on their drafting. I mean, compared to what we see from Team CFU, who has been just tried to actually maybe try and error on their own picking sides, and we were questioning whether or not is this real, or they can actually pull away with this unorthodox picks up. In the end, comes true to the last match itself, Valhalla was just in a better drafting wise.
Yeah, I feel that Valhalla had the front foot every single time in every single draft, even in the second game, right? I felt that their draft was very good, and it's just CFU's gaming's just decision making that carried them through. And Valhalla, I mean, with a good draft, it's already half the game won. And I believe that once they manage to execute and polish their playstyle, they will be a team to really be watch out for, you know?
Agree, definitely. So now we have all the 4 teams in our own streams that have finally successfully be in the upper 1-0 brackets. For the rest of those who loses today, Again, we're not saying goodbye. Started off with Rift Esport, who managed to get 2-0 against Team STV on the first match up, and then we got Dark Rise. Surprise, surprise, we were giving all the odds to Pertho Legends because they were high rise on their achievement, but ended up Dark Rise Esport showing off why they are the invited teams. On the second series is Smart Omega Philippines, always outsmarting the IQ Phoenix from the Cambodia team with 2-0. So we got 2 games of 2-0, and then we finish off with 2-1 as well from the side of Valhalla, which also shuts down our prediction because most of the team that we expected to be experience wise as well as with success on their lines ended up in the favor of those who are rookies or even those who are the invited ones.
Yeah, I mean, CFU Gaming really, yeah, they have to perform harder, right? It might be a strategy, right? It might be a strategy, though, right? I'm not gonna call them out, but yeah, you might want to go to the loser bracket thinking that you're gonna have an easier time. But I believe that teams in the losers brackets, they're not gonna be a team to be trifled with. I believe JP Niners, they are there as well because JP Niners, they did lose to Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. So yeah, so they're gonna be a hard battle, and if you do manage to really face with them, you're gonna have a hard time.
Agree, definitely. The decision making that should be think through from all of the teams itself. Because would you prefer going into the lower bracket, even though the lower grounds of 0-1 might be meeting off with those who have also been trampled off, and there's a possibility you might able to actually be getting a great input or even trample against those who are on the losing side as well. Can be done as well. It is a story that we've already foresee before, but at the same time, those are the long journeys. It tires off the teams. It will give you a lot of the idea of the test when it comes to your mentals as well as your efforts in going along the line of those journeys. Because again, you are at the top, you might be able to have a great serve journey, even though you might meet with those who are strong because they already off a rack of the rise from the wins they got for today as well. So it's a tricky situation. It's a 50-50 situation, but at the same time, it depends on which grounds or which journey you want to actually go through here in the SPS OFO Finals.
Yeah, and with that, the games are set today. We know which teams have already progressed for our group. Of course, not a single team will be eliminated today, of course.
No.
You need 2 losses to be eliminated from this Swiss bracket. So we will find out tomorrow whether any teams get eliminated or any team goes into that 2-0 process, right? But very interesting is that there are a lot of teams in that 1-0 pool, but there are teams that will be in that 0-1 pool as well. So some teams that I did not expect to be in that 0-1 pool, they are there. JP Niners, I mean, one of them, Monster Vicious, one of them as well. So yeah, Mythic Seal, I mean, the runner-up for the M6 qualifier in Myanmar, they are still at that 0-1 pool. So they are in the threat of elimination. And now we have CFU Gaming. So these are the 4 teams that I totally did not expect to go down in that lower brackets, to go down in that 0-1 brackets. So yeah, I mean,
Oh, this is interesting for SPS Open Finals. I mean, all the top teams, all the big names coming down into the lower grounds. Again, I feel like, again, there's a possibility of the mind games, or maybe they're just thinking like, you know what, we're just gonna clear out those from the first draft itself so that they can have a better potential coming into the day number 3. Maybe, possibility.
maybe,
I mean,
but they might meet each other, you know? They might meet each other.
yeah, that's the thing. But then again, it's not gonna be easy along the line as well as we progress to day number 3, and then we still have day number 4 as well. And those who are already high rise on their success for day number 1, of course, once you already have a success on your hands, you don't want to mess up that streaks. You want to make sure that you can contain that success going in forth for 2-0 as well for day number 3. So this is also another question for those who are already having a loss in their hands.
Yeah, and for those of you that want to find out what games will be played tomorrow, you can follow us on the socials that you see on the top right of the screen. The games have not been set yet. The schedule has not been set for tomorrow. We will still be randomizing and selecting the teams that will be playing with each other first, completely on a random basis. But namely the teams that have gotten through, right? Is the teams that you saw today, and the other teams, I believe the notable teams that will be playing tomorrow will be Team Evil from Singapore and RRQ Hoshi, RRQ Kaido, Team Liquid Academy Indonesia, Team Liquid Indonesia as well, and of course Team Vamos from Malaysia, the runner-up from MPL MY.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. Definitely. These are the things that you have to make sure that you follow all of our social medias accounts, because again, we're not going to be able to actually give you guys what it's going to be like on the schedules, whether or not in our streams. We have a lot of streams from English to Cambodia, as well as from BM as well, from for Bahasa Malaysia as well. So those are the streams that you need to follow our social media so that you can know which are the teams that are going to meet off tomorrow for day number 2. So please make sure to follow our social medias, and we're hoping to see you guys again, because the story is still not done. The 32 teams still here on the scene, still fighting off to survive here for the Open Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's always very interesting to see, right? When we go into this kind of Swiss system where it's always Swiss brackets, there's so many opportunities for different regions to meet, different clashing matters. And today we did see, Cambodia put to the test, right? Put to the test against Singapore, put to the test against Philippines, put to the test against Indonesia and against themselves. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what's going on tomorrow, which country will be fighting on next. But I believe that's gonna be it from us today at Snapdragon Pro Series. We will catch you guys tomorrow, but once again, this has been your caster Moment to join together with Fascia Bunny. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like like they never even seen us. And nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night.